It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-227, Food Day in Canada Act, standing in the name of Mr. Nader.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion à l'état,
there being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the taking adoption, to putting the question on the motion.
By Mr. Généreux, moves that Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, be concurred at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate that to the chair. The honourable member for
Perth Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Perth Wellington.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just drew a complete blank. It's a Monday morning after a two-week constituency week, and I would ask that this carry on division.
Agreed? Very good. Therefore, the motion is carried. When shall the bill be read a second time? A third time. It really is a Monday after 2 weeks away.
Right now.
Now? Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Généreux, moves that the Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to rise in the House this morning on a wonderful Monday morning to start the week on a positive note and begin debate at third reading of Bill S-227, the Food Day in Canada Act. I would like to begin by thanking the members on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food for quickly passing this bill at committee stage without amendment and sending it back to this House for its final stage in its legislative journey. I hope and I suspect we will have no problem in getting Bill S-227 passed in the very near future, but certainly before we rise for the summer, so that this year, on August 5th, we can mark the first official nationwide Food Day in Canada. I know that all those involved with this bill would like to see it passed in time for the 20th anniversary of the original World's Longest Barbecue, which happened in Elora under the organization of the late Anita Stewart in 2003. It was organized to help Canadian beef farmers during the bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or mad cow crisis, in that long, difficult summer of 2003. Mr. Speaker, as I often mention in this House and in other places, I'm so proud to represent what I believe is one of, if not the most vibrant agricultural ridings in Canada. When I spoke to Bill S-227 at second reading last fall, during what was Ontario's Agriculture Week, I explained how it was the late Anita Stewart's vision and how she used her passion for Canadian food to bring hope to the Canadian beef industry in that terrible summer 20 years ago. And although beef is also often associated with southern Alberta, we have a proud beef industry in Ontario as well. In fact, in Perth Wellington alone, there are more than 530 beef farmers. And I would like to give a special shout out to the Perth County Beef Farmers and the Wellington County Cattlemen's Association for their support and continued advocacy for local farmers and farm families in the beef industry. One of the many ways that local organizations support beef farmers in my riding is the Optimist Club's Beef Barbecue in Alma. Alma is located just a hop, skip, and a jump from Elora, where Anita Stewart's first longest barbecue event was hosted 20 years ago. And of course, the Alma Optimist Beef Barbecue is synonymous with Ruth and Ray Gross from Alma, who have always been big proponents prior to their passing of this great event. Perth Wellington is also the home of the most dairy farmers and chicken farmers of any electoral district across Canada. What's more, there are hundreds of farmers and farm families in almost every major agricultural sector, including poultry, egg, pork, and grains, including corn and soybeans. These farmers in Perth Wellington number over 5,000, and they quite literally grow the food that continues along the agri-food supply chain to feed not only my constituents, but hungry mouths across Canada and around the world. Now, Madam Speaker, this bill and this day were not my idea, nor was it the original idea of Wellington County Senator Robert Black. It was the idea and the vision of agriculture advocate and food activist Anita Stewart. What was originally a great event in support of Canadian beef farmers and to promote locally grown food has now grown into an annual event that celebrates the rich heritage and proud traditions that are Canadian cuisine. In her 2008 book, Anita Stewart's Canada, The Food, the Recipes, the Stories, Anita opens with this message. Canada is a menu of stories, a land of ultimate culinary possibilities. The richness and biodiversity of the Indigenous harvest, our original palate, is a foundation of it all. Built solidly upon that base are our iconic ingredients, wheat, beef, apples, enriching and embroidering the culinary traditions of a multitude of immigrant groups who have gathered together from the four corners of the globe, men and women with a passion for this land which they now call home. After 5 centuries or so, the real food of Canada is still largely found in the home kitchens scattered across the land, in our beautiful rural communities, and in our vibrant cities. Likewise, our food producers are spread from ocean to ocean. Our collective challenge is to build and nurture the connection between those producers and consumers, urban and rural. By being attentive to our food sources, not only do we keep the cash flowing for our producers, but we also enable them to maintain and nurture diversity, creating a fabulous edible shopping list for us now and, even more important, for future generations. So join the party. Head to a market, buy local, go home and cook with the rhythms of the season. Be true to your own culinary story. It's really that simple. End quote. Madam Speaker, in that beautiful message, Anita Stewart describes not only the food of our nation, but also her life's work. Most importantly, it leaves behind powerful words and advice that all Canadians should carry now that she is gone. In that same cookbook, there is a picture of a farmer's laneway in Wellington County. It is a simple yet powerful reminder of where so much of our food comes from, and how growing food is not only essential to sustain life, it is also a way of life for so many farm families in Perth Wellington and across Canada. It is for such dedicated advocacy for Canadian food that Anita Stewart would become a member of the Order of Canada, the founder of Cuisine Canada, and Canada's first food laureate at the University of Guelph. In her life and in her book, she is so very effective at preserving the connection between a recipe and the farmers, fishers, and hunters who produced and provided the ingredients, be they Indigenous, or whether their family has lived here for generations, or whether they are now new Canadians. They all build those connections. And in fact, Madam Speaker, just this past weekend, I enjoyed attending an event hosted by the Moncton Lions Club in support of relief efforts for Ukrainian refugees. Celebrating Orthodox Easter this past weekend, the Shavtova family invited community members to Moncton to participate and enjoy local food made according to Ukrainian traditions. And we also enjoyed the ability to try our best at each making pisanki, which is a Ukrainian Easter egg. I want to thank the Shavtova family for sharing that legacy with the community in Moncton. Moncton, of course, being Moncton, Ontario, the community of about 200 or 300 in rural southern Ontario. Now, Madam Speaker, as we reach the final stages of this bill before passing it and seeing it receive royal assent, let us think about everyone along the food supply chain who contributes to making Canadian cuisine so wonderful. From the dairy farmer who's up early before dawn for the early morning milking, to the grain farmer who prays for rain at the right time and works tirelessly to get their crops planted in time, to the farm families in beef, chicken, egg, pork, fruits and vegetables, and every sector of Canadian agriculture, to every vendor at local farmers markets, to the truck drivers, butchers, bakers, and chefs, and the friendly local grocers. They all work hard to not only feed us, but to enrich our national culture. Madam Speaker, I'm personally very proud to have grown up on our family farm in Logan Township. Our family farm was first bought by my grandfather in 1952. And at that time, he used his Harley-Davidson motorcycle as a down payment for our family farm. I was proud in my high school years to work both on family farms in the community and also in the agriculture industry. My wife, Justine's family farm that she grew up on was a century farm in the Moak family for over 100 years. And for us, it is important that our own children appreciate and learn about their rural roots and the food that we grow right here at home. As a father, I enjoy taking our children to many local farmers markets and picking out produce grown quite literally by our neighbors, and then taking it home and preparing a meal together as a family. Now, Madam Speaker, I should note that in that food preparation, there are certain parts that I am simply not permitted to partake in, particularly because Ainsley, Bennett, and Caroline, our three children, will tell you that I'm not allowed to barbecue because, quote, Daddy will simply burn it, end quote. Too often in our busy world, we rush through meals because we need to eat and move on to the next event in our busy schedules. But we must also remember from time to time to think about all the people who contribute to our food system and the cultural significance of the food that is grown. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to briefly thank many of those people who have contributed to the advancement of Bill S-227 and to Food Day in Canada more generally. And while it stands in my name in this place, it is not my bill. The success of this legislation is a result of many people inside and outside of Parliament who deserve to be thanked. First and foremost are Anita Stewart's four sons, Jeff, Brad, Mark, and Paul, for their incredible support in helping us honor their mother's proud legacy. Also, thank you goes out to the current head of Food Day Canada, Crystal McKay, for sharing her knowledge and expertise. To the University of Guelph's Dr. Charlotte Yates and their Department of Food Science, thank you for your efforts in keeping Food Day Canada strong for these past 20 years. I would also like to thank the members for Wellington, Halton Hills, and Guelph who have provided a strong Wellington County united force in seeing this bill advance to the finish lines. And I would like to thank the members for Foothills, Berthier, Masquinongé, Glengarry, Prescott Russell, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and the member for Chatham-Kent, Leamington, who have all contributed to the discussion on this bill thus far in this place and in committee. And even if we cannot agree who represents the greatest agricultural riding in Canada, we can all agree that Canadian agriculture is great and that we should pass this bill as quickly as possible. Of course, I would like to thank the Honourable Rob Black, who sponsored this bill in the other place and who has been a driving force behind this bill and celebrating Food Day in Canada. Now, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up my remarks, I look forward to seeing Bill S-227 passed as soon as possible, and I invite all honourable members to join us in Wellington County, or in Perth County, or in any community across Canada this summer as we honour Anita Stewart's legacy and celebrate the first official Food Day across Canada. And Madam Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to end with the wise words of the late Anita Stewart. This food is Canada's natural wonder, rivaling any on earth. Hand in hand, we are privileged to bear witness to the extraordinary story of Canadian cuisine, its history and how it came to be. As a people, we are so young that our collective memory is intact. Restaurants may set benchmarks of excellence and at times even inspiration, but it is the dishes in this book, from generations of home kitchens, that define us as a culinary nation. Canada, the second largest nation on earth, was built on a foundation of honest, generous cooking. There is not just one Canadian cuisine, there are hundreds, depending upon ethnicity, climate, and history. Our national cuisine is ultimately based in the land and the sea. It is defined by a mindset, a philosophy, an attitude, and it uses ingredients to speak volumes about the glorious culinary history of Canada. The world is truly richer for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Oh, sorry. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
As a foodie myself, I thank the honourable member for joining the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee and putting forward this bill. In my riding in Mississauga Streetsville, there are many small businesses and restaurants who are part of our thriving food industry. Can the honourable member share what benefits this bill would have for them? Thank you.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the member from Mississauga Streetsville, not only for her question, but also for supporting this bill at committee. And she hits on an important note. There are many great agricultural ridings across Canada where primary production takes place. But in larger urban centres, there's also the importance of the food industry, whether it's farmers markets, whether it's local grocers, whether it's food production in restaurants and caterers. This bill gives us the opportunity to celebrate all parts from food, from field to fork, celebrating Canadian food. So whether it be in rural ridings like Perth Wellington or La Beauce, or Mississauga Streetsville, we have that ability to celebrate Canadian food and all parts of the food supply chain. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and for his bill. It is important to truly recognize through legislation the importance of food in Canada. Now, here's my question. In this bill, there are some big principles, but concretely, tangibly, how does he feel about the situation? Because the agriculture industry, they're sounding the alarm. In fact, the UPA said that 1 in 10 farmers say that they'll get out of the industry if they don't have more cash flow. So how does he feel about the government's lack of action? Does he feel, like me, that we should say yes and support agriculture and farmers in what they're asking for?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé for his question. I indeed am worried about the state of agriculture in Canada. I often hear what farming families and farmers in my riding are worried about.
I hear regularly from folks in my riding across the country about the growing costs associated on their production, whether it be the carbon tax, whether it be inflation, whether it be fertilizer tariffs, and these are real concerns. The member mentioned about the growing number of farmers who are looking to get out of the industry in the next 10 years, those farmers who are looking to retirement and not having that opportunity to pass on a strong and a proud family tradition of family farms to the next generation. So I'm very concerned, like the member from Berthier-Masquinongé, about where agriculture goes from here. And so this one bill, I mean, yes, it is a symbolic bill, but it's one opportunity for us to promote and to defend the agriculture and agri-food industry, to stand up for farmers and farm families, and make sure that agriculture remains not only a way of life, but also the economic driver of our economy that it has been in the past, and hope that it will continue to be in the future going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the speech. This is a time where food prices are skyrocketing in this country, and food insecurity is becoming more and more of a challenge. I wonder if the member could just share with the House how this bill might be able to advance food security in this country.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Port Moody Coquitlam for her excellent question. This is a real concern that I hear in my riding about food insecurity. In a country that is as economically rich as Canada, where we have quite literally some of the most productive land in the world, where we produce high-quality Canadian food, the fact that there are still Canadians living food insecure is an exceptionally unfortunate situation. And I'd like to draw attention to groups in my riding, like the local community food centre, who are working so hard to end food insecurity, to ensure that there are options in place so that Canadians will not be missing meals. They have that opportunity, and they have provided me with such great guidance over the years of bills that come before the House and options that we need to undertake going forward to ensure that no Canadian is food insecure, that they are able to have the healthy and nutritious food that we quite literally produce in our own backyards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to express the government's full support of Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada. I thank the honourable member from Perth Wellington for sponsoring this bill in support of the core economic sectors in our country, agriculture and food. Food Day Canada is already Canada's culinary event of the year. Every Saturday of the long weekend in August, chefs, restaurants, food processors, and Canadians from across the country gather to celebrate the best food and beverages in the world. This bill would officially recognize that day in federal legislation. It would establish the first national ever the day to recognize that the federal government will celebrate our farmers, our food processors, and our entire agriculture and food sector across the country. Food Day in Canada will strengthen the connections between consumers and farmers by celebrating the richness and the diversity of the safe, high-quality local foods that they produce. We need to remind Canadians of the important contributions of Canadians and Canadian agriculture and the food sector to the country's economic, social, health, and environmental well-being. Across Canada, our food producers and processors drive our economy with more than $130 billion in GDP, over 80 billion in exports, and 1 in 9 jobs. Food Day in Canada will also remind us the contribution of all the workers in agriculture, the agri-food sector, and the farm gate to the consumer's plate. Over the past 2 years of the pandemic, they have really stepped up to ensure that Canadians have safe, high-quality local foods they need. The pandemic also renewed Canadians' the commitment to the amazing local foods and beverages that are produced by our farmers and our processors. Over 90% of Canadians support seeking locally grown food at least some of the time to support the local economy and to reduce the environmental impact or food miles. The creation of National Food Day is an excellent way to strengthen ties between the family and the farm and the city limits. From eating a warm strawberry right off the field in Ontario to enjoying an Alberta steak on the patio, the foods we love best are the foods that are closest to us. More and more consumers today want to know where their food is coming from and how it is grown and raised. They want to reconnect with agriculture and support local economies. By the same token, the agriculture and food sector has much to gain by strengthening its relationship with its customers. Forging direct links with Canadians can help support a dialogue on what matters to consumers and what the sector is doing. This can help ensure consumers are making informed decisions and help shape the investments made by the sector to continuously improve production practices. Along the way, I think many consumers would be impressed to see the advances that they have made on Canadian farms in recent years. Gone are the days of pitchforks and horse-drawn plows, Madam Speaker. Farmers are using smart technologies to improve efficiency and to adopt a more sustainable farming practice. Technology opened up a whole new world for food and farming, just as it has in other sectors of the economy. Precision agriculture techniques now allow pinpoint delivery of inputs like water and fertilizer down to the individual plants that needs it. Not only does this save the farmer money, but it also takes the pressure off the environment because fewer inputs are needed. Farmers are now using drones to detect pests, identify areas where there's a nutrient deficiency, and to locate weeds. The sky is the limit for this technology. Farmers have also made many advancements in the field of animal, food, and health safety. Many farms have strict biosecurity measures. For example, access to hog farms is governed by shower in and shower out rule to protect the animal's health. The responsible use of animal health products is another way farmers keep animals healthy while ensuring food safety. Farmers take food safety seriously because it's fundamental to their business. More than ever, their customers in Canada and abroad want to know where their food came from, how it was produced, what is the environmental footprint, how to ensure the animals are well treated. Public trust and confidence is precious, but they can be shattered in seconds by a single tweet. We know, and we have to find new ways to strengthen our relationship with our consumers. That is why this bill to support Food Day in Canada is so important. Yesterday, the government took another step to strengthen trust in the Canadian food when we launched the Agri-Communication Initiative. Agri-Communication is all about better connecting Canadians with the agricultural section. Agri-Communications will help farmers tell their story to Canadians, how they are caring for our environment and caring for their animals, how they are doubling down on sustainable practices. The initiative will help us gather more information to deepen producers' knowledge about the expectations of consumers. That way, they can adapt to the changing demands of consumers here in Canada and around the world. The first stream of the Agri-Communication Initiative is backed by a federal investment of up to $8 million over 3 years. This funding is helping the sector to inform Canadians about the great things that producers are doing to produce their food in a sustainable way. Farmers have incredible stories to tell on innovation, on sustainability, on productivity, and so much more. And sustainability is not only about the environment, it's also about competitiveness. For example, funding could help an organization develop digital communications to show consumers how farmers are fighting climate change through crop rotations and clean technologies. Or it could help a nonprofit organization host a field day to show the public how producers are caring for their animals or how well they look after their soil and the water. Or it could help to promote inspiring success stories about agricultural leaders. Madam Speaker, our government wholeheartedly supports Food Day in Canada to recognize the safety and the security of our food supply, to strengthen connections from farms to tables, to support local farmers, and to celebrate our amazing local food. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois, of course, is for the creation of a food day. It was a pleasure adopting that at committee in just a couple of minutes. There is nothing remotely controversial in this bill. What it says is that Canada's sovereignty is based on its food sovereignty. It contributes to economic and environmental well-being. It's important to support local farmers and producers. All of this is amazing. Unfortunately, though, Madam Speaker, I'm going to spoil the party a bit. Well, yes, we'll vote for it, and we can base ourselves upon this for future actions. But concretely speaking, today, our agricultural world is in peril. Our farmers and producers have received almost no answers from the government because of the significant inflationary crisis. People in the UPA in Quebec, but of the FCA throughout Canada, have sent messages, have made clear requests, would like to meet with the government. They've made extremely reasonable requests based on facts, based on statistics, and have made pre-budgetary requests. They know how things work. In the budget, Madam Speaker, there wasn't much to help them. There was almost nothing. There was a clarification for C218 for the next generation of farmers and producers after over 1 year of waiting and hindrances. when it came to transactions, especially for Quebec. This takes time. That was a step in the right direction. But for the rest of things, it was vague statistics, continuances of programs that work more or less. A couple of statistics now. From the UPA, we were told that the inputs have gone up by 43%. Inflation has gone up by 55% for agriculture. And in general, it's now up to 63%. Interest rates have gone up. Debt costs have gone up. 58.5% increase. Why? Is it higher for them? Because there are huge debt burdens for the agricultural sector. Technology is very expensive nowadays. People see tractors go by and say, oh, well, that's a lot of technology. They must be doing well. No, they have to go into debt in order to feed us, Madam Speaker. I would like people to understand that and to say it and therefore to act on it. Transport costs, 33% on average. In agriculture, 49.9% increase. Insurances, 31.7% in general. For agriculture, 49.6%. And it keeps, and it can, I can go on, Madam Speaker. Now I want to scroll down to my next numbers. 2 companies out of 10 currently have a poor or very poor financial situation. That's 20%, 1 in 5. Half of farmers and producers feel that it's going to get much worse over the next 12 months. 3 out of 10 have a negative residual account at the moment. 4 out of 10 say that increased interest rates could lead to them not being able to pay their debts. Do you know what that means? Closures, business closures, farm closures. Over 6 out of 10 farms believe that they will be forced to reduce investments because they're just struggling to pay the investments they've already made. So now we have a government to tell people to, there's a government that tells people to invest, but farmers and producers aren't able to do so. That's where we have to help. We have to see what is really happening in the field. 18% would like a capital leave, a temporary capital leave from the banks. So they have to go to the bank and say, things are so bad that all I can pay are my interest. Wow, it's a great future for farming and producing. Great. I believe that as a federal government, there is a role to be played. The government could meet the needs of farmers and producers by increasing liquidity. 14% of farmers and producers probably will have to reduce the size of their farm and producer because things are difficult. The worst statistic is 11%. So over 1 in 10 farms are anticipating a closure of their operations, a full closure. These are the people that might take over farms in the future. The government keeps saying, oh, these people are the future, they need to be helped, but it's time to actually act to help them. Agriculture is a day-to-day struggle. And as elected members, we have to respect these people to the highest degree. People who work 7 days a week. In the context of the current labour shortages in nearly every sector, go to farmers and producers and ask them who would like to take over the farm, who's ready to work 24/7, 12 months a year, with insecurity, with little government support, trying to fight against products from abroad that don't follow the same standards as we have here in Canada. There should be a reciprocity of standards. I don't know how long this has been spoken about. My colleague for Bourse should be commended because he has been fighting for this for a very long time. At the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, he often raises the question, we have to act. We can't ask our producers here to respect standards that are very severe whilst importing complete rubbish from abroad. Last year, glyphosate had to be increased. But none of the producers in Canada asked for this. The clear message was, well, we'll adapt ourselves to international standards so that we can bring in stock that has better standards than what we have. Come on, that's not what's happened. Can we finally be a bit serious about this? and ask that everyone be on the same level. Can we finally help producers? Chicken raisers have got a new DNA test that is ready to go, but it hasn't been implemented. Why? A DNA test to show that it's actual legitimate chicken that is being imported. That's all well and good, but until it's implemented, it's completely useless. Let's not forget the most important thing I wanted to mention. There are many speeches given, and in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, we had an extremely strong vote, 293 MPs for an act to protect supply management in future trade agreements. That's a lot. That's a heavy majority. From all parties, a large majority, 23 people were against. And now we're at committee, and it seems impossible to move forward on the matter. There is the intention to water down the bill, and then we're being filibustered. A lot of speaking, but not a lot of action, and everyone's time is being wasted. This comes from a government that keeps talking about public expenditures and public accounts, but how much does a 2-hour committee session cost when the same person is just talking and delaying a bill that is essential? That was voted on in 2021, but that had to start again because Parliament was dissolved. There was an election. And now we're about at the same stage, and once again we are blocked.
C'est pas de me dire, ah ben oui, on va le.
Are we really being serious about supporting our farmers? They're watching us. They're watching the committee's public meetings, and they're not happy with what they see. They'd like to see some openness and honesty and concrete action. That's very important, Madam Speaker. And to say that food sovereignty is important, well, we hear that all the time, and yes, it is important. But as I conclude here, I would like to remind all of us about the way all of our awareness was raised during the pandemic. We saw how serious the situation was. It wasn't just a little awkward. No, we saw that it was serious to have to depend on outside sources for important matters like masks, ventilators, food. If we're talking about a critical sector, I mean, feeding people is the very foundation of everything. So I'm very pleased to support this bill on Food Day today. It's a great idea, but it should be a cornerstone for what follows. Let's take concrete action, Madam Speaker, in order to reflect the words that we speak. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Merci, Madame Speaker. J'espère que le.
I hope that this government listen closely to the Bloc's speech today.
Highest food prices they have ever experienced. It is time for this government to increase food security in this country. The NDP acknowledged that this bill can play a small part in that, yet there is still work to do so that no one in Canada goes to bed hungry. My colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford has been a champion in addressing the immediate food insecurity problem in this country, price gouging for corporate profits at the grocery store. And the leader of the NDP has been holding grocery chain CEOs accountable for this price gouging. The truth is that while the grocery oligarchs in this country are making billions in profits, more children are going to bed hungry. This cannot stand because it's driving up food insecurity and hurting Canadians. I recently asked the Minister of Children, Families and Social Development to explain how food insecurity in this country can be trending up when poverty rates are going down. The Minister responded that their government realizes this disconnect and is now linking their Poverty Reduction Council and their Food Policy Council together to talk about this. She admitted that for too long, food was not included when talking about poverty, and this is something that is now being addressed. Food, Madam Speaker, a fundamental need, was not part of the consideration when this government dealt with poverty. It seems unbelievable. But there is hope. The Minister admitted that the Minister of Agriculture cannot do this work alone and that the current shared mandate between those two ministries is needed to solve food insecurity. I agree and say to both of these ministers, advance the solutions faster. People are going hungry, especially those living in poverty. Almost 1 million people living in poverty in this country are persons with disabilities who are still waiting for financial support to come through the Canada Disability Benefit. The cost of groceries means they are skipping meals and eliminating fresh fruit and vegetables from their diets. The Canada Disability Benefit, C-22, is needed now to offset this reality. Throughout the course of the committee study on C-22, we heard about the suffering of people with disabilities living in poverty. Overwhelmingly, we heard that they are not eating enough meals daily and cannot keep up with the rising costs of food. Therefore, it is essential that the federal government step up with an emergency benefit immediately. And so I ask again to the Minister of Disability Inclusion to provide a disability emergency response benefit while Canadians wait for the current unfunded Canada Disability Benefit. Today, with the increasing cost of food and a growing number of households becoming food insecure, people are relying now more than ever on charities, not-for-profits, and places of worship in their communities to put a meal on the table. I want to take a moment to highlight some of those invaluable community partners in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, organizations that are feeding families that are unable to make ends meet. Share Food Bank, Immigrant Link Society, the People's Pantry, Coquitlam Alliance, Tapestry, and Hillside Churches, Seroptimists of the Tri-Cities, Tri-Cities Mums Group, Coquitlam Farmers Market, Fresh Roots, SD43, and the City of Coquitlam, who stepped up to fast adapt their city kitchens during the pandemic and have sustained an affordable meal delivery program for vulnerable seniors in Coquitlam. Thank you all for what you do to offset food insecurity and improve lives in our community. Thank goodness for these community groups. Strong local food systems are crucial to ensuring food security for all Canadians, and so too is a caring community that does the work to leave no one behind when government has not done their work to protect the most vulnerable. There is still much work to do in this House to enact laws and programs that protect Canadians from food insecurity. As my NDP colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford has said, the NDP support this bill and know it can raise other key areas too, to encourage the government to establish more food security initiatives in Canada. Farming is one of those areas. My colleague has said, and I quote, that farmers can be one of our greatest tools in effectively combating climate change alongside feeding the world, and that with the enactment of this bill, farmers will become part of our national discourse. In Canada, we have extensive arable land where food can be grown. We produce far more food than our population consumes. We are net exporters. We are one of the top agricultural producers in the world, and that is something we should definitely talk more about. For example, did you know, Madam Speaker, that Canada is the largest producer of lentils in the world? We produce almost twice as much as India, and between our two countries, we produce more than 50% of the world's lentils. Yet per capita, Canadians eat very few. That is a shame because lentils are high in protein, high in fiber, and low in fat and calories. They're naturally gluten-free and have an exceptional low glycemic index, making them suitable for a diabetic diet. Yet the majority of Canadians don't know this. From coast to coast to coast, Canada has local food that needs to be shared and eaten. We have a country where we have the ability to produce food locally for everyone, not only to give the bare minimum amount, but to achieve the good, high-quality food we all need. We need that high level of nutrition. It's a very strong factor in the social determinants of health. As New Democrats, a strong food system has been a central issue for us. In 2011, we ran on a commitment to introduce a Canadian food strategy that would combine health and environmental goals. We created a strategy called Everybody Eats, our vision for a pan-Canadian food strategy, which focused on how food travels from farm to factory to fork. It was comprehensive, and it forced the Liberals to act. It's now time for this Liberal government to do more and protect Canadian food systems in the new reality of increasing climate disasters. I think about the recent devastating floods in BC that wiped out roads and limited supply chains for weeks as food could not get in and out of the Lower Mainland. Realities like that are why this government needs to understand how and where food is grown and produced in Canada. This bill has the potential to direct the Liberals to look at the concept of food miles and how far food goes to reach a table. Today, our food is traveling long distances to make its way to our plates. This is not food resiliency. In BC, we have the ability to grow a lot of seasonal produce, and we need to understand these opportunities and build resiliency around it. In closing, Madam Speaker, it's important that this bill be part of the journey, not the end of it. We have much work to do to build and rebuild resilient food infrastructure in this country. We have relied too much on imports for decades while letting our own food production dwindle, and we need to bring more food closer to home. We also need to reduce the amount of food we waste, and that is why in November 2022, I moved to introduce Bill C-304, an act to establish National Food Waste Awareness Day. I thank the member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford for seconding that bill. Having a day to recognize the impacts of wasted food on food insecurity and climate change will raise awareness, inspire change, and contribute to a meaningful solution to make Canada's food system more secure. 60% of the food produced in Canada each year is thrown out, and half of it is fresh, edible, and nutritious food that could help feed 4 million Canadians. 1 million of those whom are children struggling daily with access to healthy food. It will be yet one more tool we have in our tool basket of policies to remind Canadians of how important local food is, to celebrate the farmers who produce it, and to start a conversation how we as parliamentarians can better support food security so that everyone has access to high quality food and so that no one goes to bed hungry.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So first off, I'd start my interjection here today by thanking Senator the Honourable Rob Black for introducing Bill S-227 and the infamous and great member from Perth Wellington for sponsoring it here in this chamber, which is Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, which seeks to establish the Saturday of the August long weekend as Food Day here in Canada. So the purpose behind this is obviously to recognize the role our local farmers, producers, and processors and the roles that they play in ensuring Canada and Canadians have access to great, safe agriculture and nutritious food. So the tact I'm going to take here in my speech, Madam Speaker, is I've gone through and reviewed pretty much all the interjections that have occurred so far in this chamber. And I want to highlight some of the important things that have already been said, but how they impact in particular my great riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound. So I'd like to start by noting, and it has been mentioned, and I actually, to be frank, knew very little about Anita Stewart before reviewing and preparing for this speech. And first off, I want to offer my condolences to the Stewart family because, as it's been noted, she passed away at the age of 73 just not even a couple years ago. But what was interesting is really this origins of Food Day in Canada really go back 20 years, tied to a concern that Anita had, which was born over the crisis that we've faced as a country, being mad cow disease or BSE, and just the importance of that. And so I'd like to note that my very first question here in the House of Commons upon my election in late 2019 was, and I'll quote here, "I was very disappointed last week while listening to the throne speech to hear very little mention of rural Canada and our critical and diverse agricultural sector. Ontario farmers are suffering from a lack of processing capacity and their inability to sell fed cattle to the United States. The government missed a critical deadline to apply to the World Organization of Animal Health for negligible risk status. Why?" Unquote. Unfortunately, I never got an answer to that, Madam Speaker, and I'm still waiting to get an answer to that, but that is really the origins of Food Day here in Canada, was Anita Stewart's concern over that. The Honourable Rob Black has brought up in his speeches on this, and as he introduced this in the other place, about highlighting again his concerns over the lack of agricultural concern by the current government in the speech from the throne. And I've actually on the public record speaking to that a couple times, that for some reason agriculture doesn't seem to make the top priorities for this current government. And it needs to be. And again, I'm not trying to be partisan here. I represent a riding. One of the reasons I got involved in politics was exactly that, to stand up for rural Canada, and in particular my farmers. And I'll get into it later in my speech, just how important the statistics are and how important agriculture is to my riding. But, you know, it's bigger than just Bruce Grey Owen Sound. It's obviously something that everybody in this House can appreciate, is the importance that farming and agriculture means to Canada and to Canadians. We're by far one of the largest producers and exporters of all agricultural products around the world, you know, whether it's from our cash crops, from our cattle ranches, dairy, fruit and vegetables, and I'll get into the specifics here. We export. And our cities, so for those members of the House that represent our more urban ridings, nobody, without food, we can't survive. So it's so important. To highlight a little bit more of the history too around BSE, as the member from Perth Wellington highlighted in his first speech on this subject, he talked about just how damaging BSE was to Canada and to our beef farmers, where at the time, Canada was the third largest exporter of beef in the world, to the tune of over $4.1 billion. However, basically overnight due to BSE, our beef producers saw their exports go from just under $300 million a month down to zero overnight to the U.S. I'm going to get into some specific stats, Madam Speaker, just so I can highlight just my own great riding. Between Bruce and Grey counties, we have over 4,124 farms, just shy of 1 million acres of farmland in my riding alone. The average farm is just about 240 acres. We have between 13 to 20% of the local farms all sell locally, right to the consumer. Got over 400 farms that sell directly from their farm to the stands or pick your own. The diversity, beef, dairy, pork, poultry, cash crops, orchards in particular. I have some of the best cideries and orchards that produce apples for Canada by large, I think one of the largest percentages. And beef in particular is what my area riding is known for, Madam Speaker. In fact, I have over 200,000 beef cattle alone in a given year. I just wish I could get them to vote, because then my results would likely even be better during federal elections. And so I think that's really something that's really important for us. But the economic impact alone, locally, over 13,400 people employed just on the local food sector side of the House. Over 4,117 businesses, cash receipts of over $1 billion, so which across the province, you know, food alone is responsible for $2.8 billion from the farms in my riding alone, $2.8 billion, Madam Speaker, and total employees across the whole sector of over 42,000 as a direct result of Bruce and Grey counties. And another important note, because I'll get back to it later in my speech, Madam Speaker, is between 54 and 69% of the farms in my area are all small farms, i.e. they're putting forth less than $100,000 in revenue a given year. A few other points I want to highlight, Madam Speaker, that has been brought up by other colleagues here in the House, is just how resilient our farmers are. They don't have the choice that many of us do. It doesn't matter what the weather's like. It doesn't matter what type of personal issues that they're facing. They have to get out there, work through that, and work through the mental health. So it's just something else I think that we as a parliament and the government should be doing, is focusing even more efforts on mental health for our farmers here in Canada. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Ag and Agri-Food, he brought up during his speech, talking about, he highlighted the importance of how he loves to cook. I won't go that route. I'm capable of cooking my Kraft Dinner and my Cheerios every day, and that's about the limit of although I have expanded into chili. But he talks about, too, in his interjection, about the importance of the media and how Canada just doesn't cover how important food and our agriculture sector is here for Canada. And I think it really highlights the point about education, Madam Speaker. We really, and that's I think the importance of this Food Day in Canada, and with this bill, which I'm confident will pass with, I'm I'll be shocked if it doesn't pass with unanimous support, is it's all about education. Further, as I highlighted earlier, Canada can't survive without food, and we need to continue to highlight just what that means going forward, but it's bigger than just the mass production or processing of food. It's about those small family farms. The member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, he talked about being a small-scale farmer himself. Well, I guess I kind of qualify in that boat too. I grew up on the family farm. I own it now. I don't have the 700 ducks, couple hundred chickens, couple hundred turkeys, and geese that I grew up raising. In fact, we hatched them all in the basement. We had the dairy cow that my dad gave my mother for her birthday, that she got to milk twice a day by hand to keep the family fed. But when you have 5 boys, that's all stuff that needs to happen. Recognizing, Madam Speaker, that I'm running out of time, I just want to highlight in my wrap-up that the importance of passing Bill S227 to establish a National Food Day in Canada, it's really all about that. It's about education, but most importantly, it's just about thanking farmers here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As we go to resuming debate, I want to remind the honourable member that unfortunately I'll have to cut her off. So she has about 3 minutes to start her speech. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureux d'exprimer.
Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to express our full support to Bill S227. Food Day in Canada Act.
This private member's bill was introduced, as we've heard, by the Honourable Rob Black in the other place, and we are discussing it here. And I really want to give a kudos to all members on the Agri Committee for working together and demonstrating that we really can see bills like this move quickly, and it'd be good to see more of them come back to this House so that we can see them passed in due time. The Honourable Rob Black was also involved in this past Saturday's event that was held at Kitchener Public Library, where we were remembering Ontario's farmerettes. And it was a really interesting event. I was not able to go in person as I was attending other events, but it was an opportunity to reminisce about the role that women played during the Second World War. There is a new book that details the labor shortages during the Second World War, which sparked the creation of the farmerettes. And I really do also want to give a shout out to Bonnie Sitter, the author and researcher behind the book, who kept a promise to the farmerettes that they would see their story in print. We will see, hopefully next year, these stories also be turned into a play by a theatre company in Blythe, Ontario. The farmerettes and the role they played really began as a movement of women who took over the manual labor jobs in southern Ontario farms while men were serving in the Second World War. The women were compelled to do the work to keep food on the tables of their neighbors. And one of these women included Mary Boucher, who's from the Waterloo region. And this is an individual who has contributed in so many ways. And I spoke with her last week, and it was really interesting to hear her stories and the role she played. And most of the farmerettes are now in their 80s and 90s, and many are no longer with us. But the role they play is instrumental to ensuring that we do ensure that we have good food. This is something that's really important in the Waterloo region. Our community continues to grow, and we're noticing in the Waterloo region we're actually growing up instead of out, so that we protect those farmlands to have good, important food. And I think what's great about this bill is that it provides us an opportunity to celebrate the contribution of this sector to Canada. And it's something that I'm very proud of, and I know it's something that all members are very proud of. We often don't recognize the people who do the work on the ground, and that's where, when it comes to farmers and the farmerettes and their families and the hard work they contribute, it really is something that needs to be celebrated, and this bill will provide yet another opportunity to do so. So I look forward to seeing this debate continue. I look forward to seeing a food day established in Canada, and I'm really pleased to see that members are working together to ensure that we can continue to showcase those contributions. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to continuing this discussion, and I really just want to thank from the bottom of my heart all people who have contributed in the riding of Waterloo, across southern Ontario and Canada, for the role that they play. Please know that it is both noticed and appreciated, and we are grateful to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for Waterloo. I want to remind her that she has 6 minutes and 35 seconds remaining when the debate starts again. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, Ways and Means, resuming consideration of Ways and Means motion number 10 on the budgetary policy and on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Garon.
I believe the opposition whip is rising on a point of order.
Correct, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 43 sub 2A, I would like to inform the House that the remaining Conservative caucus speaking slots are hereby divided in two.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Very good.
Just ask if there's consent for...
We have consent. Everybody's good with that? Agreed. Okay. Resuming debate. The honourable member for... Okay, I'm getting conflicting messages. Elmwood Transcona. Oh, I'm sorry. Questions and comments. I see. We've got it all straightened out. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm assuming the questions from the member from Elmwood and Transcona. And within the budget, I'm sure that there's been great recognition of significant achievement, and that is being the dental program and the expansion of the dental program that's going to cover more Canadians in 2023. But I wanted to add on to that, Mr. Speaker, the grocery rebate program, which is going to help a good number of Canadians in dealing with the cost of inflations that specifically has hit groceries. I know, Mr. Speaker, even the Minister of Justice was just recently in Winnipeg. We went to a local grocery store and experienced firsthand in terms of just the degree in which there has been inflation within groceries, and that aspect of the legislation or the budget is also so very important for people of low income. Would the member maybe provide his thoughts on both?
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much. And inflation certainly has been a real problem. That's no secret to anyone in this House, and it's no secret to any Canadian that has been out there trying to buy groceries in the last year or so. And it is why another doubling of the GST rebate is important, and I think a larger conversation is important to have around a number of income support programs that weren't designed to keep pace with this rate of inflation. And we know that when inflation goes back down to target level, whenever exactly that's going to happen, if it's going to be by the end of this year or next year or 2 years from now, that those prices are still up and they're not going down, which means that those income support programs, whether it's the GST rebate or others that don't factor inflation in, and there are some of those, we need to have a discussion in this country about how we raise the floor for those programs so that they recognize that we have suffered a period of incredible inflation, and that means that the household budgets of Canadians have permanently higher costs. So glad for what I see as a victory for New Democrats who've been pushing for a doubling of the GST rebate, first the initial one and then the second one, and very much open and feeling a sense of urgency about having conversations about other programs, including the establishment of a Canada Disability Benefit, which the government has been promising for a long time, has not given details of what their idea for that is. We know that people living with disabilities in Canada rightly feel an incredible sense of urgency, and did even before the pandemic, let alone this last period of inflation. So let's get down to work, roll up our sleeves, and make sure that we're supporting Canadians who need that help. This doubling of the GST rebate is only a start. There's a lot more work to do. New Democrats stand ready to do it, and to do it expeditiously.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord.
For Woodbridge, Vaughan Woodbridge, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great to see you, Mr. Speaker, this morning. To my honourable member from the wonderful province of Manitoba, I know the honourable member has done a lot of work with private sector unions and public sector unions over the years. He's a great advocate for working Canadians. And I was wondering if the honourable member, through you, Mr. Speaker, can comment on the doubling of the tradespeople tools deduction, which is another measure to help tradespeople and skilled tradespeople across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is certainly important. And of course, one of the other places that we've seen inflation that has been really meaningful in terms of the Canadian economy has been in respect of construction, the cost of inputs to building things. And of course, one of those inputs is the cost of tools. And those have not been spared the effects of inflation in a period where supply has been very tight. So I think recognizing for tradespeople that the cost of their inputs has gone up and ensuring that mechanisms designed to provide some relief for that keep pace with inflation is important. So why New Democrats have been proud to support also the trades mobility tax credit, both in the budget bill and in a private member's bill, to make sure that tradespeople are getting some of the same tax treatment that white-collar workers get when they run their own business. And it's why we're also very proud to have fought for and won in this budget, and we're looking for the legislation to make it true as well, that working people will be represented on the board of the Growth Fund that's going to invest in the new energy economy in Canada. It's really important to have workers' voices at those tables because that transition has to happen in a way that creates good-paying jobs for Canadian workers right here in Canada. And our efforts to ensure that workers have a voice on the board that will be making decisions about the Growth Fund is an example of that, as is our insistence to have real conditions around prevailing wages tied to federal investment in clean tech. So there are a number of wins for workers. It's one of the differences that having New Democrats at the table has made, and we will continue to advocate for benefits like that for workers.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just had 2 riding weeks. Now we're back together for several weeks to come. During my time in Laurentides-Labelle, I met with many of my constituents who are very worried about access to affordable housing. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts. The housing crisis, we've been talking about it for years, especially our party on this side of the House, and also community organizations have been raising the alarm for a long time, such as the Frappe Rue. Is it the same in his riding, the same situation? Are people incredibly worried? And how does he feel that this budget is dealing with the housing crisis?
Transcona.
I want to thank my colleague for raising the housing crisis. And yes, certainly, people in Elmwood-Transcona are feeling the squeeze in housing, just as people across the country from coast to coast to coast. The feeling is different depending on where you are. The problems manifest in different ways, but there's no question that people across the country are feeling those pressures. It's why it was a very specific focus for me in the budget speech to talk about the housing crisis. And then recently I was attacked in the National Post, actually, for some of the comments that I made in this place, which I'll take as a badge of honor, considering some of the positions that paper is want to take on a number of issues, let alone housing. But what I found curious about that criticism was that they said I was misrepresenting the housing crisis in order to defend the Liberals, which couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, my point was that the Liberals and the Conservatives have far more in common on housing policy than anybody else. Why? Because they accept that fundamentally housing is a commodity and that profit should be the ultimate focus of housing policy. And that's been true in this country for over 30 years now, since the Liberals originally cut the National Housing Strategy in 1993. So that was my point. And my point is that we're not going to get past the housing crisis, and we're not going to get to a point where we finally feel that we're making progress on the housing crisis if we don't center housing as a public good in our housing policy instead of housing as a commodity. And my opinion is that as long as we have Liberals and Conservatives running the country, we're not going to get to that point because they are ultimately very concerned to protect profit-making in the housing industry and reluctant to accept the idea that housing is a public good or a human right. And while they may want to do that rhetorically, in their policy, they still don't. And that's why a lot of housing policy, even though the Liberals have done more in the housing policy space than any government since 1993, it's not working. I think there's a reason why it's not working. And, what is capitalism? It's a small number of people owning the means of production and everyone else being exploited. What's happening in our housing market is a smaller and smaller group of people owning the housing and everyone else being exploited. So unless we can be critical of capitalism as a model, we're not actually going to fix housing policy in Canada. That was my point, and actually they're birds of a feather when it comes to that. So sorry to the National Post columns that didn't get the point originally. I hope now it's much more clear, and I thank you for the opportunity to make that clarification.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. 45-second question and a 45-second answer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the colleague from Elmwood Transcona. I always have a little bit of a chuckle when I listen to Conservatives talking about removing the gatekeepers, because my community of Langford is one of the fastest growing municipalities in all of Canada, and all you can see around Langford are construction cranes and new housing projects going up. Despite that, Mr. Speaker, the costs continue to rise for the average family. And so maybe, Mr. Speaker, I'll just ask him to cite that as a particular example, which I'm sure is replicated in many cities across Canada. There is a lot of construction going on, but not really the right kind. And we need to really make sure that we're addressing the needs of Canadian families who cannot afford to buy in the market.
Member for Elmwood Transcona in 45 seconds or less.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the point that I take my colleague to be making there is that if we judge success of housing policy by how much money developers are making, that's not the same as Canadians getting access to housing that they can afford to live in. And so we need to drop this metric as the principal metric and adopt Canadians actually getting housing that they can afford to live in. The thing that I haven't had much of a chance to talk about that I want to mention briefly is employment insurance. When interest rates go up and that for-profit building stops, people get laid off. And right now they don't have an employment insurance system that they can count on to be able to support their mortgage payments or their rent or their groceries for their families. And it's why Liberals better act with a sense of urgency that we haven't seen. And I think a major disappointment about this budget is that they continue to promise employment insurance reform, but it's not coming. They warn of a recession. That is coming, and it's why we need the EI system to be fully reformed, and we need it now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that Canada has made a remarkable recovery from the COVID-19 recession. In fact, over the past year, our country has experienced the strongest economic growth of all G7 countries. What this means is that 865,000 more Canadians are employed today than before the pandemic.
Labor force participation rate for prime-age women in Canada reached a record high of 85.7%, supported by the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Inflation has been falling for 8 straight months, and the Bank of Canada expects it to continue falling to reach 2.6% by the end of the year. This is all encouraging news, Madam Speaker, but there remains much work yet to do. Many people across the country are still feeling the bite of higher prices. Our healthcare system and frontline workers continue to need our support, and we have to make sure that Canada remains competitive and that Canadian workers are at the forefront of the global change in economies taking place around the world, and we want to make sure that Canada seizes the incredible economic opportunity of a net zero future. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, Madam Speaker, I and other members of the government have had the chance to travel across the country and share with Canadians the difference that this will make in their lives. Let's talk about making life more affordable. Our budget proposes targeted support, getting targeted relief to those who need it the most to make them help make ends meet. And, Madam Speaker, through the new one-time grocery rebate, we're going to support 11 million Canadians by putting money in their pockets and making life more affordable. This benefit will mean up to an extra $467 for eligible couples with 2 children, up to an extra $234 for single Canadians without children, an extra $225 for seniors on average. And this will make a real difference for many people, Madam Speaker. Take, for example, a couple that earns about $38,000 to support their 2 young children. Higher prices at the grocery store have strained their already tight budget, and right now they're struggling to make ends meet. I heard these stories when I visited grocery stores in Gatineau, in Edmonton, and in Kelowna, and this grocery rebate will make it easier for them to put food on the table by providing them with $467 right into their wallets. And, Madam Speaker, this is on top of the Enhanced Canada Workers Benefit, the Canada Child Benefit, and the GST credit they already receive. Now, when we're talking about a prudent fiscal approach, je pense que c'est important de noter que le nouveau.
The new grocery rebate will help many Canadians make ends meet without worsening inflation. Canadians obviously want inflation to continue to come down. They want interest rates to come down too, and we agree with Canadians on this. Canada has a proud tradition of fiscal responsibility. The 2023 budget allows us to maintain the tradition.
Maintains that proud tradition, Madam Speaker, and it's a responsible plan. The proof is right in the data. Budget 23 ensures that Canada maintains the lowest deficit and the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the entire G7 of nations. We're making sure that the very wealthy and our biggest corporations pay their fair share of taxes so we can afford to keep taxes low for middle-class families. And we're reducing government spending by more than $15 billion while taking great care not to reduce the services and direct support that Canadians rely on, like healthcare. Le système universel de
Universal healthcare is at the heart of the Canadian identity. Budget 2023 implements the $198 billion investment in public health care that the Prime Minister announced in February. Be it helping every Canadian find a family doctor or reducing delays and backlogs in getting surgery, we will ensure that every Canadian can count on a world-class public health care system.
Not only are we reinforcing the public health care system, Madam Speaker, we're expanding its reach. In fact, since December, our investments have helped almost 250,000 Canadian children receive the dental care they need. But, Madam Speaker, it's not only children who need to go to the dentist. The budget also ensures the creation of the Canada Dental Care Plan. It will provide coverage for uninsured Canadians with annual family income of less than $90,000. And, Madam Speaker, the state of your smile shouldn't be a single of how much money you or your parents make. I can recall kids in school whose teeth told that story, and, Madam Speaker, I was not only the chubby kid, I had bad teeth. And so people made some assumptions about my family, and quite frankly, that shouldn't be the case for anyone in 2023. So we're going to end that, and we're going to deliver healthy smiles across this country. Madame la Présidente, le new...
So the new Canadian Dental Care Plan will begin to be implemented this very year. An effective healthcare system is essential for Canada to prosper, and we will make sure it does.
Now, when it comes to shifts in the global economy, we have to make sure that Canada continues to build a green economy. It's more important now than ever before. In the coming months and years, Canadians are going to navigate two fundamental shifts in the global economy. First, countries are investing heavily to build clean economies and the net zero industries of tomorrow. And it's the most significant industrial transformation since the Industrial Revolution. Et ces changements dans l'économie mondiale.
These changes to the global economy represent a unique opportunity for Canada and for Canadian workers. Last month, in this very chamber, US President Joe Biden spoke of a future based on our shared prosperity. He made it clear that the American economy needs Canada and needs Canadian workers. The United States, like so many of our partners around the world, needs the expertise of our workers. Our allies around the world need the ingenuity of Canadian companies. Canada can also count on its many natural resources. Budget 2023 gives us the tools to seize this historic opportunity.
Tax credits to make sure that we have sustainable investments in the long term, whether it's making sure that we have electricity tax credits, hydrogen tax credits, clean manufacturing tax credits. Madam Speaker, we are going to make sure that Canada's economy is on the train to the 21st and 22nd centuries. And we're improving the already critical tax credit for carbon capture and storage technologies to continue reducing the carbon footprint of our traditional sectors and engage all industries in getting our country to net zero. Nous élargissons la municipalité.
We are expanding eligibility for the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit. The Canada Infrastructure Bank will focus on clean electricity projects. We want to build a green electricity grid that connects Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
that's going to protect our environment, and that's going to make sure that we have sustainable, low-cost electricity for Canadians and for Canadian businesses. Nous allons faire du Canada une...
We'll make Canada a destination of choice in the world for businesses that want to invest in a carbon-neutral future.
Capacity should never be a governor in terms of attracting foreign direct investment to our country, and we're going to make sure that we have plentiful green electricity from coast to coast to coast. With Budget 23, we're going to make Canada a top destination in the world for businesses to invest. And I heard this, and I saw firsthand the difference these supports will make. Traveling to St. John, New Brunswick, to Kelowna, and speaking with entrepreneurs from Victoria, I spoke with them and learned directly from them how our support for working Canadians and making sure that the unions who built the middle class can continue to thrive and deliver good wages and good benefits for Canadians made sense to people when I met with them over these last 2 weeks, Madam Speaker. We're also going to make it easier for workers to learn the skills they need. So, Madam Speaker, our plan means good paying jobs, good careers, and a great country. Madame la Présidente, le budget de...
Madam Speaker, the 2023 budget is a direct response to the challenges and opportunities we face. We propose to help those who have been most affected by inflation in Canada. We are investing in healthcare because it is important to all Canadians.
We are investing in Canadian workers to ensure they have the skills that they need to grow the economy. And Madam Speaker, when I was at the Adonis grocery store in Gatineau and met with families of all ages and said, look, whether you're feeling the pinch of inflation or not, know that we're going to have a grocery rebate for you. We've got the dental care program in place. You've got the child benefit in place. You've got the Canada Child Benefit in place. And they said, thank you for standing on the side of Canadians. Thank you for helping working people. They also love shopping in that particular place. Produce is always fresh. But Madam Speaker, we're going to take the pinch out of inflation. We're going to work with Canadians to see inflation keep coming down. And Madam Speaker, we are going to get on the other side of this inflationary cycle together, and we are investing in a stronger economy, a green economy, because it's the right thing to do now and for future generations. We're investing in a stronger immigration system and bringing to our country a record number of skilled workers to Canada because our growing businesses need that support. We have big things to do, Madam Speaker, and we're going to do just that. Merci beaucoup.
And comments? The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the tourism minister loves Lake Simcoe. I even think he ice fished. And I wonder if he can square the circle for us. We've been waiting in York Simcoe since 2017, since the Liberals canceled the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, and we're still waiting. This government is all talk, no action on the environment, and they've just approved an aerodrome with tantamounts to a fill site in my riding in the environmentally protected watershed of Lake Simcoe. So I wonder if he could square the circle for the residents of York Simcoe on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his vigilance on this file. And I can say that Liberal members of Parliament leaned in very hard on this budget, and there is money in this budget for the Lake Simcoe watershed. There's a whole Great Lake strategy that's part of this budget, Madam Speaker. We take our healthy ecosystem, healthy water systems, whether it's tourism, whether it's growing the economy, whether it's welcoming new businesses, or quite frankly, Madam Speaker, making sure that there are clean waterways for our residents to enjoy, whether it's in Ontario, whether it's in British Columbia, whether it's in Atlantic Canada. Our Clean Water Agency, the Canada Water Agency, is going to be set up coming out of this budget, and there's going to be money for Lake Simcoe.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very simple question for my honourable colleague. It has to do with EI reform. We've already said it, and we've heard it in 2015. There was a first promise made. 2019, a second promise. 2021. And last summer, we were told, oh, it's coming, maximum. But what happened? Up until just before Christmas, we heard promises once again. So what can we say to the workers who are in a black hole, who don't have access to employment insurance because of rules that have gone back to how they were beforehand? Now, Madam Speaker, I don't expect a statement saying that there were 830,000 jobs created after the pandemic. That's not what people want to hear. People who don't have EI want to hear. Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, thank you to my colleague for her question. We completely agree that the EI system needs to be modernised. The Minister continues to study the matter. We are working in close collaboration with workers throughout the country. It is important to modernise the employment insurance system here in Canada. We continue this work. It is very important for workers, and we will deliver the goods. Madam Speaker, that is the duty of our government, and will do so.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Elmwood Transcona.
7.5 years is how long the government has been consulting on changes to the employment insurance system. In the meantime, we've had a global pandemic where we know and knew and still know that the employment insurance system was inadequate to the task. It had to be completely reimagined and changed for the duration of the pandemic. The government has since canceled those rules, saying that the pandemic is over, we don't have a problem. Then we experienced a period of very high inflation. Now we have the Bank of Canada, who, despite fanfare about having a different mandate in the fall of 2021, what I said at the time was that actually they haven't changed the mandate at all. It's still an inflation targeting mandate. That's what the leader of the Conservative Party wanted. It's what he got. And now we have a Bank of Canada that says the unemployment rate is too low, we need to raise it, and we'll actually continue raising interest rates until unemployment comes up. And we have a government that continues to say they're consulting on employment insurance reform when they've had over 7 years and they know very well what needs to be done. When will they do it?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona for his question and his comments on this particular issue. And look, there's work ahead of us on EI modernization. It is a complex, large file. It is a critical file for Canadians, and that's why, Madam Speaker, we stepped in during the pandemic, $511 billion invested in the lives of Canadians, including the CERB, including the CEWS, including things that we needed to get through the pandemic. And Madam Speaker, those investments made a difference. 830,000 more people employed since the beginning of the pandemic, 126% recovery since the beginning of the pandemic, compared to only 112% to our colleagues in the United States, doubling the workers' benefit. Madam Speaker, we have invested now over this fiscal frame $13 billion in the Canada Dental Plan, and when you take a look from 2015 to 2023, the investments we've made for middle-class Canadians, it's making a difference in affordability every day.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and good afternoon or good morning to my honourable colleagues. It is always a pleasure and privilege to rise in this honourable House and today lend my voice and support to Budget 2023. Appropriately titled for our times, A Made in Canada Plan, Strong Middle Class, Affordable Economy, Healthy Future. Madame la Présidente, before I begin my commentary on the direct measures in the budget, I wish to provide my perspective of where we are in the world today. In my view, today we are at a seminal moment in its history, both economically and geopolitically. This happens every few generations, and it is happening today. Madame la Présidente, as a result, we need responsible and bold leadership for the moment we are in, and that measures are up to this seminal moment as both our citizens deserve it and demand it. Let me explain briefly, Madame la Présidente. The post-World War II order of multilateral institutions and the leadership of the United States is being reshaped and in many cases challenged by China and its alliances with countries like Russia, but also by its investments throughout the globe, from Africa to South America. Layering on top of that is that we have also seen a rise in populist governments from the far right to the far left, challenging their individual countries' democracies, and again, the multilateral institutions that were built post-World War II. Economic growth in advanced countries, absent the gyrations from exogenous shocks for decades or normal business cycles, has been slowing across all developed countries due to demographic or aging workforces, due to decline in birth rates, slower productivity gains, and for many countries, excluding Canada, high public debt levels. Thus, Madame la Présidente, the policy choices we make as legislators today have an even greater impact on the standard of living of every single one of our fellow Canadians for years to come. Madame la Présidente, earlier last week, I attended the World Bank and IMF Parliamentary Forum in Washington, and I encourage all my fellow parliamentarians here at home to read the IMF's World Economic, titled A Rocky Recovery, as it becomes abundantly clear that Canada, with its talented and entrepreneurial citizenry, bountiful natural resources, trade agreements including CUSMA, CETA, CPTPP, that uniquely positions our exporters, Canada's immigration system, and our strong fiscal framework, including a AAA credit rating, positions Canada and Canadians in an advantageous manner relative to our global peers in this seminal moment. Our government, through Budget 2023, is building upon so much of what we have done in the last few years by making the targeted and fiscally responsible investments to create opportunities for Canadian workers in a challenging and changing global economy for today and tomorrow. We will strengthen Canada's public health care system because Canadians demand it, with a $198 billion 10-year investment, including over $46 billion in new investments. This investment is particularly important after the stresses seen post-COVID-19, and yes, continue to rise to the challenge of this seminal moment in the world's economic and political history. Madame la Présidente, on the economy front, I spent some time reviewing April's IMF World Economic Outlook, where I wish to read a paragraph on the global prospects and policies. The global economy is yet again at a highly uncertain moment, with the cumulative effects of the past 3 years of adverse shocks, most notably the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, manifesting in unforeseen ways, spurred by pent-up demand, lingering supply disruptions, and commodity price spikes. Inflation reached multi-decade highs last year in many economies, leading central banks to tighten aggressively to bring it back toward their targets and keep inflation expectations anchored, which is very important going forward. Well, Madame la Présidente, what does that mean for Canada, and how does that interconnect with Budget 2023? Well, let me explain. In Chapter 1 of the Global Prospects and Policies, that to achieve strong, sustainable, and inclusive growth will require policymakers here at home to stay agile and pursue the following policies. First, ensure a durable fall in inflation, which is now occurring through the actions of the Bank of Canada. Secondly, safeguard financial flexibility and maintain a strong banking system. Madame la Présidente, we can all be proud as parliamentarians that Canada's banking system is well capitalized, strong liquidity, and very well regulated by our regulatory agencies. Normalizing fiscal policy post-pandemic, check again. We have seen in Budget 2023 via fiscal consolidation and the ending of pandemic-era programs was the appropriate thing to do. And supporting the vulnerable with due to inflation, and particularly the cost of everyday essentials, including food. Well, Madame la Présidente, the grocery rebate in Budget 2023 will again help 11 million Canadians with a family of 4 potentially receiving up to $467 and our seniors $225. This measure falls after the $500 rental rebate and the prior GST rebate. In addition, the changes to the Canada Workers Benefit, which will provide $4 billion over the following 6 years. This year will provide up to $1,428 for single workers and nearly $2,500 for a family. Now, Madame la Présidente, we know that dental care equals health care, but that seeing a dentist can be expensive. With that, we will roll out a national dental care plan to help 1/3 of the Canadian population that currently do not have dental insurance. In my riding alone of Vaughan Woodbridge, nearly 650 kids, last time I checked under the age of 12, have benefited from the temporary dental benefit. Madame la Présidente, I've always stood up and advocated for the hardworking seniors in my riding and across this country, and I'm so glad to see that seniors, when they retire, individuals when they retire, if they lack the dental coverage post-retirement, that they'll be covered, because we know for seniors going to the dentist when they're on fixed incomes, paying for those that visit can mean delaying food shopping for a couple days or even weeks. Madame la Présidente, we cannot forget the investments in a national early learning and childcare plan, which is saving families across the country thousands of dollars and boosting the participation rate of women. For the longer term, Madame la Présidente, and this was where I get particularly even more so excited, is the IMF World Bank identifies 2 major things to ensure strong long-term economic growth and and maintaining Canada's high standard of living. The first one is speeding up the green transition, and secondly, increasing the economy's capacity, which i.e. means we increase supply of certain inputs. Madame la Présidente, Budget 2023, the strategic investments contained therein in our infrastructure, in speeding up the green transition, which we know is creating literally thousands of jobs for Canadians today, is what this bold and responsible leadership calls for, which I alluded to earlier. Madame la Présidente, we are seeing that within Canada's auto sector, with over $20 billion of investment that has been attractive in creating and maintaining thousands of direct and indirect jobs across this country, much like the plant I visited in Alliston, Ontario, the Honda facility last week with the Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know that Canada is now positioned as a leader in the electric vehicle battery supply chain and in the transition the global transition to electric vehicles, which is seeing over $500 billion in capital being put to use as we speak. The measures in Budget 2023, including what I feel is most important, an investment in tax credit for clean electricity to ensure our electricity system can meet the demand for energy consumption in the decades to come. We know, Madame la Présidente, that Canada's electricity system, the last time I checked, it was 85 or 90% that's from clean energy sources. We know we need to get to 100%. We need to lower greenhouse gas emissions, which we are doing. We'll do that. Nuclear, solar, wind, energy storage, hydro are all a part of this transition. This investment into our Canada's electrical grid is one of the most transformational investments we've seen in Canada's infrastructure in decades, I would even argue that it is akin to the build-out of the railroad here in Canada many, many decades ago. An investment tax credit for clean manufacturing, to clean technology manufacturing, supporting Canadian companies in the manufacturing and processing of clean technologies and the extraction of critical minerals will create good middle-class jobs for Canadians today and tomorrow. With that, Madame la Présidente, we are proposing a tax credit equal to 30% of the cost of investments in new machinery and equipment used to manufacture or process clean technology. And we're seeing that across the country today, whether it's in Alberta or Quebec or Ontario or any other province, countries innovating, countries if I can use the example, on the electric vehicle battery ecosystem, taking advantage of those systems. Madame la Présidente, we know innovation in new energy sources will be crucial. And during my time in the constituency, I visited the energy facility in York Region, the first of its kind in North America, where hydrogen is being used in combination with natural gas to heat homes directly in York Region. Madame la Présidente, that is groundbreaking. And with that, Madame la Présidente, our government knows that hydrogen is a part of the future, and that's why we'll be putting in place an investment tax credit for hydrogen, which will be introduced to spur capital to invest in this critical future energy source. Madame la Présidente, the United States may have brought in the Inflation Reduction Act in response to what Canada's been doing for the last 20 years. But we've also responded to ensure that private capital remains in Canada, that jobs are creating in Canada, and we're seeing that on a daily basis by either domestic or foreign corporations investing their dollars here in Canada to create a strong economy, bright futures for Canadians, such as the 3 children that I have, and we'll ensure that we continue to do that in a fiscally responsible manner to ensure that we can pay for the benefits that Canadians deserve while we create good middle-class jobs for Canadians and help those that wish to join the middle class. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague. Now, there are certainly excellent measures in this budget. We can't be against some of them. But I wonder if the Liberals are not skipping some steps. I'd like to hear from my colleague on a couple of aspects. For example, $31 million to be earmarked to a national office to fight foreign interference. Of course, we agree with that, but wouldn't it be better to start with the public inquiry that we've been calling for months before creating this national office? Because in the conclusions of that inquiry, there could be some useful elements. And secondly, there's something that I care a lot about in the budget, the right to reparations, the right to repair, and how can we be sure that goods that we buy in Quebec and Canada can be repaired when they break?
Rich? Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je veux remercier
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question.
The foreign interference question that he asked in the $31 million. I will say this before getting to that part of it. I would say I am completely for a foreign lobbyist registry, whether it's modeled on the U.S. model or the Australian model or some to another extent. We need that to happen, Madame la Présidente. The world is quickly changing and has changed over the last number of decades, and we need to ensure that our election system, that the integrity of our electoral system, it was always maintained that Canadians have full confidence in our election system, and we need to move with consultation but expeditiously on a foreign lobbyist registry. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
The honourable member is this: will he be able to advise us what will be the debt service interest and how does he see this is going forward? Because it would be nice to know the the exact number that based on this budget and how he can see things developing further for the future.
Honourable for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank my honourable colleague and, more importantly, dear friend from Alberta on their very, very important question, and through you, Madame la Présidente. I would say within our fiscal framework, this budget moves us forward where we still maintain our AAA credit rating. We make the strategic investments into our economy and continue to grow our economy, create those good middle-class jobs that Canadians depend on day in, day out, but also ensure that our fiscal framework remains strong, and that is very important to someone like myself. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have to speak about the missing part of this budget, which is housing, any real investment in housing. There was a release today from the National Housing Council saying that the National Housing Strategy is not working, Madam Speaker, and we see very little investment in this budget in housing. Can the member speak to why?
The honourable for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. The area I represent, the region within that area is home to the largest housing builders in the province of Ontario. I've met with several of them over the last 2 weeks, and whether it was for coffee or for lunch, to discuss the state of the housing market, whether it's mid, low, or high rise. And the two unions that build all this housing in Ontario are both have their homes and headquarters and training centres in my riding, so I'm very akin to what is happening in the state of the Ontario housing market, and for that matter, even more so. I will say within the budget, we did launch the $4 billion Accelerator Fund. I know municipalities are quite excited in putting together their applications to ensure we can get housing built faster and we can ensure that Canadians have an affordable place to call home, because I know full well what the cost of housing is now in the area that I represent, and we need to ensure we increase supply, and that is critical to solving the affordability crisis on housing. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Question, the honourable member Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, that answer is insufficient. The Housing Accelerator Fund was announced last year. We are in a housing crisis. We need federal investments every single year. What is the member going to do to ensure the federal government steps up when it comes to the housing crisis?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge, 30 seconds to answer.
I thank the honourable member for their question. As I stated earlier, I'm very akin to what is going on in the housing market in Ontario and the region I represent. There are literally dozens of projects going on. There are over nearly 20,000 units that are under construction currently at the Vaughan Metropolitan Centre in other parts of the city of Vaughan, whether it's mid, low, or high rise. There are applications submitted. Our target in the city of Vaughan believes 42,000 units. I think we have over 60 or 80,000 units under application being considered. I take no lessons from any member, including the member over there, on the state of the housing market here in Ontario or the region I represent. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are struggling worse than anyone has in generations. But with this Liberal government's 2023 budget, I can't help but think that it's missing some pages. I looked and there's pages missing. It has to be the case because there is no vision for the country, Madam Speaker. Where's the plan to make things more affordable? Where does it show the Liberals are focusing on priorities that matter most to Canadians? With this budget, it's clear that the ordinary people, and the truth is, Madam Speaker, the extraordinary people, but the everyday people who live in the small towns, in suburban communities like I represent in York Simcoe, places like Ansnerveld, Belhaven, Cedar Brae, Pefferlaw, Willow Beach, Bradford, are once again on the outside looking in. At 5.2%, inflation is still the highest it's been in 30 years. Prices for everyday items, including groceries, electricity, fuel, and other necessities, continue to skyrocket. It's no wonder 68% of Canadians are concerned they may not be able to afford gasoline. 60% are worried they won't have enough food to feed their family. This might not mean much to this Liberal government and their friends on Bay Street, who profited from the pandemic and who have been well insulated from the increases to the cost of living. They'll say, meat's too expensive? Let them eat lentils. Or respond to higher gas prices by telling Canadians, just go buy an electric car. They do this in complete ignorance of the economic realities working families are facing in Canada. There are Canadians who have resorted to feeding their children Kraft dinner day after day with no end in sight. The newest vehicle most people in my riding can afford is a 10-year-old car. It's not a shiny new EV right off the lot. All of this has become heartbreaking and depressing for Canadians who want so much more for themselves, their children, and their grandchildren. While the Prime Minister and his cabinet jetted across Canada trumpeting this budget, telling people to rack up more debt on their credit cards, I was in my community of York Simcoe doing what I normally do, speaking to everyday residents who live there about what matters most to them. I spoke to a clerk in a hardware store in Sutton who told me she's retired now but had to go back to work and she's working 2 jobs just so she won't go hungry. I spoke to a senior in Baldwin who worked hard her entire life as a personal support worker. She dedicated all of her years towards caring for the vulnerable. This senior has now become vulnerable herself, spending the final years of her life in a trailer park with almost no pension, barely getting by each month. She can't afford to put food on the table or pay for hearing aids, glasses, and other necessities. Desperately in the face of these struggles, she asked me whether a medically assisted dying was available to her, simply because the cost to live had become so expensive. These stories are becoming all too common, Madam Speaker. How is it acceptable that Canadians, people like the senior in my riding, would consider euthanasia as a better alternative to the poverty and hardship imposed on them by the Liberals' fiscal irresponsibility? Sadly, reports in the media over the past year has confirmed this desperation. Many Canadians have taken this option. What does it say about this Liberal government? What does it say about our country, Madam Speaker? When is it easier to access assisted dying in Canada than it is to secure affordable housing or afford groceries or other essentials? With the state of the economy, far too many Canadians are losing hope. They no longer see this country as a place where they can own a home, start or maintain a business, or raise a family. Instead of the Liberals' deflections and false narratives, Canadians from all walks of life, in every industry, in every sector across Canada, require real solutions to tackle skyrocketing inflation and the cost of living crisis. But when we look at the Budget 2023 promises and the commitments by the Liberal to correct their many failures, those solutions are just not there. In fact, the 2023 budget will make matters worse. With this budget, the Liberals are continuing their war on work by increasing taxes and driving up the debt. Under this Prime Minister's, Canada's federal debt for 2023-2024 is projected to reach $1.22 trillion. That's nearly $81,000 per household in Canada. $10,000 more than the income of most families in York Simcoe. This amount this government is spending on servicing this debt is almost as much as it's sending to the provinces to healthcare transfers. It's no wonder that in my riding of York Simcoe, we have few doctors, no hospital, no physical hospice. It's completely outrageous, Madam Speaker. But this speaks to one of the problems with the budget and with the Liberals' approach to the economy in general. Instead of addressing the wider issues, the government will point to narrowly applied measures they're funding and say, job done. Take the completely unattainable housing market, for instance. The Liberals' only plan is a fall tax-free home savings account. How does this out-of-touch government expect new and young Canadians, already struggling with inflation, wage stagnation, and the cost of living crisis, to dedicate $8,000 of their income per year to this scheme? And with the minimum down payment in Canada exceeding $122,000, the FHSA limit of $40,000, Madam Speaker, it's almost laughable. Even if aspiring homeowners could afford to put away $8,000 over 5 years. The Liberals may say they've now solved the housing affordability crisis, but Canadians can see that this budget won't result in any additional houses being built, or a family afford a home that otherwise couldn't. Budget 2023 also fails our Canadian farmers, our food security. Our country should be a global leader in agriculture production. I've always said, Madam Speaker, you can move a General Motors plant, but you can't move a farm. But instead, the Liberals have stacked the deck against our farmers with fertilizer tariffs, carbon taxes, lack of energy infrastructure like natural gas, or upgraded hydro infrastructure. This has made it a struggle for Canadian farmers to be able to compete in the global market while ensuring our own food security here at home. The meager proposals in Budget 2023 do little or nothing to mitigate these challenges and support the people who grow our food. Finally, I note that Budget 2023 contains a promise for some small funding, very small, Madam Speaker, for Lake Simcoe, shared between all the Great Lakes across Canada and most freshwater lakes and rivers in Canada. This is the fourth promise of funding from the lake from the Liberals since they canceled the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund in 2017. Residents who live in the watershed or rely on the lake for drinking water are sick and tired of the broken promises. They know the Liberals are all talk, no action when it comes to the environment. Band-aid solutions and micro-targeted measures might sound good at a podium at the Empire Club or a WEF forum, but they don't result in any meaningful relief for Canadians carrying the financial burden of the Liberals' economic failures. The Prime Minister is spending more than $120 billion in Budget 23. And what do we have to show for this? This out-of-control spending. What is the result of the Liberal spending after 8 years? Ask yourself that. Any Canadian who has had to sit in a hospital waiting room, try and buy children's medication, buy or rent a house, renew their passport, take a flight, or pay their taxes will tell you, not much, Madam Speaker, sadly. We have no domestic manufacturing capacity here, and across every sector, growth is in decline. Where is the productivity? And that's after ballooning, think about this, ballooning the size of the federal government 30%. Bigger, costlier government, more red tape, but guess what, Madam Speaker? Worse outcomes for Canadians. Fundamentally, the most important purpose of this budget was to restore the formula that worked in this country for the better part of 156 years. That if you work hard, you should be able to provide for your family, work towards your dreams, and give back to your community. The fact is, Madam Speaker, this budget isn't actually missing pages, but it's missing meaningful action to fix that broken formula, and I will be voting no to this budget.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we knew the member was going to be voting no to the budget even before the budget was tabled, Madam Speaker. You know, there's so many inaccuracies and misinformation within what it is the member is suggesting. If you take a look at it, Madam Speaker, he says, well, you know what? The government is spending too much money. We got too much of a debt. And then he goes on and he talks about, well, we're not doing enough. We should be spending more. Let me use a specific example. He talks about the senior that's in a mobile home. And he talks about, well, the tragedy, and we're not doing anything for that senior. That particular senior is getting the grocery rebate, Madam Speaker. That particular senior is getting the dental benefits, both of which this member is voting against, Madam Speaker. That senior is getting the 10% increase if he or she is over 75, and if not, because of GIC, it's been greatly enhanced, all of which Stephen Harper would never have done. Why should anyone believe the Conservative Party of today, Madam Speaker, when they have absolutely nothing when it comes to a plan for Canadians?
For York Simcoe.
I'm not sure if that was a question, Madam Speaker, but I'm happy to speak to my honourable colleague. You know, the member from Winnipeg North prides himself on getting out and speaking to his constituents as I do. And in my riding, residents are concerned about health care. Can you imagine York Simcoe, Northern GTA? People in my riding, Madam Speaker, always feel like we're forgotten. We don't have a hospital. No hospital in York Simcoe. Can you imagine that? We don't have a physical hospice in York Simcoe. These are all the things. I represent agriculture in York Simcoe, the soup and salad bowl of Canada, I call it. And the carbon tax is actually just, it's killing our farmers, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm going to hold back from mentioning some of the things that my colleague said because with regard to medical assistance in dying, well, we could talk a long time about about what it's like to be by the bedside of someone who suffered for 8 years waiting to be eligible for medical assistance in dying. But with regard to our seniors, I'd like to hear what he thinks about the budget with people who are using the guaranteed income supplement, who want to work, they would like to be working, and we know that there's a solution that's been talked about for years to make the system more flexible so that these people can take on a few more hours at work. But here, we're being told about reducing the cost of groceries and dental care. Well, I'd like to hear from my colleague about the two-tier system for seniors.
York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a question. You know, it was heartbreaking to go out and visit these seniors. You know, the first trailer I went to, you know, the gentleman told me he's eating Kraft dinner to stretch his week. I go to the next area, and of all things, there's people actually lined up. There was 3 people looking at used shoes in tubs because they didn't have any money. You know, the senior I spoke about working at 2 jobs at Home Hardware had to go back to work. This government punishes hard work, and we have to stop punishing hard work and support our Canadian workers.
Questions and comments? Brief question, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
One of the real issues that we're dealing with the climate catastrophe that's looming, and we certainly see Conservatives don't even believe that there's a climate crisis. The Liberals have been sitting doing nothing. New Democrats have pushed them to get action, to invest in clean energy like what Biden's doing. We now have $85 billion committed, and it's tied to ensuring that there's good union jobs, good wages. So these aren't MIC jobs. These are good jobs. And this is the support that we've gotten from Alberta energy workers who called on this. So I'm asking my colleague, will he stand with us and keep pushing this government to make sure that these jobs are there in the clean tech sector that's taking a revolutionary approach around the world?
A brief answer from the member for York Simcoe.
What I can tell the member is I will always stand up for farmers. And here's the funny thing. In my riding in the soup and salad bowl of Canada, Madam Speaker, the Holland Marsh, I've got half the riding on propane. My farmers can't even get natural gas infrastructure. 35% tariff on fertilizer. Where's the money going? Overseas. They're sending money to Asian Infrastructure Bank. People in my riding feel like they're on the outside looking in. They've had enough. They want to do the right thing. They want to cut their costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, it's a privilege for me to rise in this House to speak for those I proudly represent, the people of Lévis-Lotbinière. Right off the bat, I'd like to tell you that where I come from, we don't have the same definition of budget or how to keep a budget as the Prime Minister seems to. Madam Speaker, on March 28th, the Finance Minister and the very spendthrift Prime Minister showed us for an 8th year in a row that the Liberals are incompetent. They also demonstrated how skilled they are at putting us in a financial abyss that we have sunk into despite what we wanted. We also have so much debt interest to pay, we will never even be able to put a dent in it in our lifetimes. The Prime Minister is proud to wear the same rose-colored glasses as the Minister of Finance, but it gets worse. The Prime Minister is out of touch with the reality that people have in Canada. The Prime Minister thinks that we are the envy of the G7. I'd like to demonstrate in this House that we are in fact becoming more poor and more destitute. When it comes to this budget, First, I'd like to tell you that I'm very frustrated by words which ring hollow coming from the Prime Minister, especially the words budget and economy. This leads me to an important question. Does the Prime Minister know what a piggy bank is, Madam Speaker? You know, the little pink piggy bank. The Prime Minister appeared on Tout le monde en parle on April 2nd. He talked about a huge sum of money that we shouldn't dig into because we will need it for tough times and contingencies. A big pot of money that we could use to return to balanced budgets within 5 years. We could, that is, if the Prime Minister could do math. I think that the Prime Minister sees this big amount of money as a bounty or an unlimited jackpot for him to spend. The issue, though, is that we don't have any more money. The Prime Minister's big investments are being made on credit. We have interest to pay back, and the interest we have to pay back, I can't even fathom how much it is. It's stacks upon stacks of bills that would fill up the biggest of warehouses. It's a disgrace. The Prime Minister is an exceptional spendthrift. The Prime Minister is the prime example of someone who never had to collect pennies, hard-earned pennies, to put them in his piggy bank as a child. For the average Canadian, $1 is still worth something. $1 is $1. Canadians are not made of gold. The Prime Minister, though, is going to spend $43 billion for new spending with the unconditional support of our NDP friends. It's a lovely love story, which is costing us a lot, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister, who is at the helm of Canada, has never had to make difficult choices, the types of difficult choices that thousands of Canadian families are making nowadays. And I'm not referring to the difficult choice between buying a large TV on credit or subscribing to TV services. No, we're talking about the difficult choices like choosing between having enough to eat, paying one's electricity bill, or making one's car payment in order to be able to drive to work. Under this Liberal NDP coalition, Madam Speaker, we are not being led by two teams which put their heads together to give Canadians more money. On the contrary, what we have are two political parties who've put their heads together to spend even more money. Money taken from Canadians' piggy banks because these parties have run out of money, the taps are dry, and it's worse, actually, because the government is spending the savings of generations of Canadians who have not even been born yet. The big pot of money, the big bank, well, it's broken and it's empty. The Liberal NDP coalition is hurting democracy in Canada and hurting democracy in our institutions. Canadians did not vote for this hypocrisy during the last election, but this isn't the first time in Canadian history where a party, which will never form government, schemes with Liberals in order to achieve their goals illegitimately and undemocratically. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring up another word we heard on April 2nd, another word the Prime Minister doesn't seem to know the definition of, and that is austerity. Since when does being reasonable, being fiscally responsible, exercising judgment, and using common sense, since when did that become synonymous with austerity in Canada? I'll tell you about austerity. Canadians, they're tightening their belts. They may have higher salaries, and yet they still can't make ends meet. Inflation just keeps rising, and it's driving up mortgage costs. Housing prices are on the rise. Grocery prices are high. The necessities of life are expensive. Before the Liberals took office, Canadians were spending 39% of their monthly income on housing costs. Today, that number is up to 62%. In fact, just last week, I was heartbroken once again when I had to help a family in my riding, a family with 3 children who could no longer afford housing or food. The pandemic, along with the cost of living, is squeezing millions of Canadians who have no more savings, no more access to credit. They are running out of money, of financial resources. Many Canadians are skipping one meal a day. Food banks have more users than ever. Where and when will this end, Madam Speaker? Now, I'm not disparaging green energy, the energy of the future. We're all working toward that. In fact, the Conservatives were the first to offer tax credits for eco-efficient measures. But you know what? I predict that there will be more and more people using solar energy, but not for the same reasons. It'll be because they can no longer afford to put a roof over their heads and food over the table. They'll be living outside. That's what I mean by using solar energy. It's a tragedy, Madam Speaker. Canada is the G7 country with the fewest housing units per 1,000 people. And in fact, the amount of housing available for 1,000 Canadians has been decreasing steadily since 2016 as a result of a strong increase in the Canadian population. We would have had to build 100,000 additional housing units between now and 2016 to maintain a stable population to housing unit ratio. We are now well below the G7 average, and we're a far cry from what the Liberals have promised. According to the CMHC, Canada needs 3.5 million more housing units than anticipated in order to get back to accessibility. The Prime Minister, he struts around saying that we're going to bring in foreign workers in order to address labor shortages. Meanwhile, we can't house people in Canada adequately. We can't house those who are homeless or even Canadian families or seniors. Since the Liberals took office, mortgages and home prices have almost doubled. Stress and anxiety are baked into the lives of millions of Canadians now. Parents, children, grandparents are worried. They're watching opportunities disappear before their very eyes in Canada. Many Canadians never would have believed that they'd be financially insecure. At this point, they're living in a nightmare, except they won't wake up from this nightmare. In 8 years with these Liberals, we have ended up in a nightmare. Legalizing marijuana didn't help at all. As a result of legalizing marijuana in other countries, crime rose. That's what we're experiencing. Crime has risen by 32%. There's also been an increase in mental health problems. Big surprise that this occurred after legalizing marijuana. There has also been a rise in drug addiction and deaths due to drug use. But the Liberals just had to legalize drugs. They just had to, no matter what. What a beautiful legacy they've left Canada. Shameful. Not so long ago, Canadians felt that we could solve problems with politics, with policy, but that was before the Liberals came to power. The Liberals are ruining our future. The best way to fix this will be to get rid of them. If the Prime Minister had been careful with our savings, then we wouldn't be in this situation. With the Liberal NDP coalition, there is an issue, a big problem. Canadian workers from all social groups are now paying way too much taxes because this Liberal government is wasting too much money. The 2023 budget is just more of the same. It increases taxes, it creates more inflationary deficits, and that's why I'll be voting against it in order to support those who work hard for their money and who know how to save. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Our Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And when I look at the budget, what I see is a budget that is very much a reflection of what it is that Canadians want to see. We get firsthand look at that, Madam Speaker, when we see in the past week, we've had, for example, the Prime Minister touring the country, having town halls. In Winnipeg, he was just in the relatively close to the north end, met with tradespeople, and the feedback that we're receiving is actually very encouraging. Realizing, of course, Madam Speaker, that there's still more work to be done, and we will continue to work to ensure that the budget and legislative measures that are brought forward in the House are reflective in terms of what it is Canadian expectations are. My question for the member is, can you explain to Canadians why it is that the Conservative Party committed to voting against the budget even before they knew what was in the budget?
The Honourable Député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My answer is very simple. Canadians are struggling to access housing or to buy a house. There's absolutely nothing in this budget that is going to guarantee a good future to Canadians who need housing. Over the past 8 years under this Liberal government, home prices have doubled or maybe tripled. Access to housing has become much too expensive, especially as compared with the income that Canadians have. It's really shameful. This government is pushing Canadians outside to sleep in the streets. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to my colleague, I think it's important to be cautious when we talk about money. In this House, there are often bills which aim to help our economy. For example, C-10 and C-11, the Broadcasting Acts, also supply management bills. The Conservatives, here's my question for my colleague. In committee, the Conservatives sometimes change their mind, and they should really be helping us to find solutions to current problems. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said, the Conservative government. I think she can envision Canada's future. In a few months, we will have a lot to fix. I hope our colleagues will help the Conservative government give hope back to Canadians.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, in the last federal election in 2021, I campaigned extensively on dental care. And I, for one, am very proud that I'm actually helping and forcing this government to deliver. Last year, for children under the age of 12, this year, children under the age of 18, persons with disabilities, seniors. And, you know, it's fine if the Conservatives want to vote against those measures. I guess my question is, once we move towards a full program that's implemented, can the Conservatives commit today to keeping that program in place, or are they going to dismantle it and force low-income families to fend for themselves, as is the status quo right now?
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a nice idea, but our party feels that health care is a provincial responsibility. If the Liberal NDP coalition had given more health transfers to provinces, then provinces would have offered more services to Canadians. The Liberals want to centralize everything through Ottawa, but it's in our Constitution, health care is provincial jurisdiction.
Bref question. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member of Milton. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House of Commons today to speak on Budget 2023, our government's plan to build a stronger, more sustainable, and more secure Canadian economy for everyone. Budget 2023 is a made-in-Canada plan that builds a stronger middle class, affordable economy, and a healthy future from coast to coast to coast. Canadians have demonstrated their strength and resilience over the last few years as global economies have moved towards recovering from the COVID recession. In Canada, we have seen 830,000 more Canadians employed than before the pandemic, near record low unemployment, and a record 85.7% labor force participation rate for Canadian women, which has been supported by our Canada-wide system of affordable early learning and childcare. In Budget 2023, our government is responding to global economic challenges by delivering new targeted inflation relief to the Canadians who need it most, strengthening our universal public health care system, rolling out a new Canadian dental care plan for millions of Canadians, and making transformative investments to build Canada's clean economy and create good middle-class jobs across Canada. We understand and recognize the importance of investing in affordable housing, which is why our government is committed to ensuring that every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home. I've met with my constituents in Surrey Centre who have expressed their concerns with the rising cost of housing and the barriers to being a first-time homeowner. To confront those barriers, our government has announced significant investment and support for the reallocation of funding, which will amplify the construction of new affordable homes for the Canadians who need it most. To support our community's most vulnerable and those experiencing homelessness, Budget 2023 will deliver over $500 million to achieve our goal of ending chronic homelessness through Reaching Home, Canada's homeless strategy. In Budget 2022, our government committed to introducing a tax-free first home savings account. The implementation of this plan would provide prospective first-time homebuyers the ability to save $40,000 with the benefit of a tax deductible. Budget 2023 has delivered on this commitment, and we are happy to announce that as of April 1st, financial institutions are now able to start offering the tax-free first home savings account to Canadians. In fact, I was in the elevator today, and I saw the first ads going up for this first-time home savings account for Canadians. In addition to affordable housing, the rising costs at the grocery stores have affected many Canadians. The increased prices on essential goods have caused many to go without. Budget 2023 is committed to providing new, targeted inflation relief to the Canadians experiencing food insecurity. Budget 2023 proposes to introduce a one-time grocery rebate, providing $2.5 billion in targeted inflation relief for 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families. The grocery rebate will provide eligible couples with 2 children with up to an extra $467, single Canadians without children up to $234, and seniors with up to $225. COVID-19 created and exacerbated challenges for Canada's healthcare system. We recognize that many Canadians do not have a family doctor and that the healthcare workers are still recovering from their tireless efforts during the pandemic. We recognized how crucial our universal healthcare system is for the well-being of Canadians and the importance of supporting provinces and territories in delivering better healthcare results regardless of where you live. Budget 2023 delivers the government's plan to provide an additional $198 billion over 10 years, including $46.2 billion in new funding for provinces and territories. We believe that all Canadians deserve access to healthcare services. However, we recognize that many rural and remote communities lack access to primary health care due to the shortage of health professionals. Our government addressed this shortage in Budget 2022, announcing a 50% increase to the maximum amount of forgivable Canada Students' loans for doctors and nurses working in unserved rural or remote communities. This year, our government has proposed $45.9 million over 4 years, with $11.7 million ongoing to expand this program to more rural communities. Our government is committed to retaining doctors from coast to coast to coast so that every Canadian has access to primary health care. In 2021, it was my personal promise to the people of Surrey Centre that I will advocate and push to have a Simon Fraser University primary care medical school for Surrey, for the primary purpose of primary care, rural medicine, and Indigenous care. I am proud to say that it's moving ahead with the provincial government already committing $6 million. It's expected to open and taking its first students in 2026, and in short order after that, to have a full school thereafter. An important component of our health is access to dental care. However, many children go without these critical services due to their costs. The Canada Dental Benefit is now providing eligible parents with direct, upfront, tax-free payments to cover the cost of dental care for their children under the age of 12. To date, our government has supported more than 240,000 children across Canada who are now able to go to the dentist. In Budget 2023, we plan to expand this program to 18 and under, 65 and older, and those suffering with disabilities, and deliver a transformative investment of $13 billion over 5 years and provide $4.4 billion ongoing to implement the Canadian Dental Care Plan. This plan will provide dental coverage for uninsured Canadians with an annual income of less than $90,000. Immigration has historically and continues to reunite families and contribute to the Canadian economy. The global pandemic changed how we could process immigration requests. Canadians and newcomers were forced to experience unacceptable wait times. To address this, our government has adopted new technologies, streamlined processing, and made significant new investments, including $135 million in 2022-2023 to address immigration application backlogs. In doing so, 5.2 million applications for permanent residence, temporary residence, and citizenship were processed in 2022. Our government committed to implementing these new technologies to move more key services online, including confirmation of permanent resident status, introducing online citizenship testing, and ceremonies. Our government recognizes that the cost of living has affected all Canadians and that students pursuing an education need support. Budget 2023 proposes to enhance student financial assistance starting August 1st, 2023. This proposal includes increasing Canada's student grants by 40%, which can provide up to $4,200 for full-time students, raising the interest-free Canada student loan limit, and waiving the requirement for mature students to undergo credit screening in order to qualify for federal student loans. Waiving. Budget 2023 will make life more affordable, provide improved healthcare services for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, provide targeted funding for students, workers, and encourage investments in the green energy economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend across the way for his speech. But I wanted to just draw to his attention that in this budget, there is, again, no commitment to increasing funding for the Canadian Armed Forces. What we see in the last report from NATO is that Canadian investment in our armed forces and our collective defense with our allies has fallen to 1.29% of GDP rather than the 2% where it's supposed to be. And that's down from 1.34 just a couple of years ago. So under these Liberals, the government continues to allow spending to erode. And as the member knows from his recent trip to Taiwan, that how important collective defense is and how we are dealing in these times of great power rivalry with the communist regime in Beijing and with the corrupt kleptocrats in the Kremlin and the war in Ukraine, that we need to be standing on guard. So will this member ensure that his government make the proper investments in the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure that we have enough staff, which are currently down 10,000 members, and ensuring that we have the equipment to do the tasks that our military are also often called upon to do?
Service Centre, m'avez pas donné de temps.
The member, and yes, I firsthand witnessed the needs of Canadian military and Canadians' defense needs on our trip to Taiwan, noting that many countries rely on us and our support and our allies. I think Canada's commitment to NORAD, Canada's commitment to NATO, Canada's commitment to the fight against Russia's war against Ukraine has demonstrated that we push above our weight. We're committed. We've just ordered the F-35s, a new fleet of fighter jets, and we'll continue to make the necessary investments, just as we are doing in NORAD and more radar stations. And when it comes to human resources challenges, I think we're facing that across the board in Canada, not only in our military, it's across in government and it's across in the private sector. And for that, we're doing as much as we can to gain immigration, to give more opportunities and fill that almost 1 million employment gap that we have in Canada right now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia for his intervention. He'll remember, of course, our colleague Jack Harris, who used to be the Member of Parliament for St. John's East. And in the previous Parliament, he introduced a motion, a non-binding motion, asking for this House to affirm support for dental care for low-income families. Now, at that time, Madam Speaker, the Liberals did vote against it. And I'm glad that the NDP has pressured them to see the light. So maybe, Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague can talk about his own personal journey going from being against dental care to now fully supporting and realizing the important benefits it's going to provide to families, not only in my community, but his as well.
The Honourable Member Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a good question. But I think Canada's road to recovery was a big challenge after the Harper government. There was a lot of things that needed to be done in Canada. I think we had to make a commitment to the Canada Child Benefit, which I firsthand saw, giving checks to millionaires' families, but taxing those that were much in need. We need to give $10 a day childcare, something that needed to be done to give particularly women a greater opportunity and participation in the labor force, which we're now seeing the results in. And we needed to work on healthcare in general, and I think the timing was now right for a dental care plan, and I want to thank my colleagues on the NDP for supporting that. But this is a joint initiative, and I'm glad that when Parliament works together, we can solve a lot of things, and we'll continue to do so in the near future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
A member for Surrey Centre spoke about the First Home Savings Account in his speech. It's expected to cost at least $1.4 billion a year, but it's disproportionately going to go to higher income Canadians. Families, for example, that have the means to gift their kids or grandkids a $40,000 tax-deductible, tax-sheltered nest egg. I wonder if he'd comment on his interest in potentially working to improve what is being proposed right now, or redirect those funds to what we do need, investments to build the non-market affordable housing that would help address the housing crisis that we're in. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. It's a great question. Look, we have a national housing strategy. We have $86 billion over 10 years committed to that. This is not a small feat. These are additions to that to expand that. We began by helping those that are homeless, those that need an extra hand. Our residential construction financing initiative helps exactly those. Those are not market housing to give more affordable housing. $26 billion has been injected into that, if not more. $10 billion was just in the last fall economic statement, so that was another $10 billion at that time. So we are working in all facets of it. This first-time homebuyer savings account is one tool in the tool chest, but it's not an exclusive tool in the tool chest. And we'll look at other ways to modernize it, to perfect it, and to make it better so that it helps all families.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today to discuss Budget 2023, which is, of course, a Made in Canada plan to build a strong middle class, an affordable economy, and a healthier future. And in this budget, we're proposing many, many measures to make life more affordable from coast to coast to coast, to improve service delivery for Canadians, and to achieve better tax fairness, to strengthen our healthcare system, and to develop a cleaner economy and invest in clean electricity. Madam Speaker, it's nice to be back in the House of Commons after just 2 weeks back home for Easter, for Vaisakhi, for Passover, for Ramadan. We also celebrated other events in my riding. We raised a flag for Sikh Heritage Month, as well as for Autism Awareness Month, and many other important causes. And Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit quite a few businesses. I did 3 school visits, 2 high school visits set up by 2 incredible co-op students, Abigail from Milton District and Ariana from St. Francis Xavier. And I had the chance to speak to over 400 students at those 2 visits alone, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to reflect on some of those conversations that I had with students in my riding, because as I always say, whenever I go into a classroom, an auditorium, or a gymnasium to talk to young people in Canada, I always say, you might not have a vote, but you do have a voice. And I like to be able to bring their voices to the House of Commons because they have the most invested in the future. And I think this really is a budget for the future and a budget that is designed for that generation. Most specifically, though, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about what we're going through right now and what we're doing to develop a clean economy for the first half of my speech, at least. In the last couple of weeks, I had the chance to visit 2 electric companies. These are companies that build components for decarbonization, for electric vehicles, for pretty much all the things that we don't understand. I'm not an electric engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but the components that Phoenix Contact have been building for the last 80 years, and many of them built in Milton, Ontario, really do fuel that electrification future that we talk about. And if somebody were to open up an electric car charger and look inside, a lot of those components would be made and assembled in Milton, Ontario, and they were really, really grateful for this budget, Madam Speaker, primarily because it's clear that we're investing in decarbonization and a green economy of the future and building more good union jobs in places like Milton that are getting us closer and closer to that net zero future that we know is so necessary. And Canada is really leading the way in that regard. Canada is demonstrating to countries around the world that it's not only important to invest in a green future, but you really don't have a plan for the economy of the future unless you have a plan for the environment too. And that is true of Budget 2023, Madam Speaker. The other company that I visited was called Eaton Canada up on Industrial Drive. Really, we toured the shop floor with the Minister of Federal Economic Development for Southwestern Ontario. We got to walk around, visit with a couple of the workers on the floor, and see some of the really incredible innovations that are happening right there in Milton, building components for not just electric vehicles, but all sorts of electric components that go into things that run on electricity rather than fossil fuels, and it was really, really extraordinary. They also reflected on the value of this budget, in particular the investment tax credits for clean electricity, for green technology, and for all of the innovations that are necessary to get us to net zero by 2050. And Madam Speaker, we also did a couple of visits to small businesses in my riding, reflecting on the measure in Budget 2023 to reduce credit card fees. I know hardly anybody that brings cash with them anymore. When they're buying something small, you go in for a coffee and you pay $4.50. I always feel a little bit sheepish about pulling out my phone or credit card when paying for something under $5 because I know that small business has the burden of those credit card fees. And I'm thrilled that in Budget 2023, we are tackling that head on. We're going to try to reduce them by 27%, and that, Madam Speaker, will save small businesses across this country upwards of $10 billion over the next decade. That's extraordinary. That improves productivity. That allows them to hire more employees. That increases their profits and allows them to keep prices low, and that's an advantage for small businesses like the Butcher Bar in Milton, where I went for an espresso with the minister, sat down and had a coffee and discussed some of these measures. As people were coming in and out buying their groceries, I also had the opportunity to discuss with them the rising costs of groceries and why they thought groceries were so expensive. Madam Speaker, constituents in my riding of Milton, they know that inflation is real. It's hitting them in the pocketbooks. It's hitting them in the shopping cart, and they want a little bit of help. So they were really, really grateful that the grocery rebate was also part of Budget 2023. The grocery rebate is going to invest upwards of $467 back into the pockets of Canadian families who are just trying to pay their bills. They just want to be able to go to the grocery store, fill up their cart with good, nutritious food, and bring it home to their families without experiencing these rising costs that are definitely the case around the world. And many of my constituents reflected on the fact that they recognize that inflation in Canada is lower than other places, but that's cold comfort to families who are just trying to make ends meet. So that $467 is going to go a really long way to support the pocketbooks and the finances of families in Milton and right across this country. Madam Speaker, the other reflection that I made at one of the school visits, actually, I think it was at Milton District High School, was the fact that Budget 2023 puts into place the fact that student loans, Canada student loans, will be interest-free forever going forward. That includes Canada apprenticeship loans for those who are going to college or doing a trade apprenticeship. My youngest constituents in high school were thrilled when they heard that. And you know what? They'll never actually know interest on student loans, and that's the best part. They're not going to have to experience that burden. In fact, there was 5 or 6 teachers in the room when I brought this up, and a lot of the students were kind of looking at me like going, okay, yeah, that'll save me like a couple $100 or a couple $1,000. But it was the teachers that were there in the room that all have master's degrees in education who took a big breath out and they were like, wow, that's actually a huge thing for young people. They'll never actually know how much money they're saving because that burden will never be placed on them in the first place. So that'll allow young people to get their first start when they finish school and go off and get their first job. They'll be able to start saving sooner and perhaps invest more quickly into that tax-free first-time homebuyers bank account, which is another measure in this budget that is going to support the futures of young people in Milton. A couple of questions that I received after my speech at St. Francis Xavier were about housing affordability. And today we've heard a couple of reflections on housing affordability, Madam Speaker. And I want to point out that the National Housing Plan that this government has put forth over the last couple of years still has quite a lot of money to invest across the country. We're still seeing the Minister of Housing make announcements across the country in various communities, particularly like places like Halton, where I grew up and am thrilled to be able to represent affordable housing in places like Halton, which are, without having to put a finer point on it, quite wealthy. Halton is a very, very fortunate community. I think when I looked at the rankings of the socioeconomic status of the various ridings in Canada, Milton was in the top 10. And I want to recognize that a lot of other ridings, many communities aren't as fortunate as those in Milton specifically. But me, Madam Speaker, I grew up in community housing at the Chautauqua Co-op. And I'll never lose sight of the fact, and I'll always remember that non-market housing solutions are going to get us towards a more affordable housing ecosystem in Canada. And I was reflecting on a couple speeches just before we went on break from members from various parties on solutions, what they think of solutions for the housing and affordability crisis in Canada. And I always come back to the fact that co-op housing, community housing, quality, supportive housing is the direction that we ought to be going in, and I'm glad to see $1.5 billion in the previous year's budget, which hasn't all been spent, gratefully, so there's still lots of work to do, as is there's plenty of funding left in the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is just coming online now for municipalities like Milton to find some really innovative solutions to house more people more affordably in their communities. Madam Speaker, one of the other visits that I was able to do was to a dentist's office. I went by Mill Ridge Dental to see Dr. Sinan to discuss the dental plan that our government, the dental benefit that our government, and before I get a question from the NDP about it, it's great to see that the dental benefit is working for so many Canadians, and it is an example of how Parliament can work together and achieve mutual goals and common objectives. And I spoke to one family with 4 kids. Both the parents are independent contractors, so they're kind of self-employed. They don't have benefits. So the dental care program is going to make it possible for those kids to see a dentist, to get their teeth cleaned, to fill a cavity, and to make sure that their smiles are healthy. And it was important to note, Madam Speaker, that Dr. Sinan pointed out that dentists don't just do work on teeth. It's about oral care, oral health, and full body health. There's a lot of things that can be diagnosed by looking into a young person's mouth. And it was great to see Dr. Sinan, and I know that they're grateful for the dental benefit, and so am I. And I'd be happy to take a couple of questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, oh my gosh, Kelowna Lake Country? No. Oh, Kent Lambton, Middlesex, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. He referred to the grocery rebate in his speech, which we know on this side of the House is a GST rebate rebranded to be a grocery rebate. And I have heard from many people in my riding the affordability of groceries, inflation. We've been studying it at the Agriculture Committee, and some of the reasons why we're seeing an increase in prices is because of some of the policies that the Liberal government has made, which makes it more unaffordable for farmers to produce food, which then the prices and the costs are passed on down the line to the consumers. So I'm just wondering if my colleague cares to comment on how the government could actually look at policies to help farmers stay in business and keep their costs down so that we can have food security in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to have an opportunity to talk about agriculture and farming because my community of Milton, being one of the most diverse in the country, has quite a lot of farmers and food producers as well. And one of the issues that came up at my last agriculture and farming town hall was the cost of fertilizer. And I'm really glad that that was identified as a problem and solutions were provided in Budget 2023 so that we can ensure that Canadian farmers are able to produce food, regardless of the challenges, the market challenges that are occurring right now due to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the pressures that's putting on various fertilizer markets around the world. So, Madam Speaker, I'm always there for my farmers across Halton. My family, when they immigrated from Holland to a community not that far away from my colleagues' riding, they farmed apples and tobacco, Madam Speaker, and every time I take a bite out of an apple, as I did from La Rose, I got a great Honeycrisp the other day. I thank a Canadian farmer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his intervention. And the dental care issue is significant. I had a chance to tour St. Clair College and want to congratulate Patty France on her upcoming retirement, the first women president of the college, and also John Fairley for hosting us. And what came evident is not only just about the care to the patients. Dental hygienists often have to work 2 or 3 different jobs, and some of them don't even have their own coverage. So I'd like the member to comment about how this actually can also improve working conditions. Often they're having to cobble a couple of jobs together, and hopefully with more patients, some will start their own collectives as businesses and so forth, and be able to actually have longer, stable employment versus having to find part-time and piecemeal, especially when we have a shortage right now.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great question from my colleague from Windsor, so I thank him for that. And I'm really grateful for the fact that it was Canadian Dental Hygienists Appreciation Week when we released the budget, and I had the opportunity to sit down with a group of, a fairly large group, in fact, of Canadian hygienists, and we discussed the budget, which wasn't quite out yet at the time. We were looking forward to it, but they were really glad for these investments in dental care, because a lot of these things, the cleanings, the preparation, the lessons that young people will get and how to floss and how to brush more effectively come from dental hygienists. So I appreciate the opportunity to thank dental hygienists today for their extraordinary work, recognize that their working conditions always need to be improved, because they are really the frontline workers at the dentist. And I think the member from Windsor has reminded me that I'm due for a cleaning, so I'll make sure to call my dentist after this and book one of those. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be quick as I know time is getting short. I just want to correct something that the member for Cowichan and Mellowhead Langford mentioned, that there was a motion put forward by Mr. Jack Harris, a former MP here in this House from St. John's East, and he said the Liberals voted against it. I want to correct the record. I actually voted in favour of that motion with Mr. Harris at that time. But delighted in the speech my colleague just gave, talking about credit card fees going down, student loan fees going down. I want to, and dental care as well for kids. But we're also thinking about or going to expand it to seniors, low-income seniors. So could he talk to the significance of that for seniors going forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Avalon for the question and for bringing up an issue that's very, very near and dear to my heart, because at my constituency office in Milton, which is a very, very busy place, we have a lot of seniors calling to say that the threshold for dental care from the province is far, far too low. So basically, seniors need to be extraordinarily poor before they access insurance through the province, and that needs to change. So this year, our government in Budget 2023 is committed to broadening this dental care benefit to seniors as well as kids under 18. So I think a lot of 17-year-olds would say they're not kids, so I'll say people under 18 whose parents aren't insured. Because the number of seniors that have called my office to say, look, I need a root canal, I need some minor surgery, they're relying on charitable dentists giving them a good deal. This government's stepping up and saying you don't have to rely on charity, you can rely on us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, we're facing some of the most difficult economic times that our country has ever seen. And in this budget, the Liberals have decided to continue increasing taxes and spending without limit. And the budget contains $63 billion in new spending. That's an extra $4,200 of debt per household. And to add insult to injury, on April 1st, the Prime Minister's carbon tax increased. The carbon tax now adds 14 cents per litre, which will cost the average Canadian family over $800 this year alone, even after the rebates. Budget 2023 was an opportunity to give Canadians hope. But instead, the Liberals choose to keep their hands in the pockets of Canadians with more inflationary spending and more taxes. Conservatives cannot support this budget and will be voting against it. After hundreds of phone calls, in-person visits, contacts, emails with people from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, it's clear that the Liberal government is completely out of touch with Canadians. Liberals have no idea of the sacrifices that Canadians are making day to day since they came to power and they cut their secret backroom deal with the NDP. Savings accounts are being depleted. Credit cards are being used to purchase everyday items. Home ownership is now a pipe dream for future generations, and they will be on the hook for the Prime Minister's reckless vanity spending. After listening to Canadians, Conservatives had three key demands that we wanted to be included in Budget 2023 to restore hope to this country. First, allowing Canadians to bring home powerful paychecks with lower taxes and to scrap the carbon tax. With yearly increases to the carbon tax now in play, Canadians who are already in a desperate place are being squeezed again with some little left to give. Francis from Chatham, he reached out and shared his family's situation with me. So here are his words, and I quote, "We eat less, we go out less, and we are stressed," end quote. A University of Saskatchewan study reports that 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and Second Harvest reports that in 2023 there will be a 60% increase in food bank usage. That's a somber statistic. Mothers are adding water to their baby formula, and I've heard from people in my own riding, and this is sad, that some seniors are even resorting to eating cat food to survive. And how did Canada, a once prosperous nation, turn into a country where Canadians are going to bed with empty stomachs? This is what happens when you have a Prime Minister who doesn't pay attention to monetary policy. The government proudly proclaims that the budget includes a one-time grocery rebate, but newsflash, it's all smoke and mirrors. It's the GST rebate branded as a grocery rebate. What the Liberals fail to mention is that the rebate disappears thanks to their carbon tax. The Liberal government gives little and takes more in the same breath and expects people to be thankful for it. Canadians are seeing through this Liberal charade. Conservatives know that real people deserve a real plan to deal with the cost of living crisis, and that no serious plan will be coming until we form government. Speaker, restaurants, bars, wineries, distilleries, and breweries are being unduly punished by the Prime Minister's tax plan. The 2% increase to the excise tax this year on alcohol will negatively impact an already struggling industry. The temporary cap on the increase of the excise tax is only for 1 more year, and we can be certain that the tax will increase again after that. Conservatives fought to scrap this tax in its entirety. Unfortunately, there's nothing that the Liberals will not tax. Hardworking Canadians should be rewarded for their labor. Under a Conservative government, we will make sure that this becomes a reality again. Speaker, Conservatives also demanded a budget that would help bring lower home prices by ending inflationary debt and deficits that drive up inflation and interest rates. Last year, when Budget 2022 was tabled, the MP for University Rosedale said that Canada's debt to GDP ratio was Canada's fiscal anchor and must decline for the country's finances to be sustainable. If Budget 2023 passes, Canada will be without a fiscal anchor. Let that sink in. No return to a balanced budget, no plan on reducing our debt load. And according to a recent Angus Reid poll, nearly half of Canadians want the government to cut spending and present a plan to balance a budget. And Conservatives agree. Under our leader, Conservatives would bring in a dollar-for-dollar tax law that would require the government to find $1 of savings for every dollar of new spending. That would curb spending significantly and bring accountability to government. Liberals are always looking for ways to spend more money at the expense of Canadians. They tax, they borrow, and then they print more money. Conservatives understand how hard Canadians work for their money. Budget 2023 continues to tax Canadians to cover for the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending. The taxation needs to stop. Conservatives will not support this tax and spend budget. Speaker, the third thing that Canadians were looking for in Budget 2023 was a plan to bring homes to Canadians so that they can afford by removing government gatekeepers to free up land and speed up building permits. Home ownership has become a remote reality for Canadians wanting to enter the housing market. 9 out of 10 Canadians who don't even own a home say they feel that they likely never will. And under these Liberals, everything has doubled. Minimum down payment, doubled. Mortgage payments, doubled. Rents, doubled. Liberals have taken away what was once a proud milestone in the life of Canadians. Instead of parents visiting their kids' new home, parents are moving their kids back home to their basement in the house where they grew up. This is what happens when you have a Prime Minister who doesn't do numbers, who thinks economic growth comes from using your credit card, and who doesn't understand the real impacts of consumer debt. And what's the Prime Minister's response? Keep drowning, Canada. The dream of home ownership has been trampled thanks to these Liberals. We also have a housing shortage in this country, and according to the CMHC, Canada needs 3.5 million new homes that are projected to restore affordability. And there is no plan in Budget 2023 to address Canada's housing crisis. The Liberals have no plan to get homes built. Canada must bring homes people can afford by removing gatekeepers, freeing up land, and speeding up building permits. And a Conservative government would withhold federal funding from cities who refuse to remove gatekeepers. Affordable housing is not a priority for this Liberal government, and we cannot support a budget that doesn't address this. Speaker, on agriculture, a pillar of the Canadian economy, we see a Liberal government unwavering in their attempt to break the backs of farmers and compromise Canada's food security at home and abroad. The budget does nothing to address the rising cost of fuel, feed, fertilizer, transportation, and the energy that's necessary to grow and produce food. The sector has also been hit hard with the carbon tax, making food production more expensive and the cost of food even more unaffordable for Canadians. When the carbon tax triples by 2030, it will compromise a farmer's ability to make a profit, leading to bankruptcies and the exit of farmers from the industry, and that's already happening. The budget confirms that the Liberals' plan to reduce fertilizer use, which will decrease food production, will jeopardize our food security. And according to a recent report from RBC and the University of Guelph, the industry is set to lose 40% of farm operators to retirement in the next 10 years. With all the farmers retiring and no one entering the business because they can't afford to, we have a serious problem looming in Canada. And here's an equation that I hope the Prime Minister will understand. No farms equals no food. More and more family farms are closing due to the excessive costs of running them. Reducing fertilizer will surely boost the number of Canadians visiting food banks as their grocery prices continue to jump and due to a shortage of food supply. According to a study by MNP, the proposed Liberal reduction in fertilizer targets will cost the Canadian economy $48 billion by 2030. This is what a Canada run by an NDP ideology will look like: weak, gutted, and hopeless. Speaker, I'm sure everyone in the House has heard the phrase, actions speak louder than words. The budget is full of words. How can Canadians trust a government with a long record of waste? The $50 billion Arrive scam app, the $6,000 a night hotel room for the Prime Minister, a cabinet minister giving her friend a government contract, $100 million to McKinsey. It just doesn't stop. With government revenue expected to decrease, Canadians can expect a flood of new taxes for years to come under the Liberals. A constituent reached out to me with her views on what her country has become under these Liberals. Delaney wrote, and I quote, "We cannot afford our life. I don't spend any money beyond our needs, but it's to a point where I wonder how I will continue to heat my house for my family and provide healthy, nutritious meals for my kids. There is something seriously wrong with this country, and I am currently not proud to be Canadian. It's an embarrassment," end quote. Empty stomachs, unaffordable housing, high taxes, this is what 8 years of this Liberal government has done to Canada. And Budget 2023 does little to address the real issues Canadians are facing. I will not support this budget, and I'm proudly joining my Conservative colleagues in voting against it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At the beginning of her speech, the member said, and I quote, Canada, and let me get that just to make sure I have it right. She said, quote, Canada was, quote, once a prosperous country. Is this to suggest that Canada is no longer a prosperous country? And if that is what she's suggesting, who is she comparing us to? Would she say we are more or less prosperous than the United States, for example?
Yeah, before I go to the honourable member, I see that there's conversations happening, and I can hear the conversations from down here. So I would ask members, if they want to have those conversations, they should take them out into the lobby to allow for the debate to be heard here in the House. The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Well, Madam Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians cannot afford to live. It's a tax and spend government. William, a senior in my riding, writes to me, the cost of no-name chips is $1.33 a bag if you buy 3 at No Frills, but you walk into Shoppers Drug Mart, the same bag is twice the price or more. Walk into Zehrs, that same bag is 1 3/4 more. At Sobeys or Metro, a small plastic cup the size of a small coffee cup with 8 to 10 grapes in it, you spend $7. The cost of 6 muffins is now $7.99. And a year ago, they were $4.99. I'm a pensioner living on $1,750 a month. If I didn't own my own home, I'd be screwed. And that's an end quote. And Madam Speaker, he's not alone. I'm hearing this from people all over this country. All the people reaching out to my office and the places I go, the Canadians I talk to, we are billions in debt, trillions actually, and future generations are worried about their future because we are not prosperous. They have driven up inflation, they have driven up the cost of living, and Canadians are feeling hopeless. And Conservatives are going to bring back hope for Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a great speech. And in her speech, she was talking about the average Canadians that are struggling. Could she comment on the debt level of the average Canadian and where that's going?
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. You know, we hear from families that they're less than $200 a month away from solvency, from bankruptcy. I constantly, on a daily basis, hear people in my riding, which is a rural riding, and when they talk about the carbon tax and how that's affecting their everyday lives, they share that they feel that this is unnecessary. It punishes rural Canadians, especially where we live in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, where we don't have public transportation available. In fact, one of my constituents wrote me, and Marilyn said to me with an excellent summary of the carbon tax. She says, quote, I have noticed on my bills for natural gas home heating that they are charging the HST on the federal carbon tax. To me, this seems like usury, and I believe that it is also illegal. Adding a tax upon a tax is getting out of hand, end quote. And I fully agree. These Liberals continue to tax Canadians when they're hurt the most, and the carbon tax unfairly punishes rural Canadians, and it does nothing. This government has done nothing and not met a single one of their environmental targets with this tax.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that my colleague cares a lot about agriculture. She knows that we're currently working on C-282 at committee. It's a bill that has been strongly supported by the Conservatives, but right now there is filibustering going on. I'd like to hear from her on that. Does she think that it's okay to obstruct the committee's work in this way? If they're now against it, shouldn't they just say no instead of blocking House proceedings?
L'honorable député de Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, what I am hearing from my constituents is that they're hurting. Their groceries have gone through the roof, and that the GST rebate, that the Liberals are promising a grocery rebate in this budget. But really, it's just the GST rebate rebranded as a grocery rebate. And that is not going to do anything to help Canadians who are struggling right now, Madam Speaker. We have been championing, we need to offer Canadians some hope, and I've been championing a grocery code of conduct to help Canadians' grocery prices go down by holding our big grocers accountable for their actions and how they nickel and dime farmers, which in turn passes on extra money and cost to consumers. And we will continue to support Bill C-234, which will remove the tax, the carbon tax for on-farm use, and support restrictions on fertilizer, because we need fertilizer to grow food. We will not support restrictions on fertilizer. We need to make a real difference. And what the NDP Liberals want to do is they want to leave people hungry. They like big socialist governments that have happened before. And if we're not careful, Madam Speaker, we are going to see serious problems in our agriculture industry in the near future.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Madam Speaker, on April 8th, I had the honor of attending Success 50th Golden Anniversary celebration. It was my privilege to celebrate this important milestone with local community supporters, leaders who generously donated over $500,000 during the gala's festivities. Founded in 1973, Success is one of the largest diverse, inclusive, and multi-service nonprofit charitable organization in Canada. Over the past 50 years, this organization has provided vital assistance to help immigrants settle and integrate into Canada's diverse society. Through their service across Canada, I'm proud to know that many of my constituents of Richmond Centre had greatly benefited from their services and programs. As we celebrate this significant anniversary, let us reflect on their important work of bringing people together, and let us continue our commitment to support newcomers and Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, 6 million Canadians don't have a family doctor, and countless others are forced to wait month after month, sometimes years, because of staffing shortages. We don't have enough doctors. We don't have enough nurses. It doesn't have to be this way. Recently, I met Bill at an event that I held. Bill is an immigrant from Europe and a brand new Canadian. In Europe, he was a surgeon, but not so here in Canada. There are 20,000 Canadians that are immigrants, that are doctors, that are not practicing, and 30,000 nurses. Bill couldn't make it through because of the maze of regulations and the gatekeepers. I've met some who are Uber drivers. What a disappointment for them. What a loss for Canada. This has to change. The human anatomy is the same across the world. A Conservative government will deal with the gatekeepers, will make a way for immigrant doctors and nurses to practice. Thank you.
Member for St. John's East.
Last week I visited the dental clinic at the Gathering Place, a street-level community centre in St. John's East. This visit held particular significance as I've spent many years there as a volunteer, as a board member, fundraiser, and as the executive director. I saw firsthand the connection between oral health and mental and physical well-being. Vulnerable older persons, malnourished because oral disease prevented them from a diet other than soft liquids. Young people with advanced tooth decay, too embarrassed to smile or enter the workforce, and deaths from self-medicated overdose to relieve oral pain. The dental program at the Gathering Place was realized through a team of dedicated dentists and hygienists who donate their time and expertise to ensure the most vulnerable have access to oral health care. And now the dental care plan in Budget 2023 will ensure that all Canadians who need to access dental care can.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, last week was the 106th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, which was fought during the First World War in 1917. 7 distinct regiments from Quebec fought at Vimy in northern France. Among them was the storied, legendary 22nd Battalion, the only French-speaking unit in the entire British Army. Under the leadership of their brave commander, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Louis Tremblay, the soldiers of the 22nd Battalion had the mission of eliminating pockets of resistance and clearing out enemy trenches after the first assault waves. During this successful operation, the 22nd Battalion captured over 500 prisoners. Vimy was a hard-won victory, Mr. Speaker. Among the Canadians and Quebecers who fought at Vimy, there were over 10,600 casualties, 3,600 of which were fatal. Let us never forget the price that we had to pay to defeat tyranny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Yukon.
The year that Canada became a nation, Joe Boyle is Yukon's version of Indiana Jones with a touch of James Bond. Joseph Boyle came north from Ontario in 1897, found gold and struck it rich. A gold rush millionaire, Klondike Joe went on to launch industrial-scale gold mining in the Yukon. In 1905, he sponsored the legendary Dawson City Nuggets hockey team in their journey by dog sled, bicycle, ship and train to challenge the Ottawa Silver Sevens for the Stanley Cup. When war broke out in 1914, Boyle recruited a 50-man machine gun battery of Yukon gold miners to fight for the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. In the years to follow, Boyle reorganized Allied Russia Russia's military supply system, ran a network of spies for the British Secret Service, rescued Romanian royals from newly Bolshevik Russia, and helped rebuild Romania after the war. In later years, he became an intimate friend, perhaps a lover, of Queen Marie of Romania. His early death 100 years ago makes us wonder what more he might have done. Mr. Speaker, Joe Boyle, the man with the heart of a Viking, dreamed and lived big. Another Yukoner who made his mark on the world.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we celebrate National Volunteer Week, and I want to acknowledge and thank all the incredible volunteers across West Nova's communities for their many, many contributions. It's without a doubt that our volunteers are an important part of the backbone of our communities by offering so generously of their time to help others. Our volunteers have the backs of our citizens no matter what, and they continuously set up for the betterment of our communities. Sans application extraordinaire des
Without the extraordinary contributions of volunteers in our communities, sports, cultural, community, and recreational events would not be possible, nor would they be as popular and successful as they are. Thanks to their dedication, generosity, and capacity to adapt to all kinds of new realities, our volunteers are a source of inspiration for all Canadians, and I am very proud of them.
I take this opportunity to thank my volunteers, each and every one of them, for their generosity, their time, and their cheerfulness, which greatly contributes to the well-being of our communities. Our volunteers make our communities and country a better place, and they deserve our utmost gratitude and respect. Happy National Volunteers Week. Bonne Semaine Nationale de l'Action Bénévole.
The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
This past Friday, the Sikh community celebrated Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is the holiest day in the Sikh faith and celebrates and marks the birth of the Khalsa. During this time of year, the Sikh community across Canada celebrates at their local gurdwaras, at their local communities. April is also a time for us to celebrate Sikh Heritage Month, when we recognize and celebrate contributions Sikh Canadians have made to Canada. The first Sikhs arrived in Canada in 1897, and since then, the Sikh community in Canada has played a pivotal role in science, in business, in social service, and so much more. In Peel Region, organizations such as the Seva Food Bank, Seva Meals for Humanity, and Social Mental Health contribute to our community by keeping the values of Sikhism at their core: equality, selfless service, and generosity, to name a few. Canada is the first country in the world to recognize Sikh Heritage Month, and I encourage everyone in this House to take a moment to learn more about the vibrant history of the Sikh community here in Canada. Please join me in wishing everyone celebrating a very happy Vaisakhi and Sikh Heritage Month.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, this budget reflects in a very real way what Canadians expect of their government to do, Mr. Speaker. Right. We can talk about the grocery rebate to support well over 10 million Canadians. Or we can talk about the expansion of the dental care program to cover yet more Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I want to highlight the strong support in this year's federal budget for skilled trade workers. We are actually doubling, Mr. Speaker, the tradesperson's tool deduction. That is a significant commitment to people in the trades. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, we have the Prime Minister, who was just last week in the city of Winnipeg as he conducts town halls throughout Canada, in Winnipeg at the Manitoba Building Trades Institute on McPhillips Street, where we had an open town hall to talk about the budget, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the ongoing future budgets reflect what it is that Canadians expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
After 8 years of this government's soft on crime policies, Canadians don't feel safe to walk on the streets or use public transit. An Edmonton police officer wrote to me saying the most startling pattern development I have noticed is an increase in random, unprovoked assaults on innocent citizens. The constant struggle of the catch and release of criminals for my profession cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, as reported by the National Post, police officers are being shot and killed on duty at an unprecedented rate, and record number of Canadians are being randomly attacked by people that they have never met. This government is doing nothing to stop it. In fact, they are making things worse by releasing violent criminals back onto the streets, sometimes in the same hour that they were arrested. A Conservative government will bring back mandatory jail time for violent crimes. We will crack down on easy-to-access bail. We will keep violent offenders where they belong, behind bars.
The The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, April is Sikh Heritage Month, which recognizes the immense contribution that Sikh Canadians have made to Canadian society. We also celebrated Vaisakhi, which marks the creation of the Khalsa and the Sikh Articles of Faith. Vaisakhi, also known as Baisakhi, is an important festival for many Hindus too. This month, I had the honor to host 2 Yugadi events on Parliament. Yugadi, which was on March 22nd, is the new year for the Kannada and Telugu-speaking Hindu communities. On April 14th, Tamil Hindu Canadians celebrated their new year, Puthandu. I wish all these communities a very happy and prosperous new year. It's a privilege to live in this wonderful country where we can celebrate and share our faith and festivals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff emphasized that there was nothing he didn't read or wasn't briefed on. However, as expected, no explanation was provided for his absence of action. For example, over the last 6 years, NSICOP reported on the influence of foreign interference and made recommendations to the Prime Minister. Global Affairs identified Beijing campaigns aimed at discouraging Chinese Canadians from voting Conservative. Prime Minister and ministers were briefed on Beijing's interference network involving at least 11 candidates, and the director of CSIS repeatedly asking the Prime Minister for legislative changes. And what did the Prime Minister do in response? Absolutely nothing. It's clear that upholding Beijing's objective to defeat Conservatives were more important for the Liberals than prioritizing the security of our democratic institutions, only intensifying the demand for an independent inquiry to openly investigate foreign interference in our country.
Hear, hear. Before going to the next person, I just want to remind everyone that SO31s are taking place. J'aimerais rappeler à tout le monde que on a des SO.
I remind everyone that SO31s are taking place. If you'd like to chat, please whisper or go to the lobbies.
Everyone gets to hear what's being said. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Based on Bills C11 and C18, we know that this government is committed to censoring what people can see, hear, and post online. But what just came to light is that they're so committed to this that they've actually gotten a head start. The government has been trying to censor social media platforms for quite some time. Thanks to the member of Niagara West, Glanbrook, and the question that he put forward, we now have documents that have been tabled in the House of Commons that show that this government pressured social media platforms 214 times. 214 times in a 24-month period of time in order to get them to take content down. Sometimes it was valid due to impersonalization or copyright violation, but many times it was simply because this government found the content to be embarrassing. Embarrassing. If adopted, Bill C11 will take this type of pressuring tactic and make it legal, which means that these social media companies won't be able to push back. They'll simply have to comply. Canadians deserve to have their freedom of speech protected. This government needs to back off from censoring speech. We're calling for an emergency debate.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's playoff time in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. After defeating the Blainville Armada, the Sherbrooke Phoenix will now face the Drummondville Voltigeurs. The famous Battle of the 55 is back. Having had a record year and being ranked third last year, it's clear that the Sherbrooke Phoenix will teach the Voltigeurs how to play hockey. It's off to a good start. I am confident that the Phoenix will win. I'm so confident that I'm bringing back the challenge that the member for Richmond, Arthabaska, made to the member for Drummond. If the member for Drummond accepts the challenge, he will come eat a poutine at the Louis Luncheonette in Sherbrooke while proudly wearing a Sherbrooke Phoenix jersey. If, by some miracle, the Voltigeurs win, then I will go to Drummondville to accept my defeat. That said, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Poutine comes from Victoriaville. May the best team win. Go Phoenix, go.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
In my riding of North
North Island Powell River, every community I serve is in desperate need of housing. The top 3 reasons for housing insecurity are lack of affordable rent or mortgages, low wages, and housing in major need of repair with no resources to fix. Indigenous people are 4 times as likely to be unhoused. People with core housing need in my riding are single-income families, those who lived on a fixed income like seniors and persons living with disabilities, lone parent households, and Indigenous households. This requires a real partner from the federal government, and our region is simply not seeing that. My constituents have ideas. Redesign the Reaching Home program rural and remote funding stream. My communities have sent meaningful and thoughtful feedback. Listen to it. Prioritize rural, remote, and Indigenous communities. Define affordability based on local realities, not on market values. Invest in non-market housing and capital investment to upkeep aging properties to keep people housed.
Here, here. Let's get it.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, do you remember that on February 8th, all parties voted to protect supply management and trade agreements? All parties voted for Bill C-282. I know you remember. It's time for political parties to remember that too. Because right now, in committee, the Conservatives are filibustering to block C-282. They're delaying, they're stalling, they're fooling around, Mr. Speaker. They're doing everything they can to sabotage a bill that they voted for. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad display because the very future of agriculture in Quebec is at stake. So, I call on the Quebecois members of Parliament from all parties. All of the parties promised to protect supply management. All parties voted for this essential bill. My colleagues from Quebec, both Conservative and Liberal, have all given their word to farmers. I guarantee them that our farmers remember that. Now is the time to honor that commitment. Now, today.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Here are some simple facts that should not be controversial. Water is wet, Saskatchewan is cold in the winter, and the CBC is funded by the government. None of that should freak anybody out. But in Liberal Ottawa, pearls are being clutched and outrage manufactured, all because, for greater transparency, Twitter applied the government-funded media tag to the CBC's account. Liberal MPs are calling it nonsense, an unwarranted attack, even a threat to democracy. What don't they understand? The CBC was created by government, it gets over $1 billion a year from government, and the government appoints the board that controls it. But it's no wonder why Liberals are reacting this way. They love the CBC because they get so much benefit from it. The CBC sued the Conservative Party in the middle of an election. Its CEO openly attacked the Conservative leader, and it eagerly carries Liberal messages all the time. Right. But good news for all those who are upset and having fits about Twitter's decision. The government-funded label won't be around for long. After the next election, the Conservative leader will make sure it doesn't get any tax dollars at all.
Yeah. The honourable member for York Centre.
Tonight, Jewish communities around the world will mark from sunset to sunset Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Memorial Day. On this day, we remember the 6 million members of the Jewish community who remain in our hearts, so that their lives, their stories, and their legacies will not have been lost in vain, and that their murder at the hands of the Nazi regime will not be forgotten with the passing of time. We mark it on this day on the eve of the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the largest Jewish revolt against the Nazis during the war. Even in this darkest moment of history, Jews fought to live and fought against the evils of hate and anti-Semitism. Tomorrow, communities will commemorate Yom HaShoah by holding ceremonies that not only remind us of the importance of remembering what happened during the Holocaust, but for us to be their collective voices, to be the eyes and the hearts that bear witness to the profound loss in this moment of evil that overtook humanity. To direct our focus on educating future generations of what it means when we say never again. We stand together here in Canada and with Jewish communities around the world because it is our duty, our obligation to honor the victims of the Holocaust and to learn from this tragic moment in humanity's history as a reminder that we can never be complacent in the face of evil, and we must be tireless of our commitment to fight back against the darkness of hate in all of its forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we already knew that intelligence services have stated that the Beijing Communist regime disbursed $114,000 to the Trudeau Foundation in order to influence the Liberal leader, who's now the Prime Minister of Canada. We've now learnt that it was his brother who signed the agreement to receive this money. Does the Prime Minister agree to invite his brother to bear witness before a parliamentary committee in order to answer to questions? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, like the Prime Minister has already confirmed a number of times, he has no relation with this non-partisan organisation. He hasn't had any relations for 10 years.
L'opposition.
Well, it's definitely a family business for this Prime Minister, whether it was the We Charity paying his brother and mother money, the Prime Minister claiming to know nothing about it as he handed $500 million over to that organization, or the Trudeau Foundation, which got $140,000 from the dictatorship in Beijing for the specific purpose of influencing his decisions in politics. But now we know that his brother, his own brother, was the one that negotiated and signed the deal to receive the money. Will the Prime Minister accept to call his brother to a parliamentary committee to answer questions about this?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Leader of the Opposition knows well that the Prime Minister has not been involved with that foundation for approximately a decade, that his fixation with the Prime Minister's family is well known for its partisan interests, and that he wishes to pursue those partisan interests, Mr. Speaker. But the Prime Minister and the government is not engaged with that foundation.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, if the Prime Minister has nothing to hide and no relationships whatsoever with the foundation, he'll have no problem inviting his brother to testify before a parliamentary committee under oath about the money that the foundation received for the specific purpose of influencing the Prime Minister. Now, on to another Liberal falsehood. They told us that the carbon tax would make emissions go down. Well, the new report out shows that for the most recent years, emissions went up. Wow. The tax goes up, the emissions goes up, and now Canadians are expected to pay a net $1,500. Given that everything they've said about this tax is false, will they axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives just don't seem to do it. Mr. Speaker, the climate rebate puts more money in people's pockets. 8 out of 10 families will be better off. Look at page 5 of the original PBO report, Mr. Speaker. What won't leave families better off is investing in cryptocurrency, Mr. Speaker. That was reckless advice by the Leader of the Opposition. I've invited him to stand in this House and apologize now for the 4th time. Will he stand up now and apologize to Canadians?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Another falsehood. I'll read directly from the report written by the Parliamentary Budget Officer who was appointed by this Prime Minister. On page 3, he says that, for example, an Ontario family will pay on average $1,820 more in carbon tax costs than they get back in these phony rebate checks. Prince Edward Island, $1,500. Newfoundland and Labrador, $1,300. I could go on. In every single province, the majority of people pay far more in taxes than they get back in benefits from this scam, Mr. Speaker. Given that it's been false, won't they axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good news, Mr. Speaker. On April 14th, climate rebate checks started to arrive in people's mailboxes. A family of 4 in my home province of Manitoba will receive $1,000. That's $250 quarterly, Mr. Speaker. That's going to help with cash flow. That's going to help with affordability. The Conservatives don't seem to be interested in either, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
According to a poll in Quebec, we've heard that now 74% of Quebecers say that they are finding it difficult to purchase gas and other basic goods such as groceries because of inflationist taxes and deficits that are increasing the cost of life for all Quebecers. This government has decided to add $60 million of extra oil on the inflationary fire. Will the government finally cancel these taxes and inflationist deficits? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I think the Leader of the Opposition should better listen. Canadians, in the last budget, there are 3 clear measures that affect, in a positive way, Quebecers and Canadians. First of all, our government has proposed a grocery break to help those in need. Canadians have told us, work on healthcare, it's a priority. So we're working on it. Third of all, Canadians said build the economy for the future, and that is what we are doing to help Canadians, and I think that perhaps the Honourable Member should listen to Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the House has voted in favour of a public and independent commission of inquiry into Chinese interference. The public also supports it, but instead of listening to this consensus, the Prime Minister is hiding behind his special rapporteur, his good friend David Johnston. Mr. Johnston is an ex-Trudeau Foundation official who was itself hit by a Chinese interference scandal. It is therefore an ex-Trudeau Foundation member who received money from China who is going to tell the government how to avoid China's influence. You can't make this kind of thing up. Does the Prime Minister realise that the credibility of this approach is zero? The Honourable Minister for Interparliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we always like the plays on words from our honourable colleague. What we don't like, however, is that when claims are made that the government has not acted from the get-go in order to counter potential foreign interference. As we have always said, we've implemented a series of measures. They have evolved based on evolving threats. The Right Honourable David Johnston's work is part of this exercise, and we are looking forward to implementing his recommendations. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in her testimony on Friday, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, did not tell us very much. 2 hours to tell the committee members that she would not say anything. But she did tell us that everything she knows, the Prime Minister also knows. And she also told us that the Prime Minister is very attentive to CSIS reports. So, the Prime Minister has known about the allegations of Chinese interference in the election from the beginning. If he refuses a commission of inquiry, does he not realise that he is sending a message that he has something to hide? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Chief of Staff stated what the Prime Ministers and other ministers have said from the very beginning. That is, the government has been informed a number of times about security and intelligence organisations of the threat of foreign interference. And that's exactly the reason for which we have acted. And that's what the previous government did not do. We've also said, Mr. Speaker, that the Right Honourable David Johnston is better placed to have a look at all elements in order to give advice to the government. And we are looking forward to following his advice.
For Burnaby South.
In the pandemic, public sector workers stepped up and provided the much-needed help to give Canadians a lending hand in a difficult time. Now these workers are being impacted by inflation, and they don't want to go to strike. They want to work. So the government has a responsibility to negotiate fairly. So will the government get serious and negotiate a fair contract that respects the public service workers?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Public service from the PSAC provide important services to Canadians, and the government values their work. The government is committed to reaching agreements at the bargaining table that are fair for the employees and reasonable for taxpayers. We have a good offer on the table, and there's enough ground to reach a deal. Canadians expect both parties to bargain in good faith and find compromise, and that's what we're doing today, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Pendant la temps difficile de la...
The public service delivered the goods during the pandemic, and now they deserve respect. They are struck by inflation, like other workers. Is the government going to take these negotiations seriously and negotiate a contract that respects these public service workers? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, public servants from the PSAC do excellent work, and the government appreciates their work. We are therefore committed to signing an agreement and the negotiating table, an agreement that is equitable and fair for public servants and good for the taxpayer. We have a good offer on the table, and there are a sufficient number of commonalities for us to be able to come to an agreement. Canadians expect us to work together, and that is what we are doing today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Liberals misled Canadians for 8 years about their carbon tax scam. They claimed that it would put more into the pockets of Canadians than what they paid into it, but the Liberal Environment Minister admitted that they misled Canadians, and the PBO backed that up in his current report on the carbon tax scam. Our hardworking truck drivers are going to get slammed with an extra $150 in cost every single time they fuel up because of this scam. This carbon tax scam is going to cost Canadians more, so Liberals can continue to virtue signal and fill up their own coffers. Why doesn't the Prime Minister stop virtue signaling and stop punishing Canadians for eating, heating and living and scrap the scam?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, good news is coming to Atlantic Canadians. On July 1st, the climate action rebates will be coming to all of the Atlantic provinces. That is going to mean $1,000 or more to a family of four. Mr. Speaker, even the Premier of New Brunswick likes it. At least one Conservative likes it, Mr. Speaker. And I quote him, "We need to make a choice that is in the best interests of New Brunswickers. What this does right now is provide relief from inflation. We agree with the Premier of New Brunswick. I wish the Conservatives would too."
Honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
They should slap a not as advertised label every single time the Liberals and the NDP talk about their carbon tax scam. They know for a fact, and it's backed up by the PBO, that on average Canadians will pay an extra $1,500. The PBO also proved it wrong, and the emissions have went up. They claimed that they would fix the environment. That was false. They said that Canadians would be better off. That was false, and the Liberal minister admitted that they misled Canadians for 8 years. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. 1.5 million Canadians are going into a food bank in a single month. Let's get real. This is a tax plan. Let's scrap the scam and give Canadians a break.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to correct the record. The honourable member knows that Canadians will receive more than they actually pay as a result of the increased prices. The only thing that the Conservatives' argument hedges upon is the belief that the alternative is to take no action.
I'm having a hard time hearing the Honourable Minister. I'm sure everyone wants to hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' argument rests upon the premise that the alternative to putting a price on pollution is to do nothing to fight climate change. Every measure that they would put forward has a greater cost than putting a price on pollution. Look to the court decisions, including those from Western Canada, that said putting a price on pollution is the most effective way to combat climate change. We found a way to make it more affordable for families at the same time.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
They still claim that families would get more back than they paid in the carbon tax. We know that's not true. The Minister of Environment finally admitted the truth. It turns out that they don't get more. They also claim that the carbon tax works, but we know otherwise. New data says emissions have increased 12 million tons in the last reporting year, and still they plan to triple the tax. How many more increases is it going to take before they realize that the carbon tax doesn't work, it doesn't reduce emissions, it lowers our economic output, and it hurts hardworking Canadians who can't pay their bills?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
It's hard to hear the Conservatives talk about families because at every opportunity they have voted against hardworking Canadian families in this House, whether it was regards to the Canada Child Benefit, whether it was in regards to the Canada Workers Benefit, whether it was in regards to the Canada Housing Benefit. Dental, Mr. Speaker, that has helped over 250,000 children go to the dentist already. Or, Mr. Speaker, how about the Canada Child Care Agreements that have lowered fees by 50% right across the country? Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives cared about Canadian Canadian families, they would do more to support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
I understand why the member opposite doesn't want to talk about the carbon tax. The proof is in the numbers. The carbon tax doesn't work. It doesn't leave Canadian families better off. The average family will pay $710 this year thanks to their new increases. Emissions went up and economic output is down because of it. At a time where every Canadian could use a break, the only ones better off are these Liberals who get more Canadian tax dollars with no actual results. This isn't an environmental plan. When will the minister admit to this House what he already told Canadians on TV?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Conservatives are so focused on a price on pollution, despite the fact that it's the best market mechanism we have to get to a net zero economy, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that every time we've come to this House to reduce taxes on Canadians, how did the Conservatives vote? Against. When it came to lowering taxes on the middle class 3 times, how did they vote? Against. When it came to lowering taxes on working Canadians, how did they vote, Mr. Speaker? Against. When it came to lowering taxes on seniors and dental benefits, how are they going to vote? We know the answer. Against.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this morning we've learned in a poll that 74% of Quebecers find it hard to buy basic products. 45% of Quebecers state that they are $200 or less from not being able to pay their financial obligations. What is the Prime Minister's solution? This is what he said recently in a public meeting. If you use your credit card to go back to school, or if you accrue debt to build an extension to your house, you could sell your house for more. Now, a question for the Liberal caucus members. Isn't that a bit awkward? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It seems that the colleagues from across the way haven't read the latest budget we presented. What we have done, and if they would like to be on this side of the House one day, I would suggest that they listen to Canadians. That's what we did. Canadians have clearly told us, help us with the cost of living. It's the first measure found in the budget, the grocery rebate. The second measure was for healthcare. Canadians want to have family physicians. Then it's work on the economy. We announced 460, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I don't know if the Minister understood my question very well. This morning, we learned that 74% of Quebecers are saying they find it hard to make ends meet. They are within $200 of not being able to pay their financial obligations. But the Prime Minister, during the same meeting that I mentioned, said that if you make investments that will have a good ROI, then you'll have more money. Well, I don't really understand what he's trying to get at. He's telling people, spend money with your credit card. But does the Prime Minister not understand that he has indebted the country? And that's what he's proposing to the country, to Canadians. Does the Minister agree with this point of view and this way forward? The Honourable Minister for Sports. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate what my excellent colleague mentioned earlier. We are listening to Canadians, and we know that people are finding it hard to make ends meet. And that's why our budget takes into account these difficulties, brings help. We also help people with their groceries, with healthcare. We help people with dental care, so that dental care is accessible for families. So, Mr. Speaker, all they have to do is vote for our budget, and everything will go much better for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Union des Producteurs Agricoles is sounding the alarm. Rising costs are putting the next generation of farmers at risk. If the government does not act, 1 in 10 businesses will close within 12 months. 1 in 10 farms lost within 12 months. Mr. Speaker, the federal government can create an agriculture emergency account similar to that implemented during COVID. It can also extend the repayment period of the existing programme. It can postpone the repayment schedule for 2023 by 2 years. What is the federal government going to do today to prevent 1 in 10 farms from dying off before our very eyes within a year? The Honourable Minister for Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have seen the results of this poll, and different studies, and this is very concerning. It is very concerning to see that we may lose a number of farmers and producers, and that's where we're working in collaboration with the government of Quebec on a number of options. We've just signed a Canadian partnership to the tune of $3.5 billion, $500 million more than before. When the Prime Minister met members of the UPA, he said that we would have targeted measures for those who find it hard to survive this year. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. We have to act rapidly, Mr. Speaker. No matter how much people talk about the importance of local food resilience, it doesn't matter if we let our farms disappear. People talk every day about inflation and interest rates, but never about the farmers who are suffering from them. According to UPA figures, 50% of farm businesses expect their economic situation to deteriorate further this year. Is it normal, according to the federal government, for our farmers to go into debt to feed our world? Is this how we are going to convince our young people to take over our farms, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have to recognise the excellent work done by farmers and producers. They work very hard, and they know that they need. They feed us even through these difficult times. So we want to help them in a number of times in the last budget. You saw, Mr. Speaker, that we have increased the interest-free anticipated payment period amount, $350,000 without interest. Now we have also clarified the elements with regards to intergenerational transfers. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I appeal to the very humanity and compassion of the members of this government. I'm asking them to set aside all partisanship and give royal recommendation to Bill C-215 on employment insurance sickness benefits. As we speak, there are women and men who are struggling with illness and who need these extended benefits. The House voted unanimously to extend benefits. The majority of elected representatives voted in favour of this bill. The only thing missing is a royal recommendation and royal assent. Will the government members give it? The Honourable Minister for Families.
Speaker, we understand that EI benefits need to be fairer, more responsive, and more adaptable to the needs of Canada's evolving workforce. And that's why we continue to be committed to comprehensively modernizing the system. We have already extended EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. And with Budget 2023, we propose extending support for seasonal workers until October 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have always said we need to get EI reform right. It is a priority, and we are on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, last week a 17-year-old boy was stabbed to death on a bus in Surrey, British Columbia, this being the third stabbing on public transit in BC over the last month, and only 2 weeks after a 16-year-old boy was stabbed to death at a Toronto subway station. And Edmonton is reporting a 53% spike of attacks on public transit. The violent crime surge in this country has reached into every corner, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberal NDP coalition finally wake up and end their dangerous catch-and-release policies that are making our streets so unsafe?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleague that the Minister of Justice and myself met with our provincial and territorial counterparts and will be moving expeditiously to revisit our bail system. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, our government has invested close to $1 billion to support law enforcement. What did the Conservatives do on each of those occasions? They voted against, Mr. Speaker. We put $450 million to stop the illegal flow of guns into this country by reinforcing the CBSA. What did the Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker? Nothing. They voted against. If they want to take crime seriously, they should support the policies and the investments of this government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
I highlight two recent times that catch and release has failed victims of intimate partner violence. In one instance, an alleged abuser allegedly beat and repeatedly breached restraining orders against a partner. The result, multiple bail hearings and a likely terrified partner. In another case, a woman who was threatened, firearms were involved. The result, a bail hearing and a terrified partner. When will this Liberal government end catch and release so that vulnerable women will no longer become terrified partners?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe,
and we as a government are taking action that they will. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-75 already reduced the burden of proof in intimate partner violence cases when it came to bail. Mr. Speaker, we're going beyond that. We have met with our provincial and territorial counterparts to bring reform to the bail system, but we recognize that this is something that we have to work on with the provinces. Obviously, we will take action in areas of our jurisdiction, but we will move, Mr. Speaker, and we will find a solution together.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Lévis, Mr. Speaker. In the 8 years since the Prime Minister took office, our streets have become less safe. Under the Liberals, violent crime increased by 32%. By comparison, when the Conservatives were in power, violent crime was down by 23%. Mr. Speaker, because of this Prime Minister's lax policies, criminals are on the streets instead of in jail. Will this Prime Minister finally take the problem seriously and protect citizens instead of criminals? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe and to be safe, and that is exactly what we are doing by working with provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, bringing amendments to the conditional release service. And we will invest in the system to combat violent crime in society, Mr. Speaker. Michael Mondeva of the Supreme Court of Canada has asked us to work more on violent crime, and that's what we will do, Mr. Speaker.
I just got back from a 2-week cross-country tour, hearing from Canadians who are struggling to find a home they can afford in the city where they can work and raise a family. From Victoria to Toronto to Hamilton to Halifax, renters and people who want to own their own home are having to compete with corporate landlords who buy up affordable housing stock and drive up the cost of housing. Successive Liberals and Conservatives have failed to crack down on these corporate landlords who are fueling the housing crisis, and families are paying the price. What and when are the Liberals going to stop the profiteering of housing so that families can find a home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
I don't think my time for the answer is actually enough to articulate all the things we've done. We've done so much to enable families to access homes. Introducing the Canada Housing Benefit, putting together a 1% tax on vacant homes owned by non-Canadian, non-resident owners, putting together a ban on foreign owners of Canadian residential real estate, investing billions of dollars to build more affordable housing, including deeply affordable housing through the Rapid Housing Initiative, and so on and so forth. We will not relent until each and every Canadian has access to a safe and affordable place to call home.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Muslim and Jewish people across Canada are increasingly worried about the rise in hate crimes against their communities. Last week, we saw an outrageous act of hate committed against a Markham mosque that could have turned deadly, Mr. Speaker. Synagogues have also been a target of hateful acts, and the police report hate crimes have increased a shocking 67%, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals commit to protecting all Canadians by supporting the NDP's call for an emergency debate on recent Islamophobic and anti-Semitic attacks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this comment from the member opposite because it's really important to outline what is taking place in our society right now. Notwithstanding that this is the holy month of Ramadan, notwithstanding that people are thinking about inclusiveness and diversity in our society, we remain seeing grotesque acts of violence and hatred directed towards Muslims in this country. This kind of intolerance has to stop. What we are doing as a government and what we're doing hopefully as all parliamentarians is challenging those acts when they occur, speaking out against them, and working towards legislation and policies that will invest in the security of places of worship and ensuring that people are able to celebrate who they are in this country and have freedom of worship. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Last week, my colleagues and I had the privilege of welcoming a charter flight of 353 Afghans who arrived in Toronto. These are Afghans who supported Canada's mission in Afghanistan, family members of former interpreters, and privately sponsored refugees. Though some may have found refuge in Canada, many continue to face risks in leaving Afghanistan or simply making their journey under the hands of the Taliban. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship update us on our work to get them to safety?
Well, Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the honourable member, not just for her question, but for being on hand to welcome that chartered flight, which marks the arrival of the 30,000th Afghan refugee in this country. Mr. Speaker, to put this into perspective, I live in a town with less than 10,000 people, repeated 3 times over. That many people have been given a new lease on life, but we know that there are thousands of people who remain trapped in Afghanistan who are being persecuted today at the hands of the Taliban. We're going to continue to do everything we can to get them to safety, and we will not waver until we successfully meet our goal of resettling at least 40,000 Afghan refugees by the end of this year.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff told committee that the Prime Minister reads everything. We know that the Prime Minister received a February 2020 memo that, according to Global News, alerted him of an election interference network by Beijing involving at least 11 candidates and the clandestine transfer of funds. The Prime Minister has repeatedly claimed he knows nothing about this. However, given that he reads everything, we now know that that isn't true. Why is the Prime Minister misleading Canadians? What does he have to hide?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
With great regret, I'm afraid it's my colleague who's misleading this chamber and Canadians. It's the Prime Minister and this government who has continually said that we take foreign interference seriously, which is why we have put in place the people, the resources, the authorities, and in addition to that, the transparency to shine a light in the way in which we're protecting our institutions, our economies, and Canadians most importantly, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage my colleague to support the budget, which also will include more resources for the RCMP and other law enforcement agencies to protect Canadians from foreign interference. I look forward to that day when he supports a budget on this side of the House.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The Trudeau Foundation accepted a gift of $200,000 from an agent for Beijing's dictatorship, and senior PMO officials were made aware of the gift and where it came from. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff told committee that the Prime Minister is briefed on everything and nothing is withheld from him. On what date did the Prime Minister become aware that the Trudeau Foundation accepted a $200,000 gift from the communist dictatorship in Beijing?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've already made it clear in this House that the Prime Minister over the last 10 years has not had any involvement with that foundation. And the member opposite is asserting, and let's go with the heart of what he's asserting. He's asserting that this government would welcome the interference of a foreign country. That is absolutely absurd. The fact that it would be clapped for is disgusting. There is every single member of this House dedicated to ensuring Canadian democracy. The member opposite, myself, and every member has firmed themselves to protect and defend Canadian democracy, and every member of this House will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Just to be clear, the Trudeau Foundation is government funded, and Liberal governments have in the past, and the Liberal government still has the ability to appoint members to the foundation. So it must be a coincidence that after Beijing's gift to the Trudeau Foundation, that the Prime Minister met with the front men who signed the check on behalf of the communist dictatorship and gave them a meeting where they had direct access to influence the Prime Minister. This Prime Minister. So why are shady deals and influence opportunities for dictators the priority for this Liberal Prime Minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is the priority of the party opposite is to attack not-for-profits, independent organizations, the CBC, the media.
It's a government institution.
I'm just waiting for everyone to calm down. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader, you have another 25 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, on the floor of the House of Commons, members are protected by privilege. They have the opportunity to say anything that they wish. But when they are swinging their bats aimlessly in partisan advantage, they are attacking not-for-profit or nonpartisan foundations. They are attacking organizations like the CBC. They're attacking free and independent media. They seem to have no care whatsoever what or who they attack for their partisan ends. Mr. Speaker, it is not becoming of this place.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, the communist regime in China feels that it can influence the Prime Minister using strawman donations and other forms of influence. And we saw that 2 people on the board of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation were appointed by people associated with this government. And according to the last annual report, the Prime Minister is still associated with the foundation. And in fact, accepting that donation directly violated the Income Tax Act. And so, will we hear more about the use of straw men for these donations? The Honourable Minister. We know that the other side is engaging in partisan politicking. And they are prolonging the type of partisanship that does not work for our economy and that does not work for our democracy. It's very clear that every MP here, both on our side and the other side, are loyal to Canada and are very clear on the fact that our responsibilities as members of Parliament are our highest responsibility. And that's why I'm here, that's why they're here. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the ice storm ruined Easter for many Quebecers. They either didn't have power or they were working day and night to get it back. The Bloc Québécois stands with all those who suffered harms and damage. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister offered federal assistance, and we appreciate that. But we should remember that Ottawa made the same commitment during the ice storm 25 years ago, but never forked out the money. Ottawa still owes us $484 million. Will the Prime Minister start by settling that debt?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the disaster financial assistance arrangement, which is organized and managed by the federal government, works very closely with all of the provinces. We work with the province of Quebec in particular on a number of the disasters that have impacted on that community. Mr. Speaker, we have always been there for them, and when those receipts are submitted to the government for reimbursement, we've been able to act expeditiously in every case.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, Quebec and municipalities are still drawing up lists of the damage they suffered from the ice storm. But no need to wait. Ottawa already owes Quebec $484 million from the last storm. At that time, Ottawa stated that it couldn't compensate Hydro-Quebec because it said that Crown corporations are not eligible for disaster assistance. That's become an embarrassing excuse now that we've seen the federal government investing billions of dollars in Muskrat Falls in Newfoundland. Quebec is just asking for its fair share in order to repair the damage from the ice storm. When will the federal government give us the $484 million that we are owed? The Honourable Minister of Interparliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we share our colleagues' words about our appreciation for the men and women who worked so hard in Quebec and elsewhere to restore electricity after the ice storm. We are concerned about the losses suffered, and there's an agreement between the federal government and the provinces in order to reimburse eligible costs. These are agreements that have existed for decades. We are working well with the government of Quebec. We understand the urgency of the situation, and we will take action in partnership with the government of Quebec.
Member for Lethbridge.
Based on Bill C-11 and C-18, we know that this government is abundantly committed to censoring what people can see, post, or hear online. But what we just learned is that the Prime Minister actually got a head start. You see, according to government documents that were put in place here, tabled in the House of Commons, the Liberals actually pressured social media companies a total of 214 times. 214 times over the period of 24 months. Talk about heavy-handed. Why is this government so committed to censoring speech?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, you can't spell conspiracy without CPC. Another day, another conspiracy theory. Once again, Conservatives choose to abandon our creators. They stand up for big tech companies and they turn their backs on our culture. But we choose to stand up for it. We believe foreign tech giants should do more for our creators. Canadians have the best stories to tell, and it's supporting hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs. We'll always stand up for creators and artists on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
Lethbridge.
Certain is that this government will do all that it can to dodge or deflect questions that it doesn't want to answer. There's nothing conspiratorial about a document that was tabled right here in the House of Commons that shows that this government pressured social media platforms 214 times within 24 months to remove content that it simply found embarrassing or didn't want the public to be aware of. So I'll ask again, why is this government so hell-bent on censoring freedom of speech in the country of Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely preposterous, the suggestion that the Honourable Member is making. Conservatives want to protect the status quo. They don't think that foreign tech giants should stand up for our culture and pay into Canadian culture, but we disagree. We believe tech giants should do more for artists, should do more for creators, more for our local media, and more to protect our children online. We're open to criticism, we're open for changes, but we're not open to doing nothing, which is what the Conservative Party of Canada suggests.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, a written question was tabled by the member for Niagara West Glanbrook, and we learned that this Liberal government, over 2 years, on 214 occasions, asked the web giants to withdraw information posted by Canadians. That's this government's direct choice to censor Canadians. So a simple question. Why is this government once again censoring Canadians 214 times online? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, it is irresponsible to suggest that this government is in the business of censoring Canadian speech. We are here to defend families, protect children online, make sure that web giants are paying into the Canadian Media Fund. We are here for creators, for Canadians, and not in order to support this unacceptable conservative tagline, which they say is free speech. The Honourable Member for Halifax West. Mr. Speaker, Canadians, like everyone around the world, are feeling the effects of global inflation. Canada's inflation rate has continued to diminish over the last 8 months. But the rate is still too high. Can the Minister of Tourism tell this House how Budget 2023 will help Canadian families to make ends meet? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Halifax West for her question and all of the hard work that she's been carrying out on behalf of Canadian families. The new grocery rebate will help 11 million Canadians to face the increase in the cost of living. It will put hundreds of dollars into their pockets and will ensure that there is more money for them to help feed their families. It is disappointing to see that the Conservatives will be voting against the budget and this significant support. We will continue to fight for Canadians.
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Years of restraint, cost-cutting, downsizing, and deferred investments have meant that Canada's defence capabilities have atrophied. That's a direct quote from a letter from over 50 of Canada's former cabinet ministers, defence experts, and military leaders. They're calling on this government to live up to our responsibilities to protect Canadians against all threats, foreign and domestic. But due to this government's lack of investment in demoralizing policies, we are short 10,000 troops today and over 4,200 military procurement staff. Wow. Enough is enough. Why aren't these Liberals supporting our military heroes?
Exactly. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives who let defence spending dip below 1%, our government will continue to make investments in our military and in defence spending.
Hear, hear.
For example, we're increasing defence spending by 70% beginning in 2017. We invested over $8 billion in defence spending in budget 2022 and almost $40 billion, Mr. Speaker, in continental defence and NORAD modernization. We will always be there for the Canadian Armed Forces and the security of Canada.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Dodge, dither, and delay. That's the Liberal way. Now, this is a call for action from former Liberal and Conservative politicians, as well as non-partisan defense experts. They say Russia's brutal war in Ukraine, as well as a continuing expansion of the military arsenal of authoritarian regimes, should have prompted a major reassessment of our defense posture. Sadly, well-connected consultants, big bankers, and wealthy bondholders get more from this government than our troops. When will the Prime Minister take our defense and national security seriously and safeguard our peace, prosperity, and way of life?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if my honourable colleague heard the billions of dollars that I just mentioned, including almost $40 billion in NORAD modernization and defence spending. But let me assure this House that our government is undertaking a defence policy update. We are consulting broadly with stakeholders, and we will be back with additional plans to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces and the defence of Canada is undertaken with the utmost integrity and stability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Elver poachers are still fishing on the rivers in Nova Scotia, even though the minister shut the fishery down on the weekend. DFO enforcement for 2 years has been told not to arrest, just to observe. Shockingly, the government was surprised that thousands of poachers showed up instead. It's beyond ridiculous that the minister shut down the fishery because the poachers caught the quota, not the license holders, while DFO stood by and didn't enforce the law. Why are Liberals supporting criminals continuing to fish elvers while stopping legal harvesters?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
I think the member has his facts backwards. In fact, this year, we more than doubled enforcement capacity. We worked collaboratively with the RCMP to ensure that that it was even stronger enforcement. But Mr. Speaker, my primary responsibility is the safety of people and conservation of this species, and that's why I shut the fisheries down.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are having a tough time with the cost of living, and that's why it was so important to see measures in this year's budget to support families. I've heard from constituents about the high cost of food and what it's putting, the strain it's putting on family household finances. Could the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development please update this House on what's being done to make life more affordable for these families? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville for the important question. All members in this House are aware, because we've heard from constituents right across this country how challenging these times are, and that's why our government has acted yet again in Budget 2023. In addition to several measures that have been in place this year, as well as previously, we brought forward the grocery rebate, which could provide up to $460 for a family of 4 or $220 for seniors or single individuals. We know, Mr. Speaker, that for the 11 million Canadians that are going to receive the grocery rebate, that this will go a long way. We're continuing to be there to support Canadians through these tough economic times. We understand the high cost of food is having an impact, and we'll continue to be there for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
There was a devastating fire in Webequie First Nation last week, and now 8 people are homeless. And like the tragic fire death last month in Pewanik, the community had no fire truck, no fire hall, no equipment. Now, Webequie just happens to be in the heart of the Ring of Fire, and Doug Ford has promised to personally drive a bulldozer across their lands to dig up their wealth for investors. Meanwhile, people in Webequie have no safe drinking water, they live in substandard homes, and they have no fire protection to keep their children safe. So to the Minister, will she commit today to a proper fire hall, life-saving equipment, and proper homes for people in Webequie First Nation?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Speaker, I thank the member for his constant advocacy for equity for First Nations people. He's absolutely right. We all have to do better to make sure that every single person across this country has a fair chance at success, and that's why my department and the Government of Canada is investing historic amounts in First Nations housing, in child welfare, in education, in all the infrastructure that is significantly lacking, like in Webequie. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I will commit to the member to work with Webequie to make sure that it can better protect its citizens.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I asked the Prime Minister a question about whether he approves of the Governor General's expenses when she traveled to Germany for 4 days, which cost $700,000, and another trip to the Middle East where she spent more than $2,600 for meals on the plane for each person in her 30-person delegation. But the answer that I received from the parliamentary secretary was disconcerting. He justified this by saying that the expenses were about the same as those from previous governors general. So I would like to repeat my question to the Prime Minister. Does he agree with this indecent spending, yes or no? The Honourable Minister for Interparliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and our colleagues have been very clear. We think that Rideau Hall, like all federal government institutions, should properly manage taxpayer money. We know that Rideau Hall has re-examined this type of expense with their partners in the armed forces and at the Department of Global Affairs. We will continue to ensure that all expenses are reasonable and necessary.
C'est tout le temps que nous avons pour la période de questions.
That's all the time we have for questions today.
If I can have your attention, I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Right Honourable Alison Johnson, Presiding Officer of the Scottish Parliament. It being 3:10 or 3:11, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-34. Call in the members. Thank you for pointing that out. The question is as follows. Monsieur Champagne, appuyé.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology.
Technology. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veuillent bien se...
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono. Okay, Mr. Johari.
Correction, Mr. Johari.
Johari.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds. Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Yep.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Chapelle.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Sousa.
Yep.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Miss Lanceman.
Lanceman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Miss Lewis Alderman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abutia.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud. Madame Larouche.
Correction, Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Those. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je veux voter pour.
Monsieur Le
Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Perrier pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 313, 313. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Comité permanent de l'industrie.
This bill is referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, House government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. If I can have your attention, order. Oxford, right. We have I see Ms. Ashton. Is this about the vote, or do you have a point of order?
It's about the vote.
I'm sorry, the honourable member doesn't have a headset or the approved equipment. I'm going to have to pass. Okay? Very good. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Pickering Uxbridge is rising on a point of order.
Following question period on March 31st, 2023, the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake rose on a point of order and accused me of making statements about her. I want to unequivocally, again, deny that any such remarks were made by me. But in reaction to that assertion, I used unparliamentary language. And while I hope everyone can understand why my reasons why my reaction was so strong, I have the utmost respect for this House, for the rules that govern it, and for all honourable colleagues. And that is why I rise to withdraw and apologize for the inappropriate use of the word lie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for her apology, and she's rising on a point of privilege as well. Honourable member, please.
Speaker, I rise to raise the question of privilege in relation to the incidents that occurred on March 31st, 2023, between myself and the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. During question period, the member and I had an exchange. Subsequent to question period, the member rose on a point of order and made accusations that I believe constitute a prima facie case of privilege. Under the House of Commons procedures and practice, members are not to make statements that are to intentionally mislead the House. I submit that there is a prima facie case to find that the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake intentionally misled the House, and as a result, my privilege was violated. I refer you to the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, edited by Mark Bosch and Andre Gagnon, specifically under the section Misuse of Freedom of Speech. And it reads as, The privilege of freedom of speech is an extremely powerful immunity, and on occasion, speakers have had to caution members about its misuse. Ruling on a question of privilege in 1987, Speaker Fraser spoke at length about the importance of freedom of speech and the need for care in what members say. Such a privilege confers grave responsibilities on those who are protected by it. By that I mean specifically the honourable members of this place. The consequences of its abuse can be terrible. Innocent people can be slandered with no redress available to them. Reputations could be destroyed on the basis of false rumor. All honourable members are conscious of the care they must exercise in availing themselves of their absolute privilege and freedom of speech. That is why there are long-standing practices and traditions observed in this House to counter the potential for abuse, end quote. I'd also like to draw to your attention to the section under the heading Freedom from Obstruction, Interference, Intimidation, and Molestation. It is under this section that outlines the grounds for a prima facie case of privilege by the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake when she made intentional and misleading statements about me. In this section, it reads as follows. It is impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of obstruction, interference, molestation, or intimidation, and as such, constitute prima facie cases of privilege. However, some matters found to be prima facie, including the damaging of a member's reputation, the usurpation of the title of Member of Parliament, the intimidation of members and their staff and witnesses before committees, and the provisions of misleading information. The unjust damaging of a member's good name might be seen as constituting an obstruction if the member is prevented from performing his or her parliamentary functions. In 1987, Speaker Fraser stated, quote, "The privileges of a member are violated by any action which might impede him or her in the fulfillment of her duties, of his or her duties and functions. It is obvious that unjust damaging of a reputation could constitute such an impediment. The normal course of a member who felt himself or herself to be defamed would be the same as that available to any other citizen, recourse to the courts, under the laws of defamation with the possibility of damages to substitute for that harm that might be done. However, should that alleged defamation take place on the floor of this House, this recourse is not available," end quote. Mr. Speaker, there are several examples and rulings regarding matters of privilege being raised by members that constitute prima facie cases of privilege. I'd like to quote one of these examples as I believe it relates to the question of privilege here today. In the section under debates on October 6, 2005, page 8,473 to 4, in particular on page 8,474, the matter was referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. In this report to the House, the committee stated, quote, "Members of Parliament are public figures, and their reputations and integrity are among their most valuable assets. We are cognizant of the public cynicism exists regarding our political system," end quote. Mr. Speaker, in the rulings determining whether or not a prima facie case of privilege have been demonstrated, the statements or actions in question had to be done so in an intentional manner to mislead and therefore causing the intimidation or interference of a member to perform their duties. I'd like to outline why I feel the actions of the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake were intentional and in fact manufactured. Let me first acknowledge that if members are shouting across the aisle and statements are misheard and then repeated incorrectly, I do not believe this constitutes an intentional misleading of the House. And for the most part, I think honourable members accept when they have perhaps said things they shouldn't have, or if they've misheard, they rise and clarify. This was not the case on March 31st, 2023 between the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake and I. Several members who were sitting around me throughout question period rose and confirmed that the statement, nor a statement even remotely like the one alleged by the member, was heard to be said by me. Further to this, I immediately responded to the allegations made and unequivocally informed the House I never made such statements or statements even remotely similar to the one alleged. Mr. Speaker, in the House, we consider each and every one of us to be honorable. As such, I would have expected that after I clarified what had actually been said, the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake would have accepted that as truth and retracted her statement. As a result of these allegations made against me, my office received several phone calls, emails, social media reactions that were threatening and aggressive. The incident has not only left myself, but also my staff vulnerable to threats. This is why the drafters of the House of Commons Procedures and Practice correctly acknowledge that acts of intimidation or any impediment from a member being able to perform their duties can come in many forms, including through the act of intentionally making misleading statements in an effort to damage a member's reputation. This intimidation serves to make a member think twice before using their voice to call out the actions of others out of fear that if they are seen to be challenging, then they might be subject to accusations that put them or their staff in danger of threats and harassment. I have spent my career advocating for more women to enter politics. I did not grow up thinking this is a place for someone like me. And I hope future generations see a different version of political service, one that is more representative of the diversity of this country. Women in this place are constantly reminded that this place was not actually built for them. And we are reminded of this fact when we walk these very halls. I have spoken out on many occasions against misogyny in this place, including calling out the leader of the opposition's use of embedded hashtags which target anti-women groups and spread messages of violence against women. I believe that these misleading statements against me could have been an act of retribution, an attempt to damage my reputation in order to intimidate and silence me. This place is to hold vigorous debates, challenge opinions, and represent our communities. What we should never accept is the manufacturing of statements for the sole purpose of maligning another member's reputation for pure political gain. This is why I raise the question of privilege today, because this conduct is an offense to this House, to all members in it, as misleading accusations could be made about any one of us without recourse, and I believe is reason for why a prima facie case of violation of privilege occurred here. Mr. Speaker, in hopes to resolve this matter and get on with the work on behalf of Canadians, I would find the matter satisfied should the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake retract her statements and apologize to this House. I appreciate your attention in hearing this question of privilege, and I will conclude by saying that despite the efforts by some, I will not be intimidated and I will not be silenced, because that would only serve to reward the bad faith actions and does nothing to encourage more women and overall more diversity in this place, which I firmly believe would make this place better and benefit all Canadians. Thank you.
I will take the matter under consideration and come back to the House should I see fit. The honourable member for Regina Capel is rising on the same point.
I'd just like to signal to you, Mr. Speaker, that we'd like to reserve the right to come back on this point after having time to analyze what the member just raised.
Tabling of documents. Oh, I'm sorry, we have another. Oh, I'm sorry, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the NDP as well reserves the right to intervene later in this case.
Not missing any others. Good. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. L'honorable député de Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Arctic Parliamentarian Summit, Nordic and North American collaboration from September 11th to September 13th, 2022. Thank you.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Présentation de rapport de comité. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to present petition from a number of my constituents concerned about the establishment of the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establishment and Compensation Act. Many veterans have suffered significant injuries over service and are not adequately compensated. The petitioners call upon the Minister of Veterans Affairs to remove any statutory limits on back pay eligibility on the disability allowances they are entitled to and work with individual veterans to ensure just and due compensation for disability allowance and in a timely manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1256, 1259, 1261, 1263, 1265, 1267, 1270, and 1271. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1254, 1255, 1257, 1258, 1260, 1262, 1264, 1266, 1268, 1269, 1272 to 1280, 1283, and 1284 could be made for orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Je désire informer la Chambre que j'ai
I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Burnaby South to rise and make a brief intervention.
I rise today to request an emergency debate concerning the very serious rise in hate crimes, particularly targeting the Muslim and Jewish community. With the rise of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism on the heels of record high levels of violence against these communities, we need a debate in these chambers to discuss, first of all, how serious this is and debate solutions to the problems. I want to cite specifically recent and brazen attacks at the Islamic Society of Markham and the Bag Street Shul in Montreal and other communities across this country where people are being targeted because of their faith and are receiving violent threats and violence against them directly. Given that, I think all parliamentarians would agree that the role of government is to ensure that people are safe in their communities and are safe to practice their faith. Given that, again, I urge this House to accept my request for an emergency debate to discuss the seriousness of the rise of hate and to discuss solutions that can make sure people are safe in our communities.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the same question. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to signal the support of the Green Party of Canada for an emergency debate on the rise in hate crimes.
We don't allow that. We don't have a debate on this. I thank the honourable member for Burnaby South for his intervention, and after discussing with the Speaker, he's not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing order at this time.
I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Lethbridge to rise and make a brief intervention.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise in the House in order to also make a request with regards to an emergency debate concerning revelations that the government has pressured social media platforms to edit or remove content that it considered embarrassing. These attempts at what can fairly be described as government censorship of the news and more generally the internet came to public attention through a response that my colleague, the member for Niagara West, put forward in an OPQ. The response, which has been tabled in this House of Commons, reveals that the government pressured social media platforms a total of 214 times over a 24-month time period, and that this pressure was applied simply because the government did not want this information made public or felt embarrassed by this information. And we know that there were many times where the platforms were able to successfully push back. However, we also know that with Bill C-11, currently in the Senate, and if it should pass, we know that it will actually legislate the government's ability to engage in this type of censorship going forward. Now, of course, you can imagine just how scary this is for many Canadians who count on the fact that we have a charter in this country that protects their freedom of speech and therefore freedom to access information that they wish to listen to or watch or access online. And so given that we have now seen that it came to light that the government applied pressure 214 times, we would ask that this House be able to engage in a debate with regards to this important matter. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that the Chair normally affords a wide latitude for contributions during the budget debate, which is the current debate, of course, taking place here today. And therefore, I recognize that this type of request might not be normally granted under the emergency debate opportunity. However, I do urge you to recognize that these issues touch upon one of our fundamental freedoms, the freedom of speech. And further, that news and internet censorship are decidedly not economic questions, as the budget is, and therefore could not necessarily be addressed through financial initiatives. So to suggest that they can simply be raised, that this issue can simply be raised within the context of the current debate does seem actually reckless, perhaps. And so I would respectfully allow my question to stand, which is, would we be granted an emergency debate with regards to the government's decision to apply pressure to 214 times to social media platforms across this country?
I thank the honourable member for Lethbridge for her intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that the request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. The honourable member for Lethbridge has a question.
I would stand on a point of order, if I may. Thank you. During the debate, there was the accusation that was thrown against me that I was spreading a conspiracy theory in bringing up the fact that the government has applied pressure 214 times to social media companies. I would like to retable the already tabled documents that show that I am in fact telling the truth, and therefore my emergency debate request is substantiated.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Reprise du débat sur la motion de voix et moyens numéro 10.
Resuming debate on Ways and Means motion number 10 and on Mr. Garon's sub-amendment.
The honourable member for Davenport. Debate.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, it is a true honor for me to speak in this House on behalf of the residents of Davenport on Federal Budget 2023. It was really wonderful for me to be back in the riding over the last 2 weeks to get a chance to go out and talk to the various different Davenport residents and organizations and businesses about the different measures that we have in Federal Budget 2023. But before I go on, Madam Speaker, I want to say huge thanks to all of those who've made submissions in Budget 2023. There were over 700 Canadian stakeholders and organizations that made submissions. It's a huge effort. It was a lot of work, a lot of outstanding ideas, a lot of great creative thoughts, and so I wanted to say huge thanks to them. Madam Speaker, in the 7.5 years that I've been privileged to serve the residents of Davenport in this venerable House, Budget 2023 is the most targeted budget that has been introduced by our government. But what I think is really important to note is that it builds on the work and the investments that have already been announced and that have already been made in previous budgets. That said, there were 3 key sections that I'd like to speak on, depending on how much time I end up having. I want to talk about the major investments we're making in healthcare, including dental care. I want to talk about the huge investment in accelerating the clean economy in Canada. And I want to talk about the targeted investments in affordability that is going to continue to support our most vulnerable Canadians who continue to have such a difficult time with the high cost of living. So maybe that's where I'm going to begin, Madam Speaker, on affordability. We had to be very targeted with our spending in Budget 2023 and very much focus on delivering support to those who need it the most. And why is it that we had to be very targeted? It's because inflation continues to be very high, and we as a national government can't make it worse by big spending programs. Canadians want us to be responsible in our spending, and so that means we had to make some choices. So here are some of the affordability measures that we have introduced in our latest budget. We have introduced a one-time grocery rebate, providing $2.5 billion in targeted inflation relief for 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families. The grocery rebate will provide eligible couples with 2 children with up to an extra $467, and single Canadians without children an extra $234, and seniors an extra $225 on average. Another measure, Madam Speaker, that the federal government is making is we're taking additional steps to ensure more low-income Canadians can easily file their tax returns to receive the benefits that they are entitled. Budget 2023 announces that the federal government will increase the number of eligible Canadians who can do automatic tax filing to 2 million people by 2025, which is almost triple the current number. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, that for poverty advocates, this is something that they have been asking for a very long time. There's far too many Canadians that don't know what benefits they are entitled to, and so they leave that money on the table, and they tend to be the people that need the benefits the most. And the third measure I want to mention, although there's many others, is just some additional measures we have for our students. We need to continue to do all we can to help them as they go to school and study and try to start their careers in life. Our federal government had previously announced that the interest for Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans have permanently been eliminated for all students. And now in Budget 2023, we provide more financial assistance for students by increasing the Canada student grants by 40% annually, and that will provide an additional $4,200 a year. And then as well, raising the interest-free Canada student loan limit from $210 a week to $300 per week of study. Now, I will tell you, Madam Speaker, part of the reason I was so happy to be back in Davenport is I got a chance to actually go and visit various different places across the riding just to hear what people were thinking about in terms of the different measures that we've introduced. So at O Nosso Talo, which is a really wonderful Portuguese grocery store in my riding, I talked to Sylvia, and Sylvia said to me that she loves the grocery rebate. She said every penny that is put into her bank account is dollars that she'll spend on her family that is going to be helpful to her in terms of meeting all the higher costs that she's seeing in terms of groceries. I also talked to Diana and Monica, who were at the grocery cash register, and they also had a lot of positive things to say. They didn't know about the grocery tax rebate, and I know that they were going to pass it along to many other people. I also had a wonderful chance to visit the seniors at J.J. Piccinini Community Center. I stopped them on the way of them playing pickleball, and I talked to them about some of the measures that we had, and they were also very happy. And I also managed to talk to the Stop Community Food Center, the LA Center for Active Living, as well as the Abrigo Center. And so all of them were extraordinarily happy, either about the automatic tax filing, the dental care program, which I'll talk about in a couple of minutes, as well as the grocery rebate. So lots of thumbs up across the riding of Davenport. Madam Speaker, I also want to mention a few measures that mean a lot to small businesses in my riding. The lowering of the credit card transaction fees for small business was huge. I don't know what's happening in your riding, Madam Speaker, but I will say to you, my riding, our small businesses are really struggling. And so they said anything that will help keep some money within their own businesses so they could reinvest in their business, so they can cover some of the higher costs, so they can pay more wages, is going to be helpful to them. So our federal government has secured commitments from Visa and MasterCard to lower fees for small businesses while also protecting reward points for Canadian consumers offered by Canada's largest banks. More than 90% of credit card accepting businesses will see their interchange fees reduced by up to 27% from the existing weighted average rate. And these reductions are expected to save eligible small businesses in Canada approximately $1 billion over 5 years. So that's a lot of money, and they are very happy about this. I'll also say to you, Madam Speaker, is it also, a lot of businesses didn't want to pay this extra interchange fee, so many of them weren't accepting credit cards. So I'll tell you now that actually allows them to accept credit cards. It makes it more affordable for them, and that means they're going to have more customers that are willing to spend more money. The other item that is big for many of the craft brewers, which are small businesses in my riding, is the freezing of the excise tax on beer, wine, and alcohol at 2% for 1 year. It's huge for them. It is something that the industry has been asking for. I'm very blessed in my riding of Davenport to have a lot of really wonderful craft brewers. And so when I went in and told them about this freezing of the excise tax, they were extraordinarily happy. So I just want to give a huge shout out to Henderson Brewing. Thanks so much for welcoming me. Thanks so much for talking to me. And thanks so much for advocating for this. I do know that all the other craft brewers in my riding are very happy about it as well. And then I also want to thank all the West Queen West businesses that I managed to pop by in, the Dog and Bear Pub, Hello 123, and Nunu Ethiopian Fusion Restaurant, who all said that they were extremely delighted to hear about the lowering of the credit card transaction fees. So, Madam Speaker, I'm now going to move into healthcare. And I'll tell you, we've all heard about the long lineups in terms of the surgery backlogs. We've heard about emergency rooms being too full and taking a long time to serve Canadians. We've heard about Canadians not having access to doctors and lack of funding for mental health, among many other issues. And I'll tell you, I had a chance to visit thousands of doors in my riding of Davenport in the months of January and February. And I will tell you, this was one of the top of mind issues about them. And they all said, Julie, it would be really great if the federal government could step up and better support provinces with health care. So step up we did, Madam Speaker. In Budget 2023, we made major investments, adding an additional $195.8 billion over 10 years. So key items to highlight is we've increased the Canada Health Transfer by about 5% a year. We've done an immediate $2 billion top-up to address the urgent pressures that I had mentioned around emergency rooms, operating rooms, and pediatric hospitals. We have put an additional $25 billion for bilateral agreements to address the need for more dollars for mental health. To ensure that more Canadians have access to family doctors, among many other things, and far more money to support the hourly wage increases for personal support workers, more money to strengthen the retirement savings of personal support workers without workplace retirement security coverage, and more money to expand the reach of Canada's student loan forgiveness programs for doctors and nurses who work in underserved rural or remote communities, including all communities with populations of 30,000 or fewer. So I think, Madam Speaker, you've given me the 1 minute mark, and I don't know, I seem to have not covered very much, but I just want to say this is a really excellent budget for the residents of Davenport. It's very targeted. And so I want to encourage all members of this House to support it when it comes time to vote. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable colleague from Davenport for her comments today, her intervention on budgetary policy. Madam Speaker, she spoke about the mental health, and as many of our colleagues know that I've dedicated the last 7.5 years of my political tenure to championing mental health within our country. A national mental health transfer is one of the things that this government and the Liberals ran on in 2021. They promised a $4.5 billion mental health transfer so we could finally view mental health in parity with physical health. Yet they walked back on this and they lied to Canadians. I want to ask through you, Madam Speaker, they misled.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Just following a lengthy point of privilege regarding using that word in this House, the member should apologize for using that word.
The member did correct himself.
Thank you.
Please, apologies would be nice.
Madam Speaker, they misled Canadians on such a vital promise during the 2021 election. And through you, Madam Speaker, I want to ask our honourable colleague what she has to say to that.
Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the honourable member for his amazing leadership in terms of advocating for more mental health support. I don't think there's anybody in this House that doesn't agree that we need to have far more investment in mental health services. I think that at all levels, we have not provided enough in the past. I will say to you, there's been an enormous top-up and enormous investment in federal budget 2023. I know that in Ontario, they have signed a bilateral agreement, and I will tell you that the organizations that advocate for mental health supports in my riding are very happy, and they're looking forward to additional dollars flowing in this area. So thank you for your enormous leadership to the member on the opposite side. We do need to do more, and we will do more.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She added a word about helping with groceries, about $225 more compared to what? It's a one-time check. Will help at the grocery store. I mean, of course, seniors are not going to be against this, but a one-time check of $225, is that really going to help? Seniors groups insist that we need to improve their financial situation over the long term and not just through one-time checks that will arrive at a specific point in time. The honourable member.
I want to thank the honourable member for her question. As I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, we have a very targeted budget with very targeted support to our most vulnerable. But it should be taken in concert of all the other measures that we have introduced. So I'll tell you, the seniors in my riding, those who are 75 and older, they were very happy to have an increase of 10% on their OAS. They were very happy for past GST rebates. That has been very helpful to them. I'll talk in terms of families in my riding. They love the grocery rebate because it's on top of the Canada Child Benefit that they've already been receiving that's been introduced by our government, as well as the National Child Care Plan that we've introduced, in which they've seen 50% of their costs on a monthly basis reduced. So it's never taken sort of in isolation. We've introduced so many measures that help low and middle class Canadians to better support the high cost of living today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. I wanted to raise the issue of dental care, which is encouraging to see in this budget. It makes such a huge difference for people who are struggling with the pain of not being able to fix their teeth. We know that kids, one of the most common surgeries that happen in pediatric hospitals is dental surgery. But knowing that people with disabilities, seniors, kids under 18 are having to wait until the end of the year, I would like to see people be able to fix their teeth now. And in June of 2021, the member voted against dental care when the NDP put this forward as a private member's bill. The Liberals voted against dental care in February of 2020 when we used our opposition day to put forward a motion And so I'm curious, given the fact that these delays are because...
To give the Honourable Member for Davenport the time to answer. The Honourable Member for Davenport, 20 seconds.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I'll say to her that actions speak louder than words. So I think that we're very proud of the fact that we have worked with the NDP on the Supply and Confidence Agreement. The Supply and Confidence Agreement is about what is it that we could work on together that we both agree on. Dental care is a key item that is part, or more money for healthcare was a key part of that. And so I'm very proud that we are introducing a dental care plan by the end of this year. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, never in the history of our country has a Prime Minister spent so much to achieve so little. This Prime Minister has added more money to our national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Now, Madam Speaker, you heard me correctly, and I'll repeat it again. This Prime Minister has added more money to our national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. And he's not done. With this spending, our national debt is projected to rise to $1.3 trillion, meaning Canada now spends more money servicing our debt than we spend on our military, than we spend on childcare or social programs. And Budget 2023 sets out spending for this year at another $456 billion. Now, Madam Speaker, with all this spending, you would think that Canadians are better off, and the reality is more and more Canadians are struggling. We're facing higher taxes, smaller paychecks, a rising cost of living, higher rates of inflation, higher rates of crime, higher rates of homelessness. Inflationary spending is negatively impacting the mental health of Canadians. As I said earlier, Canadians are struggling. In the last election, 2021, this Liberal government promised to start spending more money on mental health, to actually view mental health in parity with physical health. As I mentioned earlier in the question just to our colleague from Davenport, I've spent the last 7.5 years really championing the mental health situation of our nation. I think we can do more. As the member from Davenport says, we all must do more. This government likes to stand up and say that they've really got Canadians' backs. Well, they're on Canadians' backs. They're piling more and more debt on the backs of Canadians. And coming out of COVID, Madam Speaker, they made this promise. They pled to Canadians. They promised to Canadians that they were going to finally invest in them. They were going to look after them. Canadians were feeling the pressures from COVID, from the pandemic, the 3 years of being locked up, not being around our loved ones. But yet, as soon as they got government, or they formed government, they forgot about that $4.5 billion Mental Health Act transfer. They forgot about it. You know, our friend from Davenport said that the mental health associations and organizations within her riding are happy. Well, I can tell you this, that I spend almost every day, hours and hours speaking with mental health associations, whether it's our national organizations or whether it's our grassroots organizations, and they're worried. As a matter of fact, Margaret Eaton, the CEO from the Canadian Mental Health Association, said this in response to Budget 2023. The budget is out of touch with reality of Canadians and their ability to afford mental health services. I believe that the government has missed the mark and that there will be a deep and human economic cost to pay. We're already seeing the real human cost to this government's inflationary spending. Recent research indicates that Canadians' mental health is worsening due to the rising cost of living. Canadians affected by inflation are experiencing higher self-rated anxiety, depression, higher rates of recent diagnosis of mood disorder since the pandemic, and higher suicidal ideation. Not only that inflation is forcing people to cut back on health-related expenses. Do I pay for a prescription or do I pay for food on the table? This budget does nothing for Canadians living in rural and remote communities. It's making life even more expensive for rural Canadians, especially in my riding at Caribou Prince George, where we have to drive long distances to get services. Madam Speaker, everything that we consume, whether it is fuel for our vehicles, whether it's the food that we need to put on our tables to feed our families, whether it's the oil to heat our homes, everything that has gone up. We don't have the luxury of being able to take a transit or an LRT to get services. We have to drive long distances. We have to fuel our vehicles. Currently, gas prices are $1.66, maybe even higher in Prince George. It was $1.65 in Williams Lake last week, $1.74 in Vanderhoof. Madam Speaker, and that's actually come down from the $2 per liter that it was just weeks before. Sadly, on April 1st, Canadians woke up to higher prices, higher taxes, and a lower and smaller paycheck. By 2030, 2 carbon taxes could add 50 cents per liter to the price of gasoline, according to the PBO. Madam Speaker, this budget says nothing about the promise that this public safety minister made to my community of Vanderhoof about the police station, a new police station that they've been waiting years for, and especially after the shooting in November of 2021 that shot up our police station, where an individual targeted RCMP, and because they work in such an antiquated facility, people were hiding behind plywood and aluminum siding to duck and get away from the bullets. This minister, just last year, promised action on that facility, but it's not mentioned anywhere in Budget 2023. The budget promised relief for families. However, Liberals' inflationary spending has caused the cost of food and groceries to skyrocket. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and people are going to food banks asking for help to end their lives, to access MAID, not because they're sick, but because they can't afford the rising cost of living in this country. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in Toronto, their food markets or their food banks have seen numbers quadruple. They've gone from 60,000 a month to over 270 individuals accessing their food banks. Those are real people, Madam Speaker. They're not just statistics. Madam Speaker, those are the people that we've all been elected to serve here in this House. You know, Madam Speaker, the money that the government spends is not their money. It's Canadians. And I have to say that I think that Canadians are not getting their bang for the buck that they deserve from this government, from this Prime Minister. You know, they want to talk about the grocery rebate of $234. Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that that's going to help individuals, but that's one time. What are Canadians doing for the rest of the year? That's 1 week. That's only a few bags of groceries. Everything in rural and remote communities have a higher cost. Milk, higher cost. Loaves of bread, higher cost. Butter, higher cost. Because every point of contact, there's a rising cost in that because of this Liberals' tax policies. Now, Speaker, the opioid crisis. What has this budget 2023 done for the opioid crisis? The growing crisis that we have. It's a national crisis. In my province alone, we are seeing numbers go through the roof. Just last month, they've gone from 2,000 calls of overdoses per month to over 3,000 calls per month. As a matter of fact, in March 22nd of just a few weeks ago, paramedics attended to over 205 overdose events just in one day. Staggering. Our communities are gripped with such a huge mental health and drug crisis. Yet there's nothing in Budget 2023 that actually addresses these issues. Madam Speaker, we seem powerless in this country to stop those drugs from flowing into our borders, from flowing into our communities, from our police, our RCMP, or our security services from stopping those drugs from getting into the hands of friends and family. I know what I'm speaking of. I have a brother that's on the street that's gripped by drug overdose and his addiction to drugs. We're powerless to get him off the streets. And so many families are experiencing this, where they're experiencing the growing rates of suicide, loss of loved ones who have died by suicide, or who have died by overdose. This budget offers nothing for those families that are gripped in this mental health crisis that our country is saddled with. And Madam Speaker, as I said earlier on, I've got 14 seconds left. This government's out of touch. What do we expect from a Prime Minister that tells Canadians just to pay for their debt on their credit card? Well, that's no surprising. That's what he's been doing for the 7.5 years, is using Canadians' money to fuel his out of control spending. He's out of touch, Madam Speaker, and I think Canadians deserve better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech and enjoyed working with him for some time on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. But he mentioned in his speech about people finding it hard, and whether it's to access health care or other services. But this government yet has allocated $196 billion for health care to the provinces and territories over 10 years. That's $19.6 billion a year. Does he think that's a worthwhile investment in our country, in the people that need various services under health care? Or will he vote against the budget and not allow this money to go to the provinces as directed?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, Conservatives put forth 3 items that we were looking for in this budget. And sadly, this budget fails to even capture any of them. The government, the provincial governments, and the mental health organizations are all crying and all saying that what they have promised is not enough. They promised $4.5 billion in a Mental Health Act transfer, and they walked that back. They can't be trusted, Madam Speaker, and the provinces are waking up to this, and so are the mental health associations.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rimouski-Tismaquotta les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech. Madam Speaker, there's a very serious situation going on right now, which is the housing crisis. It's undeniable all throughout the country. And in Lower St. Lawrence, in Rimouski-Tismaquotta les Basques, 0.4% rate of vacancy in Rimouski. It's serious. We're unable to house people of all ages, from every economic walk of life, from various economic strata. We are unable to bring in health workers, a central service to take care of our people, and this government in the list budget completely ignored the issue of housing. There's investment in Indigenous housing, but $0, nothing, to create new housing for people who really need it. I'd like my colleague to think what he thinks of this oversight.
Madam Speaker, we are millions upon millions of homes short for Canadians. The goal of home ownership has gotten further and further away. As a matter of fact, when a down payment was $20,000 when this government got in, the average down payment was $20,000. It's now over $45,000. Canadians can't afford that. Rental, Madam Speaker, has gone up from $1,500 to almost $3,300 under this Liberal government, Madam Speaker. More needs to be done. This Liberal government isn't doing it. They need to get out of the way and let Conservatives fix their problem.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in this House to speak about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls in this country, and how this budget has put forward funds, $20 million over 4 years to support safer communities, almost $100 million of ongoing help for Indigenous families to access information, and $20 million a year after that, $2.5 million over 3 years to support the National Family Survivor Circle, and more. Madam Speaker, this budget is important to Indigenous families, and we know that there's not enough, but there's good things in this budget to move forward on reconciliation. Does the Conservatives think that this is not enough to support this budget?
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, my riding of Caribou Prince George is right along the route of the Highway Tiers. I've sat with so many families that have lost loved ones, murdered and missing, Indigenous women and young girls, and young men, as a matter of fact, as well too. And it is absolutely heartbreaking. We need to do more. Madam Speaker, my worry is that they've pledged it, but will they follow through in it? Madam Speaker, what we've seen with this government is that they continue to actually build up hope, and then they always fall short of actually delivering it. And so that's my worry when I'm speaking with my communities within my First Nations communities and small, rural, and remote, that they make big promises and they boast a lot, but they don't follow through on what they promise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is really, again, a privilege to rise in yet another budget debate where we're taking time to analyze both the budget, but also what happens in these debates is it reveals our visions, it reveals our values, and it reveals our priorities. And I want to begin by commending the Minister of Finance for her excellent effort in having listened to Canadians, having tested the waters both from experts as well as from individuals in communities across this country in an attempt to craft a budget, which is an art that takes into account the moment in life that we are living and also how we are able to move into the future. And it was not an easy task. Obviously, our country is coming out of a period with COVID where we had extreme high expenses, where we kept our economy going and kept people going. And we are now in a period of global recession with higher than normal inflation, even while we have a period of very low unemployment. It is a risky time in Canadian economy, and I believe the Minister of Finance has crafted a fine art of targeting support for the most vulnerable who are at the highest risk of problems during this recession, while also moving our economy into the future. This budget 2023, a Made in Canada plan for a strong middle class, affordable economy, and a healthy future, is that kind of artistic endeavor of a budget that attempts to target supports to the most vulnerable while creating a cleaner and greener economy. It delivers on tax fairness, it strengthens our healthcare system, helps develop a clean economy, and it helps us to invest in clean electricity. In particular, I'd like to focus on a couple of things in this part of the debate, and that is our proposed support for low and modest income families and individuals, and our plan to build a stronger and cleaner economy for everyone. Now, I've just come back, as we all have, from 2 weeks in our constituencies, and for me, this was a time where I could meet with a number of people during those 3 Abrahamic festivals of Ramadan, Easter, and Passover, where families gathered and there was much conversation and rich engagement. It gave me an opportunity to look at both the problems that our Canadians are facing in my riding, but also the opportunities that this budget is affording them. Madam Speaker, this is a post-COVID-driven recession budget. Canada's economy is showing signs of recovery from the pandemic, and we are in a much better position than other countries around the world. In fact, we had the strongest growth rate among G7 nations in 2022. But as with many economic recoveries, not everyone sees these improvements equally in their day-to-day lives. Inflation has been decreasing, and we've noticed that steadily over the past 8 months. However, people earning low to modest incomes still need help with higher grocery prices, especially fresh produce. Canadians are facing that. I face that. I go to the grocery store, just like everybody else, and notice the high cost of groceries. That's why we have been attempting to find ways both directly to deal with high cost of groceries, but also indirectly through a series of sustained long-term supports which are changing the world in which we live, at least in my riding. I want to tell you that when I started in politics in 2008, and I represent an area in Toronto called Thorncliffe Park, kids were going to school and I saw them regularly without parkas, without mittens, without a full stomach from breakfast. That has changed dramatically in these past 15 years. With the onset and the advancement of the Canada Child Benefit, with other supports, with increased Canada Workers Benefit, I see the children coming to school in Thorncliffe Park and elsewhere in Toronto and in my riding with full stomachs, with the right clothes on, with an opportunity for advancement in the world where they will be able to make a difference. I have often thought that the cure for cancer could be locked in the brain of a child who does not get advancement in the world through our targeted early childhood benefits, through early childhood care benefit, through the Canada Child Benefit, through other targeted supports. That cure for cancer may be found in our lifetime because it is no longer going to be locked in the brain of a child who doesn't get a chance to succeed. This isn't just about the grocery rebate. We can talk about that, but that is part of a targeted response that will make sure that at least 11 million low and modest income Canadians will be able to benefit from a targeted benefit. Budget 2023 will also see, as we have said repeatedly in this House, the creation of the Canada Dental Care Plan. And I do want to acknowledge the work of the New Democratic Party on that important policy. It is one of the things that I believe the Liberal Party has wanted to do for some time. With that encouragement, we have continued to develop it. I think that the plan was brought in 2022. It will be improved in 2023, and it will continue to help Canadians have a fresh face and a fresh start as they continue in life. 1 in 5 Canadians delay seeing a dentist right now because of the cost. That will end, and that is the way this Parliament should work. It is the way we should engage together as colleagues in this place. Since federal dental coverage was announced in 2022 for children under 12, applications for 970 children in Don Valley West have already been received and processed. It's almost 1,000 children, and almost as many families have received a benefit which is making a difference in their lives. And I think everyone in this House should take credit for that, especially those who will support this budget in the coming days. The economy, however, and our lives coming out of COVID are profoundly affected by the COVID pandemic response, but also by climate change, which continues to plague our planet. The world's leading economies are moving at an unprecedented pace to address climate change. We have to reshape our economies. We have to build net zero industries for tomorrow. It is a goal of this government. So while we're doing targeted responses with respect to helping Canadians in a time of recession, we are also at the same time building for a greener future, which will create better paying jobs, will continue to help our economy evolve and change and keep pace with the world. We will create better jobs and we will get to net zero, and those two things go hand in hand. It is the economic and social imperative of our time. Budget 2023 showcases Canada's potential to become a clean electricity superpower with more sustainable and secure and affordable electricity grid, with better and cleaner electricity for all, and everyone will benefit. Resource industry workers who extract essential minerals will benefit. Engineers who design next-generation batteries will benefit. Auto workers, particularly in my home province of Ontario, but not exclusively, will benefit. Secondary industries, auto parts, all of the industries related to that will benefit. This is building an economy for the future, for Canadians of the future. The investments made by the government since 2015 have built on Canada's existing competitive advantages, which have made our country a destination of choice for investment in the global clean economy. However, we recognize that we can't sit on our accomplishments so far. As a country, we need to keep pace, and we need never fall behind. Our government has a plan, and the plan is to make Canada a leader in clean and affordable energy. Budget 2023 makes a series of major investments to ensure Canada's clean economy can bring prosperity, middle-class jobs, and more vibrant communities across the country. We will continue to do that. During my time out, some of you know that I was a member of Parliament and then I left and came back. During that time, I worked with Asthma Society of Canada. And what I wanted to do was push the problem of respiratory illness upstream. The reality is that asthma is climate change related. And if we do not invest in these technologies today, we will simply have more people demanding more health care, demanding and people dying. Every day in Canada, someone will die of asthma. It is an environmentally driven illness. And so we need to be invested in it in this place and across the country, ensuring that Canadians have a budget that will allow for the advancement of their dreams as individuals with targeted responses, but also for an economy of the future. We will continue to do this, building measures that are widespread, and you've heard in this debate, many members have offered different windows into the budget. I will attempt to answer your questions on these or other issues, and I thank you very much. This is an opportunity for us to engage in an important debate, an important subject. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Leamington, Chatham-Leamington.
Chatham-Kent-Leamington, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague across the way for his excellent speech. I do enjoy working with him on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I know that there's a great organization that's going to benefit potentially from his talents during his next time out. But the question I want to ask, I also had the opportunity to consult with my riding over the last 2 weeks. I had 13 meetings. I heard much about the cost of inflation, how it was affecting families. In particular, I want to relate 2 comments I heard from the villages of Wheatley and Errieux, their harbors, and they understand the concept of an anchor. A year ago, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, made a commitment that Canada's debt to GDP ratio was anchored to a solid fiscal anchor. It will not rise. The folks in Wheatley and Errieux understand that anchors aren't supposed to float. So my question to my honourable colleague is, next year, what will be the anchor in this year's budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to also thank the member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington for his interventions and also for a good collegial approach to our work. Canada obviously is part of a world economy. We see inflation as a worldwide phenomenon. We also see Canada's response to inflation being targeted and careful. I think that I would describe this as a business-friendly budget, in one that makes sure that those who may be at risk of being left behind are not, but that businesses will also have an environment in which they can flourish. We're not an island. Canada is part of a world economy, and we will continue to be always among the best of the G7 and the G20 leaders in terms of debt to GDP ratio. We'll continue to build, knowing that we need at times to invest, at times to save. Right now, we don't want to leave anybody behind as we grow our economy in a greener future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. He talked about a clean or green economy. How is it that there's not even the start of a transition plan to put an end to subsidies to the oil patch? I'm not talking about laying people off overnight, but it should be a transition so that jobs move from the old to the new industry. Why isn't that starting now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I actually believe we have already started on that practice. We have been engaged in it for the last 7.5 years as we have found a way to encourage investment in greener energies while continuing to support those who make their livings in fossil fuels. That has been part of our goal. This government is a government for all of Canada. This is a government for every part of the country where the economy is still dependent on fossil fuels, where I still, as a person who drives a hybrid vehicle, is still dependent on fossil fuels. We will continue to transition our way away from fossil fuels as we move to cleaner sources of energy, but do it making sure we don't leave people behind. That's what we will do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
to my dear friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the people we don't want to leave behind are our own children and grandchildren. And at this point, we're running over them as we continue to support fossil fuels. This budget expands subsidies to fossil fuels by accepting the notion that we can use fossils to create hydrogen. We do that with so-called abated sources. That's basically weasel words for we're going to use fossil fuels to create hydrogen. And at the same time, we are expanding access to carbon capture and storage as public subsidies to private sector interests to expand and continue fossil fuels. Can the Parliamentary Secretary explain how you can, how Liberals can talk out of both sides of their mouth on climate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I actually think we're very consistent. I want to thank the member for her earnest and always important contributions on climate change and on a greener economy. But I'd like to take the opportunity to get to a paragraph of my speech which I was not able to put in due to time. And that is our proposal in the 2023 budget to introduce a 15% refundable tax credit for eligible investment in clean electricity projects. It's a significant investment that is being extremely well received in the business community. This includes zero-emission electricity generation system, emission-reduced natural gas-fired electricity generation, stationary electricity storage systems that do not use fossil fuels, and interprovincial and territorial electricity transmission equipment. We will continue to build the economy of the future while we help it in transition and leave no one.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has touted this budget as a budget that will tackle the high cost of living. Observers could be excused for thinking this meant the government would actually take substantive steps to addressing the underlying factors that have caused the historic rise in the price of food, heating, and gas, and other everyday essentials. Unfortunately, Canadians did not receive such a budget, and as a result, their confidence in the competency of this government's economic management continues to dither. Instead of taking care of the issues of the day, they burden future generations of Canadians with billions upon billions of unnecessary debt. It should not be up to Canada's sons and daughters to foot the bill for a government looking for a quick vote today. Canadians' families are suffering. Bottom line, this we know, we hear it every day. I can recite countless examples just locally of small business owners or farmers that have had to make extremely difficult decisions in order to stretch their dollars further. But there is one group of Canadians that are often overlooked in these discussions, a group of Canadians that have been treated as an afterthought by governments and looked at as an easy source of money when it needs to be found. Madam Speaker, our armed forces and their members. Over the past couple weeks, my office has been inundated by an alarming number of CAF members expressing grave concerns over numerous issues, but most recently, the replacement approved by Treasury Board of the post-living differential to the Canadian Forces housing differential. The pushback on this policy has been astounding. One person who granted permission for using their quote wrote in and they said, quote, "Many are losing money. The sliding scale it operates on has newly joined members making more money than those have been in for 12 to 15 years. This means as you work hard, strive to lead and progress, you will actually lose money. In what world does it make sense that as you promote into higher positions, you take a pay cut? You have members who will lose money because once they move up in ranks and strive for more, they no longer qualify for the CFHD benefit, and the raise does not match what they were receiving from the CFHD. I'm talking about a decrease in pay from anywhere from a couple of dollars to $500 a month. The CFHD benefit goes away for people who live in the same area for 7 years or more. Sure, many members get posted, but the Navy folks on ship are only stationed on each coast. Things don't change for those folks after 7 years for cost of living. Well, it does. It gets more expensive, but let's take away an allowance." End quote. Madam Speaker, I want to personally thank this person for being courageous enough to reach out to my office and share their concerns. If politicians never actually talk to our soldiers and sailors and airmen, regardless of their rank, how will we ever know their issues that they are facing, and how can we begin to start working on them and solve the problems? While I am sure the objectives of this government was to increase the draw of new recruits into the forces, they have done this at the expense of keeping the ones we already have. 7,700 troops that currently receive the post-living differential will not qualify for the Canadian Forces Housing Differential. For them, it's just another benefit axed. And for those members living together who do qualify, a benefit halved, and at a savings of $30 million. I can promise every single person in this House and everyone watching that the long-term effects in terms of talent and investment we will lose as a result of this will far, far exceed that amount. And that's only what we can realistically monetize in training costs. The amount of damage done to morale cannot have a value attached to it. Madam Speaker, it also unfairly targets the Navy. As the new differential expires after 7 years in the same address, and the Navy is notoriously non-transitional in postings, this government needs to commit to communicating with our troops and ensuring that they will not be unfairly nickel and dimed to pay for over-budget programs like the Canadian Coast Guard Arctic and Offshore Patrol Ships, AOPS, which just had their program cost quietly and unceremoniously increased by $500,000, especially at a time when we are in a recruitment and retention crisis. The only solution for the reconstitution crisis is to take the stopgap that exists at the recruitment phase and put it into the retention phase. Madam Speaker, more soldiers in, less soldiers out. The CFHD fails in that objective. What we need is better equipment. We need to start replacing our Victoria-class subs, our Agent Auroras, expand our over-the-horizon radar capabilities, and commit to 2% spending of our GDP to national defense. Our troops need better incentives, better pay, better housing, a fair and timely recruitment process, and a quick and compassionate transitioning process. We also need to remember that the government's solemn responsibility to our soldiers, sailors, and airmen is not nullified as soon as they leave the CAF. And at this point, I would like to thank my two colleagues, the members from Banff Adrian Moose Jaw, Lake Centre Lanigan, for their excellent work in advancing veteran issues and being staunch advocates for our former CAF members. Madam Speaker, Canadians, regardless of the job, have been struggling. This budget was an opportunity to provide relief to those that have been dealing with the costs since well before the last election. Instead, we have a government that chooses to run up billions in new debt while simultaneously turning a blind eye to the harsh realities facing everyday families the country over, including those in uniform. The country is facing crisis on many levels. This government came out with a pay raise for our force members and almost immediately negated that net increase by completely revamping their housing differential. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, a recruitment crisis, and a retention crisis. And they expect our normally stoic force members to be happy about this newest slap in the face. Struggling Canadians, both in and out of uniform, deserve better than a complacent government content with the status quo. Madam Speaker, when he retired, Jim Flaherty was, as many opinioned, a steady hand at the tiller. During the last economic crisis, the prudent and conservative approach he took showed Canada to be an island of stability in a global sea of uncertainty. It is crucial that the government of the day, regardless of their stripe, ensure that the economic stability and not fall prey to the siren calls of political gamesmanship. It is for these reasons that I will be voting against the budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Madam Speaker, I recognize that the member spoke at great length about our armed forces and the supports that they need, and I appreciate that intervention today. But I would like to ask her a question as it relates more to her riding specifically. You know, this budget has a lot in it in regards to electrifying the grid throughout Canada, about preparing for the future in terms of electric vehicles. And no riding in this country, at least currently, stands to gain more from that than her riding of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. In fact, she was there in the summer when Umicore announced that they're going to be building the largest battery manufacturing plant in North America in her riding. This budget has a lot to advance Canada and push us in the direction of that evolution. I'm curious if she can at least comment as to whether or not she thinks that moving in that direction of electrification and supporting industries like the $1.5 billion manufacturing plant in her riding is a good idea.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Umicore, no question, the battery materials plant. It's the first of its kind in North America, and I applaud the member opposite for raising it. I was there, and I welcome that. It's expected to launch in the fall of 2025. I will certainly celebrate the small wins from the government and recognize that here locally in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, we celebrate when things go right. So I would like to acknowledge that it's a good win, and members on either side of the House need to recognize and applaud when things go right, not just knock heads and respect each other. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on her speech. That was nice to listen to. We see she's very passionate about this, the importance of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I share that desire to support our veterans, especially those who are in the armed forces who protect us and serve us on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, you know, in the last budget, there were things in the budget that were missing, and it was pretty striking. We have the housing crisis currently all over Canada, Madam Speaker, in Quebec, in many regions, in mine, in the Lower St. Lawrence. It's a crisis. We can't deny it. There's another crisis, Madam Speaker, as well. The labour crisis. My colleague talked about the need of the Canadian Armed Forces to attract and retain people who serve. But, Madam Speaker, there's nothing in the last budget, no major measure, and the Bloc put forward a few, like tax incentives to allow experienced people who want to work a few hours or days a week, and other measures that exist to provide oxygen to people who want to help on the labour market and help our entrepreneurs. So I'd like to hear our colleagues' point of view on the total lack of measures to deal with the crisis.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's definitely no secret. Canadians are stretched in every possible regard, whether it's with housing, labour issues. Bottom line is that the budget that was presented is not responsible. It's a budget funded by Canadians suffering from inflation. Rather than preventing real solutions, this NDP Liberal government has unleashed an avalanche of uncontrolled spending. So from my perspective, Madam Speaker, Canadians cannot afford business as usual. No democracy is perfect, but all are perfectible.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington for her remarks. She mentioned at one point in her speech that this budget, quote, turns a blind eye to the harsh realities of ordinary Canadians. And one of the harsh realities that ordinary Canadians face is the fact that millions of them can't afford to get their teeth fixed. This is something that my constituents speak to me about on a regular basis. And I wonder if the same is true for her constituents. And if so, how she explains to those constituents who can't afford to visit a dentist, who can't afford to take their kids to the dentist, seniors who can't chew their food, how she explains to them that she will be voting against expanding our healthcare system to include dental coverage.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 2 weeks of meeting with people in the constituency, businesses, families, you name it, the consistent message is that Canadians need a break. Canadians need a responsible government to step up. We'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be able to get up and rise to speak to Budget 2023, yet another high-spend budget that will inevitably make life more expensive for Canadians. I've spent the last couple weeks
Continues, and I'm sorry, it's my mistake. I forgot that I have to remind the House. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Carbon Pricing. The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, the Environment. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River, Women and Gender Equality. My apologies to the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, and no time was taken from her. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be able to rise to speak to Budget 2023, which is yet another high-spend budget that will likely make life more expensive for Canadians. I've spent time over the last couple weeks talking to people across my amazing riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake to hear their opinions on this budget. I've heard from families, individuals, businesses, and organizations alike that are struggling to make ends meet due to record-breaking inflation, and they're really having a hard time right now. Their paychecks don't stretch as far as they used to between the increased costs of heating, skyrocketing grocery prices, and the overall cost of living that seems to be ever increasing. And these hardworking people that I've chatted with just want to see lower taxes, and specifically the thing that I hear resoundingly through Fort McMurray Cold Lake is they want to see an axe to the carbon tax. Because all it is a tax plan. It's not an environmental plan, and it's going to inevitably raise the price of everything as it's already done, and as the Parliamentary Budget Officer has shown that it has done and will continue doing as we go forward. One thing I've heard loud and clear from people across Fort McMurray Cold Lake is the concerns I have about ever-increasing crime. Families and individuals across rural Alberta have been complaining about the revolving door of criminals being caught and released back into their communities without so much as a slap on the wrist for far too many years. These catch and release policies from this Liberal government mean that more and more Canadians don't feel safe in their homes, in their communities, in their streets, and in their country. And recently we've been seeing an ever-increasing rate of high-profile violent crimes in the news. And these are now happening in cities, and they're random. There's random stabbings happening on transit. There are random stabbings happening in streets. This isn't just gang-related violence that is terrorizing everyday Canadians. This is just random crime. And one thing that's so terrifying that I've heard so many people concerned about is the fact that many of these criminals have been committed by people that were released on bail or were out on parole. And after 8 years of this Prime Minister and his soft on crime policies, our communities just feel less safe. And this Liberal government is doing nothing to stop it. Sadly, they're making it worse. Violent offenders are thrown back into the streets, sometimes within hours of their arrest. Conservatives believe in jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. And I think that that's really important to stop this revolving door of catch and release criminals. In the 8 years since this Prime Minister has taken office, violent crime has increased by 32% and gang-related murders have doubled. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, and Conservatives will restore the trust in the legal system and ensure that violent repeat offenders stay behind bars where they belong. The people I talked to, they were also really concerned about government censorship. And specifically, their concerns were around Bill C-11. They made it very clear to me that they don't want this government, or any government for that matter, making a decision as to what they can see or say online. And we now have proof that this Liberal government has unashamedly asked tech giants to make news articles that they don't like simply disappear. We have proof. We have proof that that has been happening under this government, and C11 will make that much more easy, and they will be able to control more and more of what you see and can say online. A Conservative government, I'm proud to say, will repeal C11 and will protect individual rights and freedoms of Canadians. It's a shame that the Liberals are more concerned with catchy talking points than addressing real issues facing Canadians. They're more concerned with keeping their partners in the costly coalition happy than helping everyday Canadians. Conservatives made 3 requests of the federal government in order to gain our support for the budget. We wanted 1, lower taxes, 2, an end to inflationary deficits that would increase the cost of goods, and 3, to remove the gatekeepers that would prevent more homes from being built, allowing home prices to drop. But none of those conditions were met, not a single one of them. And as such, it's pretty clear that the Conservatives simply cannot support this big spend budget. It's truly time to speak out against these injustices that we face under this current administration. With Budget 2023, the Liberals are continuing their war on work and imposing higher taxes that are punishing hardworking individuals rather than listening to the needs of real Canadians. It's never been so good to be a Liberal insider and never been so bad to be an average Canadian. That is wrong, and that shouldn't be the case in 2023. The price of food and groceries has skyrocketed, and I'm not sure if members from the Liberals hear the same that I do when I'm back home, but just about every person I talk to talks about how expensive gas is and how expensive groceries are. And I constantly see posts on social media from friends of mine that have kids about how their grocery bill has gone up by another $100 this week, or another $100 again. And living in an isolated rural community, I see even more expensive groceries than what many of my city counterparts would see, just by the nature of the fact that the groceries have an extra 5 hours to get to where I am, being an end-of-line community. And the carbon tax, it actually has a unique perspective where not only are the farmers taxed to make the food, and then the people that produce the food are taxed on all the energy that it's taken to actually manufacture it and do all that. But then the truckers, the hardworking truck drivers that bring the food from the distribution centers and the farms to my community, they're taxed. And then the grocery stores, they have additional carbon tax. So that little bit of carbon tax that is just a tax plan, it is multiplied so many times over, and the further you are away from a distribution hub, the more that has an impact on Canadians. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer themselves has made it very clear that Canadians will in fact pay more than they receive back in this carbon tax scheme. In fact, the average Alberta family, the net cost of the fuel charge is $2,773 to the average Albertan family. It's $1,723 to the average family in Saskatchewan, another $1,490 to the average family in Manitoba, an extra $1,820 to a family in Ontario, an extra $1,513 to a family in Nova Scotia, and an extra $1,521 to a family in Prince Edward Island, and an extra $1,316 to a family in Newfoundland and Labrador. And I repeat those costs because that shows that families aren't better off if the average family in that many provinces are going to be paying that much higher. And I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but most of the families that I talked to over the last 2 weeks, they don't have an extra $2,700 laying around to pay for the extra cost in that carbon tax. They don't have it. They're already struggling. They're already making that hard choice as to whether they're going to pay their heating bill or their gas so they can get to work or put groceries on their table. We have a record number of people skipping meals in this country. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. We have a record-breaking number of people visiting food banks right across this country every single month so that kids get nutritious food. We are in a crisis right now with the affordability, and yet this government seems to think that that's not really a huge problem. They did put forward a small win, putting a grocery rebate, but with the additional costs, as I cited, that will be evaporated before a couple months is up. So while it is definitely going to help in the short term, long term, families are still worse off now than they were before. And that's not even taking into account that because of all of the extra spending in this budget, the average family is actually going to have an extra $4,200 worth of cost just in order to pay for all of the spend in this budget. And most of these families don't have that money. This is the part that I think where there is a huge disconnect between the talking points and the reality, is that Canadians are struggling today and the solutions aren't here. So I will be voting against this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech. I wanted to highlight one particular issue. She said that it's time to get rid of the gatekeepers and build more houses in our country from one province to the other. But before coming to this place, I was involved in municipal politics. I was the mayor of my hometown, the second largest municipality in the province of Newfoundland. But is she implying that we should take over responsibility of issuing permits and regulations when somebody comes in to apply to build a home? Because I don't think that's where the federal government should go. They don't have the people on the ground to do it, and the municipalities in every province wouldn't be happy with the government taking over that responsibility.
Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And prior to being elected to this place, I served as a provincial member in my home province of Alberta. And municipalities are actually the creation of provinces. And as such, I am not suggesting that we take over the individual permitting. What the leader of the official opposition has suggested, and I think is very smart, is tying federal infrastructure funding money to having high development permits in certain areas and allowing us to have more homes being built in some of these communities where perhaps they're stalling out and having a bit of a NIMBY perspective on it. This isn't about the individual municipalities, but the reality is since this government has taken office 8 years ago, home prices have doubled in this country. Canada has tons of land, and yet land costs have gone through the roof. We really need to do more so that we can make houses more affordable so that people can afford to live in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. Obviously, there's some points on which we don't agree, specifically C11 and disinformation around this bill, because C11 is not going to violate freedom of expression. However, when it comes to security, that is the issue I would like to hear my colleague speak to. There has not been an independent investigation into Chinese interference, which is serious, and we could have expected some measures in that regard, or the fact that there's no measure for weapons trafficking. There's no measure to reinforce stopping these guns from coming over the border. It's a worrisome situation, and I would like to hear what she has to say on that.
Cold Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think she highlighted many areas where the budget is not meeting Canadians' concerns throughout the country. One of the things that struck me is that there's so many expenditures in this budget, but there's nothing to fight foreign interference from China. There's no money to really address crime rates throughout the country. That's one of the things where we need to do more to make sure that Canadians have everything they need. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Patry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. However, we need to establish a difference between an expenditure and investment, especially investments in people, especially our seniors, who deserve our respect. The NDP forced the Liberal government to have a real dental care program where we're going to have seniors who are going to get dental care, which they need. Is she saying she's going to go back to her riding and tell seniors that they're in a precarious and vulnerable situation and that they are going to deny that access to dental care?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is absolute. That is absolutely so hyperbolic from the NDP. Frankly, the Canadian Constitution is extremely clear that the delivery of health care is the sole jurisdiction of provincial governments. And provinces all across this country and territories have dental programs. Had the federal government wanted to actually have a well-costed program, they could have worked with provinces and territories to establish a program. Instead, they're saying, what everyone in my constituency is always terrified, I'm here from Ottawa and I'm here to help. Frankly, I don't trust that a government that hasn't been able to figure out how to pay its own employees over the last 6 years, they haven't been able to figure out the Phoenix Pay Centre and paying their own employees is somehow going to administer a program this large and be successful. So no, I am proud to stand.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to rise on a point of order and seek unanimous consent for a vote held earlier today, C34, to mark my vote as affirmative.
Honourable member have unanimous consent. Agreed. So registered. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I'm sharing my time with the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise today to speak to this budget bill. I think that it's a very important budget. But I will say, Madam Speaker, I've been sitting here for quite some time and I've been listening to Conservatives routinely get up and talk about there being too much money, we're spending too much money, but then the same exact speakers in the same exact speeches talk about all these places where we should be spending more money. So I'm getting real mixed emotions coming from, or mixed statements coming from the other side of the House in terms of what we should actually be doing with this. But nonetheless, I'd like to address some of the points that I've heard today. Now, first, I'm going to start with that issue of the debt and the deficit that we have in Canada. There's no doubt that we are still coming down off of the debt and the deficits that were taken on during the pandemic to support Canadians. It's public policy that we decided in this country, as most OECD countries did, if not all, to at least some degree, that we would take care of our constituents and our residents and Canadians specifically here during the pandemic. And that's exactly what we did. We ensured that they had the supports that they needed. Now, we're obviously coming down off of that. The deficits are getting smaller and smaller as we move away and we put the pandemic behind us. But I think it should be said that when you compare us to other countries, when you compare the inflationary impacts of Canada to the United States, for example, the United States is seeing much steeper inflation, especially as it relates to items like groceries that the Conservatives always want to bring up. Now, I'm not saying all of this because I'm trying to say Canada's and we shouldn't be worried about inflation, because we should, and it's something that we do need to tackle. I guess what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that inflation is something that has been happening globally. It's something that the world is experiencing. Yes, I think that there is a lot of credit in the argument that it had to do with a lot of those supports that went out. I don't think that it's exclusive, but I certainly think that globally speaking, when we look at that, we can draw a correlation between it. But to try to suggest that inflation in Canada is happening in isolation of the rest of the world, or more importantly, that the ability to have controlled inflation in isolation of the rest of the world, especially when you consider how globalized our economy is. Like, we have more trade agreements with other countries than any other countries in the world. So what does that mean? That means when we build things, Madam Speaker, things are flying across the border. I'll give you a perfect example. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know this, but 80% of the nylon that goes into airbags comes from the Invista plant in my riding of Kingston and the Islands. Now, they'll make the nylon. That nylon will probably travel somewhere into the United States where it's, made into the fabric, and then it probably goes maybe somewhere in Mexico through the NAFTA agreement to be fabricated into the airbag. Then it goes over to another, probably passes back into another country to create the actual airbag that goes into the steering wheel, and from there the process continues. My point is that we are a globalized country that has significant trade with many different countries. The unfortunate reality of that, Madam Speaker, is that inflationary impacts are not something we can control in isolation of the rest of the world. If we tried to take an inverted approach and only focus within Canada and say we will do things without the rest of the world, we would be left behind. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, if you just look at the United States and Donald Trump's approach when he was the president, he took that approach, was unsuccessful in the ability to do it because of that globalization, and still saw more inflation than Canada did. So I respect the argument because I think it's a great talking point. It points the blame at somebody. But the reality is that when Conservatives point the finger at this government and say, you've caused all of the inflation in this country, it is ludicrous. It just doesn't make sense, and it's unfair. Having said all of that, Madam Speaker, I think it's also worth pointing out that despite the challenging times that the world is seeing right now, Canada continues to have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Why is that important, Madam Speaker? Because that means as our economy is growing and as we're seeing new industries and we're expanding, we're able to keep that deficit in check, relatively speaking, against other countries. And also, very importantly, Madam Speaker, is the fact that Canada continues to maintain a AAA credit rating. So yes, I think that we should all be concerned about the inflation that we're seeing throughout the world. We should certainly be concerned about how it's impacting Canadians here in Canada. But to suggest for a second that it is something that we can control while also at the same time engaging in the globalization and the global trade that we do is just wrong. And it just doesn't make sense, and any economist will tell you that. And so I think it's extremely disingenuous, I guess is the word I should use, when we hear from the opposition that that is the case. I also find it absolutely remarkable, and I've said this a number of times, if you believe that the Prime Minister of Canada, whom the official opposition is very critical of on a daily basis, that the Prime Minister of Canada is responsible for inflation in our country, then you would somehow have to also accept the fact that he's responsible for inflation throughout the world. And so to my Conservative colleagues, I would say, for somebody who you don't seem to have a lot of faith in being able to do anything, to suddenly be giving that individual credit to be able to affect the global inflation truly is a remarkable feat. And you can't have it both ways, despite the fact that they would like to do that. Madam Speaker, the other falsehood or a talking point that we continually hear from Conservatives, and I'd like to take the opportunity to try to once again set the record straight. I'm a broken record. I've been saying it for 5 or 6 years. It is with respect to the carbon tax. And what we and I like to call a price on pollution, and I'll explain why in a second. But if the term of the day is carbon tax, I'm happy to entertain the discussion by doing that. What Conservatives always leave out when they're talking about that, Madam Speaker, every single time, is they leave out the fact that there's a rebate. So yes, although the price on pollution might triple by 2030, not today, not a couple days ago, as Conservatives their rhetoric would like you to believe, although it may be increasing, and it does increase every year, so does the rebate. The rebate is reflective of how much people are paying and what they're paying on that price on pollution or that carbon tax. And why is that important, Madam Speaker? It's important because of my reason why I prefer to call it a price on pollution as opposed to a carbon tax. Because a tax is something that is intended to be collected into general revenues and then used for supports, income redistribution, for supporting those in particular hardships that need it at various times. And that's not what this levy does. It takes the money and it gives that money, it takes that money and then returns that money to Canadians, the exact same amount. Whether you made $1 million last year or $10,000 last year, we all got the same amount based on our family, based on the number of people in our family and our households. Now, a very valid question would be, well, why do you call that? Why do you even bother doing it if you're giving the money back? And I think it's actually a good question, and a lot of people ask that. And there's a very simple explanation to it, Madam Speaker, is that economists throughout the world resoundingly agree that when you put a price on something, it changes the behavior in the marketplace. It incentivizes people to make different choices. So if you are making very environmentally friendly choices and you are paying just a little bit into that price on pollution, you stand to gain more back than you put in. That is an incentive to incentivize people to make different decisions as it relates to the choices that they're making when they're making purchases. So, Madam Speaker, I know that I've run out of time. Those are two very important things that I wanted to bring up in this debate because I think that they're germane based on the discussion that I've heard thus far. I will certainly be supporting this budget. This is a budget that respects the circumstances that we're in and that we've just come out of, and it's a budget that looks towards the future and invests in people and invests in businesses throughout our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. A very short question. What set of circumstances would he envision where the ratio of debt to GDP would drop? If the Deputy Prime Minister stated last year it was always going to drop, but this year it didn't, circumstances changed. What set of circumstances would allow for some responsibility here?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's an excellent question, and I'm so glad that I was asked it. Because the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that if your economy continues to grow and grow at a faster pace, which it is through immigration, through investing in people and businesses, if you continue to grow at a faster pace than you're taking on debt, your net benefit, your net bottom line is actually ahead. That's why conservatives have done it. That's why liberals have done it. That's why out of the last 16 budgets introduced by Stephen Harper and Brian Mulroney, only 2 ran surpluses. Every other run ran a deficit because they all understood the economics to be the exact same. And I guarantee you, and then if a conservative party ends up on this side of the House, they'll continue to do the exact same thing.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for a speech where he talked about the environment a few times. And so I'd like to refocus on that. Many groups, as well as the Bloc Québécois, recognize that there are positive points in the budget regarding the environment, but everyone criticizes investments being made in carbon capture and storage, which is presenting an idea of a transition towards a cleaner economy. Why, on the one hand, invest in greener technology and on the other, keep funding a technology that is generating its own greenhouse gases and is not fully developed?
It's another great question, Madam Speaker. And the reality is that because and I appreciate it. I don't think that the future is in carbon capture. I certainly don't. But what I do know is that we're on a limited time. We have a limited time. We have a limited runway in front of us to protect our environment for my children, their children, this member's children, Madam Speaker, your children and grandchildren. And so we have to throw everything at the problem that we possibly can at this point, in my opinion. So if investing in carbon capture is not the best solution, I would agree, but is it a solution that we can use at least in the interim Possibly. And I want to see if that will materialize, and I want to see if that's a possibility. But at the end of the day, of course, I don't want to be capturing carbon forever. I don't want that to be the solution. I want to move away from dealing and having to even have the problem of having to capture the carbon in the first place.
Honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about carbon. We agree with some of this at the NDP, but on the other hand, this government continues to subsidize oil and gas companies. On the one hand, we want to reduce greenhouse gas, but on the other hand, they're taking taxpayers' monies to keep up with fossil fuels that generate a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. Does he not find that contradictory?
Well, this is an interesting point that the NDP always brings up, Madam Speaker. They say that we're investing in fossil fuel subsidies. No, the subsidies have actually been going down. What we've been investing in, which makes it look like they've been going up, Madam Speaker, is dealing with things like orphan wells. Yes, we shouldn't be in a position where previous companies that have gone out of business left wells here that society has to deal with. But the reality is those wells are there and we have to deal with them. So when the NDP talks about our increase in subsidies, they're adding into that calculation, Madam Speaker, money used for dealing with orphan wells. And I would submit that is not a subsidy. That is something that we need to do as society because we allowed as society companies to we allowed companies to do those, to not deal with those effectively themselves when they should have.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, honorable député.
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Oh, pardon, honorable député.
Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I felt like the rug was being pulled out from under me there for a second. So thanks for this opportunity to take the floor to speak to the budget, Madam Speaker. But to begin with, I'd like to talk about something that's not necessarily in the budget, but I sincerely hope that the Liberal government has held back some money to deal with the federal public servants and the negotiations. We're at the 11th hour, Madam Speaker, and an ultimatum has been set for Tuesday night to come up with a deal for the 155,000 men and women who work for us, for Quebecers, for Canadians, and they need a new collective agreement, and it's been expired for the past couple of years. These men and women, mostly women, deserve respect. They shouldn't be impoverished by an offer that's inadequate at a time when the cost of living has shot up. We see this with groceries, housing, and a number of expenses. So I'd just like to repeat that federal public servants can count on the NDP's support. And I would really encourage the president of the Treasury Board to bargain in a way that will make it possible to come up with a good deal that will respect those workers who've been there for us and who serve all Canadians. Madam Speaker, here, if we're talking about investment and spending, investing in the federal public service, for example, but in many other things as well, social programs, there are a lot of people who say, yeah, but you know, it's tough. Maybe we can't afford to. Maybe we're going to have to hold back because it's so expensive. And you know, there's the deficit, we have to be careful, we have to be responsible, and so on. We agree in the NDP, but you also have to have the political courage to put in place things that will ensure tax fairness and social justice as well. As a result, and as a leftist progressive party, we're concerned about that. You have to take the money and invest in people, in our communities, in our towns and cities, and in our workers as well. And that money, it's interesting because CRA recently disclosed a study that they themselves had done about the tax gap. That's an evaluation of the amount of taxes that should have been collected from personal income taxes and corporate income taxes and what was actually collected. Because, there are loopholes, there's tax evasion, there's tax avoidance. So there's a big gap between the taxes owing and what's actually collected by CRA. So there was a group recently in Montreal. I was there with them, and they're proactive. And we talked about the tax fairness. And the CRA was reminded about its own study. So from 2014 to 2018, this study was done. It's the first self-evaluation by CRA on this tax gap or the tax shortfall. And what we learned was that every year, we are losing from $18 to $24 billion in taxes owing that were not collected, even though that money is due. It's a huge amount of money. Imagine what could be done with $18 to $24 billion more per year, which falls through the cracks. That could be used for health care, for dental care, and it would be very beneficial to society for better health care and to provide people what they need to get by. So who are the worst culprits when it comes to this tax gap? Well, it's big corporations. They're 70% responsible for these uncollected taxes. And they only represent 1% of registered companies. So it's not small businesses, it's not corner stores, it's not family-owned businesses, mom and pop shops or anything like that. Those people are paying their taxes. It's the really big multinationals and big corporations that are responsible for 70% of the tax losses. And nothing concrete is being done to enforce. There's no real collection, no effective collection going on. So that's the finding that was found, not just by a bunch of outsiders. That's CRA's own assessment of how much tax money is not getting collected. So steps need to be taken, concrete steps, to rectify that shortfall. And the CEOs of those large corporations, they're filling their pockets at a time when ordinary people are really struggling to make ends meet. I have a few examples, Madam Speaker, that are pretty compelling. Loblaws last year made $1.9 billion in profit, more than a 20% increase. That's quite something, Madam Speaker. People who are doing their groceries and they're depriving themselves of meat or other things that are essential to their families. At the same time, Loblaws is lining their pockets and making bigger and bigger profits. And the CEO of Loblaws, Galen Weston, had his salary increased recently. It went from $8 million a year to $11.8 million a year. $11.8 million a year for someone who's making record profits while people are struggling to afford their groceries. If that's not indecent, I don't know what is. It's making a mockery of ordinary people. The ultra wealthy are lining their pockets, and ordinary people are struggling, and they can't even afford what they need to eat and to survive. Mr. Weston earns 431 times the average wages of an employee. He earns thousands of dollars an hour, over $5,600 an hour. And he's not the only one, not even the only one at his company. Richard Dufresne, who's on the board of directors for Loblaws, his salary went up from 2021 to 2022 from $1.8 to $5.4 million a year. $5.4 million a year. That's about a $4 million raise in 1 year. And let's stick with the major grocery stores. The CEO of Sobeys has an annual salary of $13 million. Scotiabank, $12 million for that CEO. Madam Speaker, on average, the CEOs of Canada's largest companies get paid 191 times what the average worker at those companies gets. We think something needs to be done. We in the NDP think an end needs to be put to this abuse. There's a class of elite, of privileged people that are lining their pockets while minimum wage workers are struggling and they're forced to go to food banks just to get by. People who are working full time are forced to resort to food banks, Madam Speaker. So I can just imagine how frustrated and how angry they are, and I share those feelings when we see the super wealthy getting richer and richer when they really don't even need that money at all. Now, in the budget, there are some good things that'll make a real difference in people's lives, and I'm proud to talk about this because a lot of those ideas came from the NDP. With the deal we negotiated, we're forcing the Liberal government to do things they never wanted to do in the past. For example, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, have boasted about what they've done for dental care. But just 2 years ago, the NDP proposed the same thing, and the Liberals at the time thought it was a really bad idea. So we needed to convince them. It took some time. But now people from 12 to 18 and seniors over 65 will have access to a refund for their dental services. And we know how important that is to people's quality of life. And I also talked about the GST tax credit, or the grocery refund, I believe it's called. That was also an idea from the NDP. And that will give hundreds of dollars back to people who really need it. So those are concrete measures that the NDP has accomplished with our leverage. And that's the kind of thing we will keep doing to make sure that there are things to help people with housing, social housing, affordable housing, access to property. We want to make sure we live in a fairer, more equitable society where everyone can live decently. I think my time's up, Madam Speaker, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions from my colleagues. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to pick up on the issue of housing because, back in the 90s, there was a big push from all political parties at the time inside the chamber that the federal government not play a role in national housing. And I always believed, when I was an MLA at the time, that was wrong. And what we have seen today is a government that you would have to go back generations to the degree in which we have had a federal government play such a strong leadership role on housing, including the first ever national strategy on housing, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to, yes, the federal government does need to play a strong role, but we also need to see the municipalities in particular, but the provinces and other stakeholders to step up and also play a very important role so that Canadians can get that affordable housing.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. All levels of government have some responsibility around housing. That's true. But the federal government has fallen behind. They've done nothing for years, so there's a lot of catching up to be done. In Quebec, it took 3 years to negotiate between Ottawa and Quebec City before projects could even begin. So we're behind, and there are 24,000 people on a waiting list now for social housing. Social housing is the best way to get people out of poverty and really help them out. And we're not doing enough of that. The federal government is not doing enough in that area. There is a housing strategy, that's true, but it hasn't been improved. The funding hasn't been increased, and it's not actually meeting the needs of people in the community. We want a lot more investment from the federal government in social housing.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know what he thinks about federal and provincial jurisdiction. In the National Assembly in Quebec City, there's a motion from Quebec Solidaire that says that health is exclusively under Quebec jurisdiction, and they've called for financial compensation without strings attached when it comes to dental care, and they also want a commitment for that amount of money which is just covering something that we already had in Quebec. So I'm wondering what my colleague thinks about the idea of financial compensation without strings attached. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Madam Speaker, I would just quickly say, like, when you make a promise, you have to deliver on it. So Quebecers and Canadians were promised that if we were there, we would work toward dental care for underprivileged people, and that's exactly what we did. We're not trying to tell the hospitals how to do their work. We're not trying to recreate dental clinics. We're just going to pay people's bills for them, for their visits to the dentist. This is going to make a huge difference in people's lives. And I'd like Quebecers to acknowledge that thanks to the NDP, everyone will have a nice smile and won't have to pay for their dental care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my brilliant colleague for his remarks. He spoke a little bit about the excess profits in the grocery sector, and this is something that I've heard from constituents about. They go to the grocery store and they're astounded by how few groceries they can buy with the same money that just months ago, if not years ago, bought much more food that they could put on the table, and yet they turn on their television and they see that the CEO of these big grocery corporations is getting a raise in the millions of dollars. And I think for many people, this is simply unacceptable. Can my colleague talk about what approach he would have liked to have seen in this budget to properly tackle this issue of grocery prices?
A quick answer, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Unfortunately, it seems like millionaires have an endless appetite for more money at the expense of ordinary people, people who are hungry, who can't afford proper nutrition. So in the NDP, we'd like to see a wealth tax so that big families that are disproportionately wealthy, well, they should pay a bit more to help the poorest people in society. And that would really help lift people out of poverty, and it would be a minimum of social justice. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by asking for consent to share my time with my colleague, the honourable member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, but you asked for consent. I thought you were going to wait to see if there was consent. You don't actually need consent to share your time. So that's all well and good. Continue. Thank you. Okay, Madam Speaker, we're here to talk about Budget 2023. And as an economist, I would say that it's rare when you look at numbers that you have they raise so many questions. If the Liberal government was looking for a title for this year's budget, I would suggest transparency. What's that? Where is it? Coming out of the closed-door session, the lockup, I was disappointed and also concerned. I was disappointed that several essential measures were missing. For example, EI reform, which has been promised for years now. And once again, the unemployed are being let down. A lot of people pay into EI and are completely left to their own devices. They don't qualify. And despite all the promises that were made about EI reform, nothing's being done here now. And there's lots of people who have lost their jobs during we're potentially entering recessionary times. And the budget also neglects seniors. There's nothing in the budget to improve their situation. So obviously, I'm disappointed in the budget. But there's something worse, something bigger. There's a bigger betrayal in this budget, and that is the flagrant lack of transparency. It's a blatant lack of transparency. And unfortunately, this is typical of the Liberal government when it comes to foreign interference, Chinese interference in elections, or money going to organizations that are close to the Prime Minister. It's always the same so-called logic. There's a disdain, a disregard for taxpayers and citizens. They basically say, we'll do as we like, don't ask any questions, because we won't give you any answers. And that's really problematic, Madam Speaker, because that's one of the foundations of democracy. Without transparency, there can be no democracy. In the budget, there are a number of examples of the lack of transparency. For example, there are fewer and fewer subsidies and more tax credits. Tax credits, as you know, are not visible to the average person. A company applies for them, CRA processes the tax credit, but an ordinary person doesn't see who's getting the benefit of those tax credits. The budget also announces more and more funding that will be managed by crown corporations. Once again, crown corporations are not models of transparency. So let's talk about crown corporations. They are not subject to the same regulations, the same requirements for disclosure as government departments. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, we study line by line departmental spending. We know how much each department gave out in subsidies, not tax credits, in subsidies to organizations. But unfortunately, that's not possible when it comes to crown corporations. Crown corporations are only held to a requirement to disclose information with the same standards as the private sector. And that's a problem, because if the federal government is going to use crown corporations as a vehicle to fund those activities, then crown corporations should be subject to the same disclosure and transparency rules as other government departments. Once again, it goes to the very basic, the heart of democracy. Let's take another example. Export Development Canada. That's one of the tools the government uses to invest in energy production projects. And recently it made headlines because EDC supported the oil and gas industry in various ways to the tune, as the media reported, to the tune of $8.1 billion in 2020. We also know that the Liberal government plans to increase investments through EDC. So EDC's investments increased by 17%, from $12 billion to nearly $15 billion in a single year. And the same is true for the Business Development Bank of Canada, which increased from $18 billion to $20 billion over the same year. But it's impossible to know which companies crown corporations invest in, so it makes accountability impossible. Let's take another example in this budget. The announcement that was recently made that the Finance Department was creating a new investment tool, the Canada Growth Fund. And this money, instead of being managed by public servants, will now be managed by a crown corporation. And Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that they're incapable, that PSP is incapable of managing that fund. They can manage it, but it's not. They shouldn't be managing new public funds. So there's two problems here. The investment mandate is still being given to a crown corporation rather than a department. And that's a problem because apparently the Liberal government no longer trusts its own officials. That's a problem. They don't trust the secret services, artists, and independentists. In short, the Liberal government doesn't trust anyone except the Chinese totalitarian dictatorship.
Institutions like PSP don't have to disclose their spending like departments. A citizen may want to know what the Great Canada Growth Fund has done, but, Madam Speaker, they'll just see a sector breakdown of investments, which doesn't tell you much when energy includes renewable energy and natural gas and oil. It doesn't give much information at all. Crown corporations are an opaque funding vehicle for the government. Let's look at another example. In this budget, there are many tax credits. Madam Speaker, it's nearly half of new spending in Budget 2023. There are tax credits for companies. So rather than giving grants, because if that was really the government's intent to work on the environment, why hide new spending? Why place them in tax credits rather than in direct grants where there would be true accountability? About $19 billion in additional tax credits will be provided. Here are some examples. The enhanced tax credit for carbon capture has been openly denounced by the scientific community. 400 scientists, Madam Speaker, major ones. They've announced that they didn't want this new tax credit. That wouldn't help Canada reach its goals. The Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit is another one. Hydrogen produced from natural gas is not clean. It's not a tax credit only for green hydrogen. The investment tax credit for clean electricity does not benefit Quebec, which already produces clean electricity at low cost. Once again, Quebecers' taxes are being used to pay for the rest of Canada's environmental lag. Finally, these tax credits show that the government is not dealing with GHGs at the source as scientists call for. These are methods that are decried by scientists as being ineffective, like carbon capture. So scientists are clear. These technologies are inefficient and economically unviable. It's just an excuse to increase fossil fuel production. To conclude, Madam Speaker, if the government really was proposing deficits to prepare for the extraordinary climate crisis that is coming, the Bloc Québécois would certainly support it. This is clearly not the case here. I have presented several new measures that ultimately betray a single logic: this government's irrepressible need to hide information, to act in the shadows, and to accept no outside advice. Embroiled in scandals, the Liberal government could have used this opportunity to teach China, for example, a lesson, but has decided to hide instead. For my part, if transparency is to become the fight of my life, it will be. I'm 34 years old, and I'll be on the government's tail for a long time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I was closing my eyes and just listening to the member, I would think that she was a conservative member of Parliament. You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, when she says no accountability or transparency, let me give an example. She's critical. The Bloc Party does not support tax credits. That's what she's arguing. Madam Speaker, there's a tax credit for tradespeople to be able to acquire the tools that are necessary. So if they go into the local hardware store in Montreal or the Home Depots in Winnipeg, tools are very expensive. So if you are a carpenter or you're part of the trades, being able to write off in the form of a tax credit is of great benefit, Madam Speaker. Am I now to believe that the Bloc Party does not support tradespeople being able to write off as a part of a tax credit for purchasing of their tools?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, unfortunately, my honourable colleague didn't listen to my speech or simply didn't understand it, because all along I gave examples of tax credits that supposedly would help the environment, but that's not the case. I didn't talk about a tax credit for people working in construction, who unfortunately are a small share, because those people aren't helped very much in this budget. If they lose their job, EI might not even help them. There are reforms that are not included in this budget. There are real problems in the budget, but unfortunately, and this is what differentiates us from the Conservatives, we really want change for the environment and energy transition, and this budget doesn't include it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable
The Honourable Member.
Barclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her remarks and also acknowledge that I think one of her biggest fans may have been in the building while she was speaking. And thinking about the topic of her remarks, particularly her remarks about the climate crisis, and thinking about her children, thinking about my children, and thinking about the fact that despite all of the good words from across the aisle, emissions in this country last year went up. We are giving money to the fossil fuel companies at a time when emissions are heading in the wrong direction. How does that feel for her, knowing the future that we are about to hand our children?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question. And in fact, I'm very concerned. I even began by saying that it's very concerning to see that the budget doesn't address the real issues. What the Liberal government has done is made nice promises, but we see that in many areas. And unfortunately, we see nothing concrete for the environment. It's just maintaining the oil state in Canada, and that deeply concerns me. For the environment, and we heard my son a number of times, I'd like to leave a planet for him, a livable planet in good shape. That won't be the case, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like her to specify what I think exists. By providing tax credits, it will be difficult to follow them because there could be audits in 5 or 10 years. So rather than direct grants to oil companies, so it's like hiding information a bit. At the end of the year, they can say, we've cut subsidies to oil companies, but in the end, they will really just have been changed into tax credits. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. She has understood the substance of my speech, and I thank her for it. She's quite right. Rather than doing things directly with grants to fossil fuels, it'll be done with tax credits. It will be difficult for an average person, even for parliamentarians whose work it is to follow public money. It'll be difficult to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You'll understand in my speech why what my colleague from Terrebonne and I and the Bloc Québécois, well, we agree that we need to call out what is hidden and underhanded in the budget. So Chapter 3 of the federal budget presented on March 28th has several elements that I would have liked to address in my speech today. Because, you see, the measures for affordable energy, good jobs, and a growing clean economy, well, yes, there are some encouraging elements. So investments, unfortunately in the form of tax credits, but funding for clean electricity, retrofits, energy efficiency, geothermal, that's good. There are some good gains, some good news at first glance. But I will raise some caveats. When we look a little closer, we see what I would call a cleverly designed architecture that is certainly objectionable, whereby the use of a single word, a very specific adjective, the entire industrial ecosystem of the oil and gas sector gets access to the buffet of public funds. What is that magic word in the budget? It's the word clean. It is found 170 times in this chapter alone. The funds, the programs, their management, the content of their financing, what is specific to them. I will not discuss them in this speech. There would be too much to say. But don't get me wrong, there is good in this budget. But the problem is that these positive and favorable measures for the environment and for the respect of our international commitments, well, they are overshadowed by the fossil fuel sector's excessive access to public money. The government made a commitment to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies by 2023. Once again, we're going to have to wait because the government will not keep its word, even though it's hidden in the form of tax credits. So in the budget, we see that they expect that it will continue until 2027, 2028. So this clearly shows that we won't do it in 2023. Let's talk about the hydrogen industry, which my colleague mentioned. The investment tax credit for clean hydrogen doesn't sound so bad, does it? But the truth is that Canada qualifies as clean hydrogen production, that hydrogen production from fossil fuel sources. Yes. However, no credible international organization, no scientist or expert could say that it is clean hydrogen. I don't dispute the need to develop this energy sector, hydrogen, but it must be done correctly. The lion's share of money should stimulate the whole production complex, which would have a carbon neutral or very low GHG emission life cycle. So hydrogen would be made with electrolysis from water. So the government states that this tax credit is eligible for electrolysis-based production, but also for natural gas-based projects. So this is provided that the associated emissions are reduced by carbon capture and storage technologies, CCS. So the budget provides $5.5 billion over 5 years for what they call clean hydrogen, for this investment tax credit. So this first tax credit opens the door to another gift, another hidden subsidy to the oil and gas sector, the investment tax credit for carbon capture and storage, which, let's not forget, has been discredited by a host of experts around the world. My colleague talked about the 400 signatories, most of whom have scientific and technical expertise, who called on the finance minister not to give in to the funding of this false solution that is extremely costly and energy-intensive, ineffective, and unfeasible in the short term, even though we say it's a climate emergency. There was even a very clear report on the issue by the International Institute for Sustainable Development that came out at the beginning of this year, so it's very recent, and that report was ignored. This industry that is raking in record profits, shouldn't it fund the development of these projects? Many observers argue that this is necessary, that it is high time that the government prepare regulations that would require the sector to finance its own emission reductions. Yes, but that's just wishful thinking. So who made money in 2022? The 6 largest Canadian oil companies have had combined profits approaching $38 billion. I hope you're seated, Madam Speaker. $38 billion. According to the specialized media of the energy sector, they intend to devote a meager 0.5% of these sums to clean technologies. Okay, so $516 million over 5 years is the amount of the tax credit. It's not much, say the lobbyists. There's the New Pathways Alliance, who are together and who are lobbying hard to see as much of these projects as possible paid for by governments. But in fact, they have much more than $500 million, since this investment tax credit and the clean hydrogen project are connected. So if they really believe in carbon capture and storage and its potential, why on earth don't they invest more in it themselves for the prosperity of their shareholders, to be a good corporate neighbor? You know, Madam Speaker, the conditions of the budget implementation are quite challenging. I'll summarize 2 notable items. The budget states, and I quote, "At this time, only dedicated geological storage and storage in concrete are proposed to be eligible uses." So we're talking about storing CO2. However, the other features of this specific investment tax credit reveal that companies will be able to access these tax privileges even if ineligible activities take place. So before an audit is conducted to ensure that the investment tax credits are really spent on eligible expenditures, there will be 5 or 10 years with an accounting scenario on paper, and businesses will have profited from all of this to make money as if they didn't already have enough. So add to this the following unconscionable exemption. Companies whose projects have less than $20 million in eligible expenditures over the life of the project would be exempt from filing an environmental risk disclosure report. Well, come on. You just have to break it down into projects that are under $20 million, and then there's no environmental risk. So since 2010, the cost of solar energy has dropped by 85%, onshore wind by 68%. Even the price of carbon-neutral hydrogen has dropped slightly below that of hydrogen from natural gas. This was a finding made in early 2022 as a result of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. For the past 20 years, CCS, carbon capture and storage, has produced about almost no conclusive results. And according to the industry, the potential reduction in emissions from the oil and gas sector is just 10%. Billions of dollars invested for just 10%. Suncor estimates the capital and operating costs of the Cold Lake project at $14 billion, and Cenovus projects $2.5 billion per year until 2050. Can you believe it? As if we didn't need that money elsewhere. The budget gives no signal that the government is about to end fossil fuel subsidies. They're just hiding them. This budget does not give us the arrows required to reach the target we urgently need to reach. Investing precious tax dollars in accelerating investments in energy efficiency, electrification, and support for renewable energy, that's where the government needs to put taxpayer dollars. Madam Speaker, having initiated a parliamentary committee study on the governance of radioactive waste in Canada, the report of which has been tabled in the House and for which we have produced a supplementary report, I cannot ignore the disturbing position taken by the federal government on the nuclear industry. Because it said that nuclear energy does not emit GHGs, so it qualifies. But what about radioactive waste? The nuclear industry is clean, but nobody knows what to do with hazardous waste. Small modular reactors, they haven't reached technological maturity. And I'll conclude by saying, what does Canada plan to do with its spent fuel? Well, are there plans for the Arctic, given that the moratorium is ending at the end of 2023? So will we be going into the Arctic for oil exploration? And criticism is not over.
Matin, questions and comments. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et je veux...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. She's a champion. I do have a concern with using herbicides in Canada, and I would invite my colleague to speak to that subject. The honourable member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's a completely different track, but yes, indeed, herbicides, pesticides. We know that that affects people's health, and that's what we need to focus on. Herbicides, pesticides, all pollution. It affects people's health. It's proven. It's been measured. There's even economic data to support it. So there's a great deal that we need to act on. We have a lot of options before us, and we need to act on all of these fronts simultaneously. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for Repentigny for her speech. It was very interesting regarding the lacks for tax credits and carbon capture and storage and hydrogen being generated with natural gas. However, this false belief about the energy transition, we were led to believe that unions would be at the table because there's no solutions without workers to help those who have the least to increase the GST tax credit. That's something we insisted on. That means that for 2 million Quebecers, they're going to get up to $460, and I think it's important to highlight that. The honourable member for Repentigny. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed. Getting everyone to sit down at the table to be able to talk about innovation, that's important. However, I was at a committee this morning, and we talked about what happened with Imperial Oil in Alberta. And what we're seeing is that businesses, when they sit around the table, there's people who listen, there's people who don't listen, there's people who don't consult at all. So we have to be careful with what my colleague is putting forward. Thank you to my colleague for her speech. She talked about profits generated by big business in fossil fuels, over $38 billion. However, I think it's very mysterious that the Trans Mountain Pipeline costs, which cost more than $30 billion, is not in the budget at all. The budget is completely silent on the issue of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And I wonder what my colleague thinks about why we haven't cancelled this terrible project. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. Indeed. The last environmental committee, the one that I participated in before our last 2 break weeks, I asked the Minister of the Environment why we're unable to just put an end to this financial black hole. He said to ask the Minister of Finance, and I said, I'm asking the Minister of the Environment, who reads the reports, who knows what's going on, and is responsible for getting Canada to hit the targets it committed to internationally. And so that's the minister I got. That's the answer I got from the Minister of the Environment. I have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bagot. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for her eloquent presentation. She caught my attention in the passages focused on carbon capture and storage. It seems to have become a new religion. It seems like it's some sort of miraculous solution. It fixes everything. It brings peace on earth and so on. However, she explains to us that science seems to be demonstrating quite the opposite. So if that's the case, why are we continuing to move forward with this? The Honourable Member for Repentigny, a brief answer. Yes, indeed. Why are we moving forward with it? I'll remind you that out of the 149 projects around the world for carbon capture and storage, which are supposed to be stocking carbon, 100 were canceled. And in the United States, even though significant investments have been made by industry and government in that technology, 80% of projects proposed were not operational because of high costs, low maturity of the technology, lack of credible financial profits. Public money should go to solutions that we know and not into the pockets of oil and gas industry for projects that they are flashing before our eyes, which yield nothing at all.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to rise and speak on yet another budget. This is something in which I think that at the end of the day, if you do the comparisons over the last 7 and getting closer to that 7.5 years, Madam Speaker, to the types of things we as a government have been able to accomplish, I think all in all Canadians would feel confident that the government is in fact on the right track. We have consistently argued, Madam Speaker, over the years how important it is that we actually have an economy that works for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. We have consistently argued about the importance of recognizing the role that the middle class plays in society and those aspiring to be a part of that middle class, Madam Speaker, and look at ways in which we can enhance and grow that middle class. Madam Speaker, even during the pandemic, Canadians knew that they could rely on the Government of Canada to be there in a very direct way, that we had the backs of Canadians, Madam Speaker, something, again, so critically important. What we have seen over the years is a official opposition in particular that has been more focused on the personal attacks, Madam Speaker. While they have been focused on that, this government has been focused on delivering for Canadians. When we think in terms of what it is we want to accomplish, we have a desire to build a stronger and healthier economy and society, Madam Speaker. And that's what this budget reflects. It reflects the essence of what Canadians from coast to coast to coast expect of their government to do, Madam Speaker, not only during good times, but also challenging times. And it has been challenging over the last few years. But I'm happy to say and reinforce that the government, in a very tangible way, has been there to support Canadians. And you know, interesting as I've been listening to the debate, we often hear coming from opposition members about the issue of accountability and transparency. In fact, the last question that I had asked was in regards to a Bloc member that had stood up and said, well, we don't necessarily believe that tax credits are a way to provide accountability and transparency. And, Madam Speaker, I used the example of a very important announcement that's within this budget, recognizing the fine work and the need for us to look at ways in which we can support our trades from coast to coast to coast, the important role that they play. You know, we talk about inflation, we talk about the needs of the worker. Madam Speaker, here within this budget we have a tax credit enhancement, virtually doubling it from $500 to $1,000. That's there to ensure that those that are working in the trades are in a better position to be able to afford the cost of the important tools that they require in order to be able to apply their trade. And yes, Madam Speaker, the government has, in this budget and in previous budgets, used tax credits as a way to assist Canadians, Madam Speaker, directly. We have seen ways in which the Government of Canada has been able to use taxes and tax rebates as a way to directly support Canadians. Not only in this budget, but in previous budgets, Madam Speaker. And we've been very effective at doing that. You know, a major part of this budget is the grocery rebate, Madam Speaker. We recognize the issue of inflation and the impact that it is having in every region of this country. We understand it. Whether it's during the break weeks or in the month of January, you will find, Madam Speaker, that you have Liberal members of Parliament throughout the country that are meeting and talking with the stakeholders and their constituents, understanding the importance and the impact that inflation is having. And this budget is reflective of many of those discussions that we have had with our constituents, Madam Speaker. That is the reason why we have the grocery rebate. Imagine, if you will, 11 million Canadians, approximately, Madam Speaker, 11 million Canadians are going to benefit by the grocery rebate. During a time in which we have concerns in regards to inflation. Now, some might argue, and I would add my words to it, that we need to recognize that inflation that we're seeing today isn't unique to Canada. There's inflation that's taking place around the world. And when you take a look at Canada as a nation, you will find that Canada is doing quite well. Whether you compare it to many of the European countries or our neighbors to the south, the United States, our inflation rate has been less than. And we are on the right track, Madam Speaker. We do see that our inflation rate is going down. And we hope to see it continue to go down, Madam Speaker. But having said that, I want to highlight the two initiatives inside this budget that put money in the pockets of Canadians, Madam Speaker. The one I made quick reference to, and that is the grocery rebate. I know many of my colleagues had the opportunity to go and visit some grocery stores. You know, the Minister of Justice was in Winnipeg, and we wanted to go and check out a grocery store. We met with the owner, talked about the impact that inflation worldwide is having in terms of her ability to be able to sell the products, Madam Speaker. And I believe she welcomed the fact that we are providing a grocery rebate, Madam Speaker, because she, like others, understands that this grocery rebate will make a difference. it also demonstrates that you have a government that genuinely cares, that wants to be able to help, even though, as I say, our inflation rate is doing far better than many other countries around the world, our peer countries. But it doesn't mean that we ignore the issue. We can still work to do better, Madam Speaker. And that's why the grocery rebate. You know, if in this budget you're seeing the expansion of the dental program. You know, it's interesting, I've listened to a number of members stand up and be somewhat critical of the government, saying, well, we're not doing enough for seniors. There's nothing in the budget for seniors. Well, that's balderdash, Madam Speaker. There's lots of things in this budget for seniors. This budget is a reflection of many of the discussions that we have had with seniors and advocates for seniors, Madam Speaker. One of the most powerful stakeholder groups, I would suggest to you, is the Liberal members that continuously meet and deal with senior-related issues. Our Seniors Caucus, Madam Speaker. One amongst literally hundreds, if not thousands, of stakeholders and individuals that have provided direct input, making sure that there was going to be things in here for seniors. That brings me to the second point. The grocery rebate, well, seniors get that, Madam Speaker. They also benefit by the expansion of the dental program. We have seen how successful it was in the first year when we actually were able to pass the legislation, Madam Speaker. It took us a while because the Conservative Party opposed that legislation. They don't support having a dental program for children under the age of 12, Madam Speaker. They made that very clear last year by opposing the legislation. Well, we are now expanding it to include seniors, Madam Speaker. That too is going to be of great benefit for seniors. And it's something in which I would think that members would recognize. It wasn't that long ago, it was an election platform issue for the Liberal Party, that we would actually increase by 10% for OAS for seniors 75 and over, recognizing that there is a significant difference between a senior that's 75 in terms of their needs and their disposable income than, let's say, a senior that's 65 that is just retired, Madam Speaker. And I'm thinking of issues such as medical requirements, such as potential of supplementary income. That is a significant increase. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you go over virtually from day one, we have been there to support our seniors. I can talk about the guaranteed income supplement, which we dramatically increased in the first 18 months, Madam Speaker, thereby lifting tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. Not to mention, for example, going through the pandemic where we invested literally millions into nonprofit groups that were supporting seniors. Not to mention the doubling of the student, the youth employment program, Madam Speaker, during that pandemic period and the time leading up to the pandemic period, Madam Speaker. Many of which worked for senior organizations and more. Madam Speaker, there is all sorts of things that the government has done, not only within this budget, but over the last 7.5 years to support our seniors. On that same theme, you know, it's interesting. The Conservatives will criticize us because we're spending money. And yes, we are spending money. I'll give them that. $198 billion over the next 10 years on health care. And if you check with Canadians, Madam Speaker, as I have, you will find that Canadians see health care as a part of our core identity, and they want a national government that's prepared to invest in health care. And that's exactly what we are doing, Madam Speaker. A 10-year commitment. Because we saw what the previous government did, the previous government under Stephen Harper, Madam Speaker. You'd have to be blind or an idiot not to believe that that investment in health care is not going to be helping our seniors, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we take a look in terms of Madam Speaker, in terms of the benefits.
We got a point of order. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Speaker, I just want to remind the member from Winnipeg North that, you know, to imply that anyone in this place, or any Canadians for that matter, are idiots for believing that there is investments happening in mental health or in senior health is disrespectful, and he should withdraw that comment.
I just want to remind members to be careful on the words that they use in the House. I know that the honourable member didn't pinpoint anybody in particular, but I do want to, again, I know that there's wordings on both sides of the House that are mentioned from time to time, but I just want to make sure that individuals are very careful on the language that they use in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the point is that investing in health care and not believing that that's not going to help seniors, I can't imagine anyone truly believing that that would be the case. When you invest $198 billion over 10 years into health care, you know, I used to be the health care critic in the province of Manitoba at the Manitoba legislature. I can assure the member across the way that just stood up on the point of order that a good portion of our health care services that is there to support our seniors. Obviously, it supports everyone, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you that our seniors truly value and appreciate the healthcare system that we have in Canada, and would appreciate and value a federal government, as we have made a 10-year commitment of $198 billion, that's with a B, Madam Speaker, over the next 10 years. We have a government that has recognized in many ways the benefits of ways in which we can support Canadians in other areas. You know, we hear a lot about housing. Going back in the day in which I was an MLA, at one time, every political party inside this House, all of them, New Democrats, everyone, opposed the federal government playing a role in housing. That was in the early 90s, Madam Speaker. Today we have a Prime Minister and a government that has valued, yes, everyone. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, for the first time we have a Prime Minister and a government that not only talks about the importance of housing in Canada, but is invested in housing like no government in the history of this country, Madam Speaker. We have the first ever housing strategy. We are investing literally hundreds of millions of dollars into housing every year. We are supporting tens of thousands of nonprofit housing units throughout the country so that there's housing for seniors, people of disabilities, people of low incomes. We have supported organizations like Habitat for Humanity in order to ensure that there's opportunities for people that would never own a home to get the opportunity to own a home. We are supporting the expansion of housing cooperatives, Madam Speaker. We are putting limits in terms of foreign investments. We believe that houses are there to be lived in, that shouldn't be used as an investment tool by foreigners, Madam Speaker. The Rapid Housing Initiative. Time and time again, the Minister of Housing is up during question period reminding members in terms of just to the degree in which we are investing in housing. Madam Speaker, if you take a look at it, not only have we demonstrated that we have a role to play in housing, but we put the challenge out to the other stakeholders and levels of government to jump on board, to take the types of action to ensure that housing is more affordable, Madam Speaker. Within this budget, we create the first-time homeowner accounts, Madam Speaker, by enhancing it. We want municipalities in particular, because they really do play an important role in this. We want provinces and other stakeholders to come to the table and address the needs of housing. The federal government is there, Madam Speaker. But the federal government cannot do it alone, and we've recognized that. We have done more than any other government. You'd have to go generations, Madam Speaker, on the housing file, and we will continue to be there, Madam Speaker. You know, we talk about the issue of accountability, and I want, because you're telling me my time's already coming close to an end, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting how the Conservatives, as I mentioned at the beginning, how they like to focus on personal attacks. This budget is a true reflection in terms of what it is that Canadian expectations are of the government. Just last week, I had the Prime Minister of Canada on McPhillip Street at the Manitoba Building Trades Institute, where he had a town hall. And there were union members and others that showed up, Madam Speaker, unscripted, to be able to ask questions of the Prime Minister, to deal with issues surrounding the budget and others, Madam Speaker. And what the Prime Minister did in Winnipeg, he has done in other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker. We have a Minister of Finance that consistently is reaching out and listening to stakeholders. We have members of Parliament in the caucus that are consistently reaching out to their constituents and reflecting what they're hearing, whether it's this budget or legislative measures that we are taking, Madam Speaker. This is a budget for all Canadians, and it's a reflection in terms of what it is that we are hearing, Madam Speaker, and I believe that it has Canada on the right track, and the stats will clearly demonstrate that, Madam Speaker. Whether it's jobs, whether it's social services, whether it's having the backs of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to ask a question of my colleague from Winnipeg North. He just made the comment that this is a budget for all Canadians, and it certainly is. Every Canadian is going to have to repay the extreme debt that they've put this country in. It's the biggest debt ever. And he talked about accountability. It's this government said they spent $500 billion for COVID, and the Independent Public Budget Officer of Canada indicated that 40% of that had nothing to do with COVID. It has contributed to inflation. It will continue to, and even at the rates we have, it's the worst in decades. He can compare it to wherever he likes, but comparing it to ourselves, it's still the worst ever. Can he just give us an accounting of why we're still 3.5 million houses short if their housing program is working so well?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, we're spending $198 billion on health care. We're spending billions of dollars on a child care program, which, by the way, in February, it showed that we have the highest ever percentage of women in the workforce, because we want to ensure that child care is affordable. We have ultimately gone through a pandemic where we have spent billions of dollars to support small businesses, billions of dollars in order to be able to provide direct financial support for Canadians, i.e. CERB, wage loss program, literally saving thousands of businesses from going bankrupt by doing so, literally putting food and other necessities on the table for Canadians during the pandemic. Yes, we have spent money, and I suspect now, even though the Conservatives supported a lot of those measures, but now they want to oppose it for political convenience so that they can say that we're spending too much money, Madam Speaker. The bottom line is this is a government that has had the backs of Canadians and will continue to do so.
It being 6:27, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. that the House approve the general budget policy of the government.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mrs. Goodridge, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended. Should I dispense? No? The following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House reject the government's budget statement since it will cost every Canadian household $4,200 and it fails to make Canada work for the people who've done the work, namely, A, bring home powerful paychecks with lower taxes, including scrapping the carbon tax, et B, faire baisser les prix.
Lower prices by putting an end to inflationary debt and deficits that are causing inflation and interest rates to rise, and C, to provide affordable housing by freeing up property and accelerating construction permits.
Garon, seconded by Monsieur Blanchette. Jonca, move the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words since it and substituting the following. Échouer à.
Failed to A. Immediately reform EI and increase old age security for seniors aged 65 to 74 years. B. Reducing subsidies or eliminating subsidies to fossil fuels.
To 35%, preferring instead to interfere in the jurisdictions of Quebec and the provinces, such as by creating dental insurance without giving Quebec the right to opt out with full compensation.
If a member of a recognized party in the House wishes to have the sub-amendment carried or carried on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, I would call for a recorded division. Call in the members.
The question on the sub-amendment, the question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The amendment. Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Goodrich, proposed the following amendment. May I dispense?
May I dispense? Okay.
And then supplement.
Sous-amendement, Monsieur.
Sub-amendment, Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Blanchet-Jonca. May I dispense?
Oui. I'm sorry, I'm getting... Non. On ne peut pas dispenser?
I can't dispense?
Je vais recommencer alors, Monsieur.
I'll restart. Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Blanchet-Jonca. Propose the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words "since it" and substituting the following.
Issue A.
Fails to A.
Reform employment insurance and increase old age security for seniors 65 to 74. B. Lutter.
B. Fight climate change by ending fossil fuel subsidies.
C. Increase health transfers to 35% instead of to interfere in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, such as by creating dental insurance without giving Quebec the right to opt out with full compensation. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to taking the division of those participating in person. All those in favor.
Amendment will please rise.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec. Correction, Mr. Miao.
Mr. Meow.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Miss Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote nay.
No, it's a technical issue. Ms. Tassi, nay. No, contre.
Mr. Souza.
I vote nay.
Mr. Souza, nay, contre.
Monsieur Lemire. OK, nous allons continuer, ensuite retourner. Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour.
Pour, yay.
Monsieur Duclos. Renaud. Monsieur Arsenault?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, l'application semble dire que j'ai voté 2 fois. Alors, je vais peut-être vérifier, mais on semble me dire que j'ai voté 2 fois. J'ai eu 2 retours de confirmation du vote non.
Contre. Mr. Fast.
I vote no.
Monsieur Lemire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci pour votre patience. Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour.
Okay, and I believe Ms. Scrow, you're rising on a point of order.
I was outside the chamber and unable to access my voting app, so I was unable to vote. So I would ask that I be counted as no.
Do you need unanimous consent for that?
No, it's a technical issue.
Good. The table will now compile the results of the vote. Oh, Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer? I'm afraid you may be on mute.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
That's the one you need. Okay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 32, 32. Nays contre 281, 281.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. That's it?
Yep.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do adjourn. We'll wait a few minutes till everybody's gone, and then we'll start with the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor today to rise, as always. And I asked the Minister of Finance a question in the House of Commons several weeks ago, back in December actually, about why European nations were actually withdrawing any taxes on their fuels in Europe to the tune of about 8,000 euros per family, while this government was considering moving ahead with a 30% increase in carbon taxes. I didn't get that good a response, but in the interim, matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, Canada's independent member of Parliament, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer, an officer of Parliament, came out with a new report on the whole matter, and I brought it with me here, Mr. Speaker, just to make sure that any of the talking heads on the other side that don't like what it says can hear from it directly. In 2023-24, the federal fuel surcharge set at $65 per ton. We estimate the government will collect $11.8 billion in fuel charges from the 7 provinces where the charge applies. And this will be in addition, the tax on tax here, there's a GST on top of that tax that amounts to $429 million in GST on top of that. The Parliamentary Budget Office makes a pretty clear case that one of the problems with this is it takes away income tax base, particularly from the provinces. But it talks about the economic impact, and it goes through effectively what will be the economic impact. He says it in 2030-31, once the full $170 is actually implemented. And that province that affects the most is Alberta, with an average of $2,773 per household. Now, this is something. And the lowest province that's affected is only impacted Newfoundland and Labrador, with $1,316 per household. Now, I know that there'll be much gnashing of teeth on the other side about this because they've been claiming for a year now that this is actually a net positive for Canadians, this tax. Well, clearly it's not. But no sooner had this report come out than my colleague on the other side of the House, the Member of Parliament for Guelph, stood up and said, well, you know, we need to make sure that we do the costs associated with the environment are considered in here. Well, let me tell you, the Parliamentary Budget Officer did a report, surprisingly, on November 8th, 2022, that considered exactly that. Now, the problem with these speculative reports going forward is they are just that, speculative. They're based on a scenario, but one of the things that came out quite clear on it is that compared to every other factor the world's going to face, including economic downturns, recessions, conflicts, everything, climate change will be less of a factor in the analysis going forward. Nevertheless, you take a look at what the numbers are when you do analysis of it, and by 2100, we'll have changed the economy by his numbers by less than 3/1000ths of a percentage point per year. That's a lot, if you say, to be spending tens of billions of dollars on. Pardon me, Madam Speaker, how much time? 1 minute left. I just started speaking. You sure you got the timing right? Okay. Energy costs are by nature inflationary. And there's a reason the Bank of Canada wants energy cost increases excluded when it calculates inflation. It's trim, medium, whatever it wants to talk about. It is about excluding the #1 cause of inflation from the carbon tax, because that's what they want consumers to believe at the end of the day. Even the Europeans don't buy into that, as they've reduced it 8,000 euros per family over this past year because of what they were facing in Europe. Now, I'll say again, in my strong opinion, Europeans, countries are very poor financial and economic managers. But they did give this increase, this rebate back to all their citizens across Europe at the point in time. So I repeat the question I asked at that point in time. Why is this Minister of Finance pushing Canada, punishing Canadians with a 30% increase to an already inflation-causing tax? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe we can all agree that climate change is a very serious issue for Canada. Something has to be done about it, and inaction is no longer an option, at least not for this government. The truth is that climate change is already having serious effects in Canada. It is affecting our homes, cost of living, infrastructure, health and safety, and economic activity in communities across our country. While addressing climate change is an environmental imperative for this country, it is also an economic opportunity for all Canadians, and we cannot afford to be left behind. For example, the United States is moving forward with the Inflation Reduction Act, and it is important for Canada to keep pace.
We simply can't miss this opportunity to participate in the clean economy transition. That's why we're proposing key investments in the clean economy in Budget 2023. In doing so, we will not only help fight climate change, we will also create jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including in my colleague's province of Alberta. Madam Speaker.
Our Made in Canada plan presented in Budget 2023 is underpinned by a new federal toolkit for investing in the clean economy. We are proposing a set of clear and predictable investment tax credits, low-cost strategic financing, and targeted investments and programming where necessary to respond to the unique needs of sectors or projects of national economic significance. Budget 2023 is ensuring a clean Canadian economy can deliver prosperity, middle-class jobs, and more vibrant communities across Canada. Now, when it comes to our pollution pricing system itself, I would like to remind my colleague from Calgary Centre once again that it is putting money back in the pockets of Canadian households. En ce qui concerne notre système.
When it comes to our pollution pricing system, I'd like to remind my colleague from Calgary Centre once again that it is putting money back in the pockets of Canadian households.
Payments, a family of four will have received $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,101 in Saskatchewan, and $1,079 in Alberta. In addition, those living in rural and small communities are eligible to receive an extra 10%. Households in these provinces started to receive their latest quarterly payment last week. Is my colleague against these payments to Canadian families? Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, our government understands that many Canadians are still struggling to make ends meet in these times of high inflation. Canadians see it when they go to the grocery store, when they fill up their gas tank, and when they pay their rent. But I'd like to remind my colleagues that inflation is actually down. Inflation in Canada was at 8.1% in June, and now it's 5.2%.
However, that many Canadian families still need some support, and that is why we are supporting those who need it the most, when they need it the most, with targeted measures. For example, we proposed in Budget 2023 the new one-time grocery rebate. This targeted inflation relief has been designed to help support the Canadians hardest hit by rising food prices. The grocery rebate would help approximately 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families across the country. This would mean a one-time payment of up to an extra $467 for eligible couples with 2 children, up to an extra $234 for single Canadians without children, and an extra $225 for seniors on average.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't know how much I have to beseech the members on the other side to actually read the report that they're referring to here, because they'll find the numbers somewhat instructive. But let's go deja vu all over again, because we can look at the 1980s. There were massive government deficits at the time. That led to high inflation, just like today. The U.S. fought this with what's called a strong dollar policy, which means higher interest rates on their bonds all the way through the economy. This penalized the developing world because most of the developing world has to pay their debt in U.S. dollars and with U.S. interest rates. So this led to a decade of economic stagnation in the developing world. It's stagnant. Some economies actually went negative over the decade, the 80s to the 90s. So this was predominantly thrust upon the world's poor to address inflation. The one issue that addressed inflation was the fact that there was cheap energy because oil became less than $10 a barrel at the time, and it's primarily there. So let me ask the question again. These are costs. Will the minister take a lesson and acknowledge she's on the wrong path? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as the latest federal budget shows, Canadians can continue to count on this government to take action to both protect the environment and create jobs. We have a plan to make Canada part of the clean economy, and we can all be proud of that.
Of course, we understand that some Canadians still need targeted inflation relief support, and that is why we are moving forward with our grocery rebate. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm here today because I asked a question in March, and I feel that the question was not answered. I just want members of my riding of North Island Powell River to know that today I'm standing up for over 2,300 RCMP women who between 1974 and 2019 faced terrible sexual assault and abuse and harassment in the RCMP. These brave women came forward and told their stories, and the Merlo-Davidson suit came into play, and we now have a decision that allows these women to be compensated for the terrible, violent abuse that they survived. What is sad about this is that Veterans Affairs has seen fit to claw back some of their disability pension. Madam Speaker, I am reminded today of some time that I spent in the Veterans Committee where we are studying, for the first time ever in this place, women veterans. And one of the women veterans who is testifying today talked about having a survivor focus, moving forward in a way that focused on the survivors' realities and making sure that everything was built around supporting them so that they could do better. And I thought, what an important value that we need to look at, not only in the military, not only in the RCMP, but in all of Canada, that when a victim comes forward, they are supported. Madam Speaker, in this ruling, through the Merlo-Davidson suit, we see 6 levels of compensation. I really encourage Canadians to look at these 6 levels because it will tell you just how vile the abuse was. And every time you read a different section, you hear and see just what these women lived through. So they have this terrible situation. Some of them, obviously, from 1974, didn't feel that they would be listened to, didn't come forward till much later, finally be acknowledged, and what they see happen is their disability pension is withdrawn from them again. This is abuse. We know that it was incredibly brave for these women to come forward and share their experiences, and by doing so, hopefully make safer the pathway for women RCMP in the future. The justice who gave the report described the women as having to endure shocking levels of violence. These women, they experienced extreme brutality while protecting our country and the government, and now we're seeing that same government deny them what they are rightfully owed. VAC is literally making these women who served this country suffer all over again, and the minister needs to make it right. Now, I've heard commitments that a letter would be sent and the clawbacks would stop. But I'm going to come back to what I said in the beginning. If this was survivor focused, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. If we had a culture in these organizations, including this one, this would not have happened, and these women would have been supported and given what they need, and we would not have seen VAC abuse them again. So what I want to know today, Madam Speaker, is when will they return the clawed back dollars? Not just stop the clawback, but get the monies that were taken rightfully from them or wrongfully from them and return it to them appropriately. Women in this country served our country through the RCMP and suffered while they were serving. And that has nothing to do with their disability claims. Will this government make it right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member of North Island Powell River for the question. Signing up to serve with the Canadian flag on your shoulder comes with a risk, but being at risk of sexual misconduct should not be one of them. There is simply no excuse or justification for that. Not in the armed forces, not in the RCMP, not in any workplace. Our government is fully committed to eliminating the workplace violence, harassment, and discrimination in any form. And we recognize the enormous courage it takes for someone to disclose this kind of abuse and fight for justice and accountability. We are aware of the letter published by the Office of the Veterans Ombudsman on February 23rd, 2023, asking the Veteran Affairs review the Merlo-Davidson cases and determine if pension reductions have been properly applied, or if not, to issue a corrective payment. For privacy reasons, we cannot comment on individual files. But what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker and Madam Speaker, is that the department has conducted all of the impacted veterans by telephone and via letter to offer them an opportunity to submit additional information regarding their payments so that the payments can be recalculated and corrected as appropriate. We want to be as generous as possible under the legislation. We're also aware, Madam Speaker, of the recommendations made by the OVO. Each impacted veteran has been provided with contact information at VAC and the OVO for support in providing the information needed. We are committed to continuing to work closely with the Ombudsman on this and any other files. Thank you.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm fairly disappointed with that response because we know that these women have suffered. We know that they have had their pensions clawed back, and now what we're saying to them, after all the indignity that you experienced just by serving your country, now you have to do all the work on the other side to get what was yours in the first place back. And I still don't hear anything that says they're actually going to pay back the money that they have been stealing from these women, in my opinion. So hopefully this member can say something that actually addresses that serious concern.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as I said before, the women who came forward and disclosed their experiences in Merlo-Davidson did so with incredible courage. Our government is committed to ensuring all veterans and members get access to the benefits that they are entitled to. In the case of Merlo-Davidson settlement, the minister has told staff to review the OVO's recommendation to ensure that all pension adjustments have been properly applied and that we're being as generous as possible under the legislation. Veterans who have their disability pensions reduced in the Merlo-Davidson settlement have been contacted and given the opportunity to submit additional information. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, I'm rising in this House as I have on multiple occasions to warn the government of the risks posed by unregulated shipbreaking. Now, Madam Speaker, and this is initiating from a question on back in November, that on November 24th, an oil spill was discovered on the shoreline of a shipbreaking facility that has been operating since 2020 in the community of Union Bay in my riding. Now, this facility is operating despite legal challenges and warnings of environmental hazards from residents, local government, and First Nations. Now a spill has happened, and the lack of federal regulations and guidelines to protect the ecosystem are glaring. The spill has led to serious concerns for Bain Sound, which is home to over 50% of British Columbia shellfish production and is critical to the local economy. Many jobs, Madam Speaker, and of course the importance of the ecosystem. Now, I've spoken about the lack of federal regulation of shipbreaking in the House, as I cited, and called on the government to take action to prevent such an incident. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to take you back to 2016 when myself, Chief Recalmer from the Qualicum Nation, Scott Fraser, our former MLA, local shellfish owners and workers, tourism operators, and locally elected officials had to go out on boats and bring media to shine a light on the lack of response from government when it came to abandoned and derelict vessels. There was 2 boats that had been sitting there, and previous Conservative government had promised for a decade to remove them, threatening jobs, the Silver King and the Laurier too. And it took all of our pressure to finally get the government to respond to remove those vessels. What we don't want, Madam Speaker, is another repeat of a long delay. We don't want the Liberals to go the way of the Conservatives in delaying responding to really important issues at hand. So, you know, again, we applied pressure last time. The government responded. We're hoping they'll respond now. But we need to shift from a reactionary to a precautionary approach to prevent incidents like these. And instead of waiting for another spill, the government should urgently ratify the Hong Kong International Convention for the Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ships, adopt regulations comparable to the EU ship recycling regulations, and provide financial support to qualified shipbreaking facilities to help them meet new standards and regulations. Now, we know they're in a consultation phase, Madam Speaker, with the provinces, but they need to fast track that. And Madam Speaker, I do want to highlight that the government, their lack of response has really put the local economy and the environment at risk. But also right now what we're learning is that, the Transport Canada has no monitoring or enforcement of hazardous materials on board international vessels being shipped across Canada's border. This is unbelievable, Madam Speaker. There's only a voluntary certificate, which is done through Environment and Climate Change, and it's effectively a self-reporting honor system. This is just unbelievable, the risk this puts on coastal communities, but also it's putting all the risk on provinces, on First Nations and Indigenous communities, and on local governments, which is totally irresponsible, Madam Speaker. We need to look at what the EU has done when it comes to shipbreaking and recycling, and also the Hong Kong Act as well, Madam Speaker. So I'm really hopeful that the government will take action and take a precautionary approach, and I'm hoping today they're going to give us some sort of path on how they're going to remedy the situation before an environmental disaster takes place, even further than what's happening now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, the government takes any threat to our marine environment seriously. We are aware of and continue to monitor the ship recycling activities taking place in Union Bay, British Columbia. Regarding the oil spill that was reported at Deep Water Recovery on November 22nd, the Canadian Coast Guard responded immediately. The Coast Guard confirmed that the source of the spill is land-based from a vessel that is currently being removed from the marine environment by Deep Water Recovery as part of the deconstruction process. While a boom was deployed to minimize pollution, the spill amount was small and not recoverable. No amount of oil spilled in our marine environment is acceptable. To this end, the Canadian Coast Guard has reminded the deconstruction company of its responsibilities under the Canada Shipping Act 2001 to prevent any release of oil or other pollutants from reaching the marine environment. As it is a land-based spill, the Coast Guard will assist Emergency Management British Columbia, which is the lead agency, if requested. Canada's marine safety system ensures we are ready and able to respond quickly to spills in Canadian waters, including our three coastlines, the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway. We have a robust regime in place to respond to spills through our environmental response regulations and ship source oil spill response organizations on each coast. Through the Oceans Protection Plan, we are establishing 24/7 emergency response and incident management, increasing on-scene environmental response capacity, improving oil spill response plans, acquiring new environmental response equipment for the Canadian Coast Guard, sharing near real-time information on marine traffic with Indigenous and coastal communities, and modernizing Canada's marine safety regulation and enforcement regime. As announced in November under the Oceans Protection Plan, the Government of Canada will also develop, in consultation with other levels of government, Indigenous groups and industry, a system to ensure an appropriate level of preparedness for marine pollution incidents. This system will also provide a framework to ensure an effective and consistent response to marine pollution incidents across the country and for post-incident recovery. Polluter accountability will be strengthened, and a formal role for Indigenous communities, sustainable funding, and appropriate legal protections will be put in place. In addition, the Government of Canada also recognizes the importance of safe and environmentally sound practices for the recycling of ships. Ship recycling is recognized as the most environmentally sound method to dispose of ships at end of life. Currently, there is a robust federal and provincial legislative framework governing this activity. Many provisions affecting ship recycling facilities are governed by the provinces and territories, such as environmental and waste management and workplace occupational health and safety. Federal rules prohibit the release of pollutants into the marine environment. However, the government knows we can do more. Together with provincial and territorial governments, Transport Canada is exploring whether there may be ways to enhance Canada's ship recycling rules.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, no, I appreciate that, but we need an urgent response. I'm really concerned, and so are the people of Union Bay, that the government has, could open this up to becoming a dumping ground for international vessels that contain hazardous materials. Right now, we're learning again that that the only thing that they offer right now, ECC, to ensure that they protect us is a voluntary certificate when it comes to hazardous materials. That's totally unacceptable, and a self-reporting honor system. Madam Speaker, what happens when one of these companies decides to abandon their operation after raking in millions of dollars to probably get paid to dispose of it properly, only to leave a big mess? We saw the Catherine Spear at $11 million to clean up that abandoned vessel that our former NDP colleague Anne Quash fought very hard to get that Catherine Spear cleaned up. I guess we want to know, when are they considering to have a ready-to-recycle certificate in place for international vessels?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada takes any incident that threatens our marine environment with the utmost seriousness. The Canadian Coast Guard responded immediately to this incident. Moreover, building on our marine pollution preparedness, response and recovery system under the Oceans Protection Plan renewal, we are exploring a single window response for oil spills to ensure even better preparedness and greater accountability for polluters. In terms of ship recycling, while Canada has some of the strongest rules globally, we are looking for ways to improve. As stated before, many of the legislative provisions that govern safe and environmentally responsible ship recycling fall under provincial jurisdiction. We are committed to working with provinces and territories to ensure we have the safest recycling facilities in the world. This includes examining requirements under the European Union Ship Recycling Regulation and the Hong Kong International Convention for the Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ships to determine what elements could be adopted in a Canadian context that can address any gaps in federal legislation.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.